Hey guys, welcome to yet another session by Scalar, and in this particular session we'll be looking into the complete roadmap of a software engineer. So if you're a software engineer and watching this particular session, make sure you look into the complete video if you want to become a software engineer in a popular company, or if you're already a software engineer in a service-based company and want to make a shift into a product company, or if you're an aspiring software engineer. So whoever it is, you can still watch this video because it has all the information you need to start with software engineering, right? So we'll be covering various concepts. I'll be listing them down, but before we move on with that, please make sure you subscribe to our channel so that you do not miss our upcoming videos, and also leave a like if you enjoy our content. And if you have any other queries throughout the video, please put down in the question section in the comment section, and we would be answering and addressing all of your queries. So now let's look into what will be covered in this particular session. To begin with, we'll be looking into how to become a successful software engineer. So once you understand all that, once you understand how to become a successful engineer, then we'll be looking into the next topic, which would be how to become a full-fledged web developer. That is a full-fledged, full-stack web developer. Once that is done, we'll be looking into technical versus management career path in software development. So basically there are two different careers which you can go technically, and you can also get into management even though you're a software engineer, right? You can manage a group of software engineers or become a CTO, which would mostly be managing than working on the code directly. So you can take two different paths that will be covered, and finally we'll be looking into what type of a company you should take up. So what is the difference between startup and an MNC for software engineers? So these are the various topics which will be covered, guys. So without any further delays, now let's begin with this session.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, so it's my pleasure introducing Anshuman Singh sir to you today. So I have been very much honored to be mentored by him and today hosting him for this webinar. So if you don't know him, he has been twice ICPC World Finalist and was part of the engineering team that built Facebook Messenger and one of the initial people who moved to Facebook London. I think that most of you already know him and want to hear from him more than from me. So I will be handing over to him. Yeah.
Hi guys, thank you so much for the introduction, Naman. Today I want to cover one thing, which is on how to be successful as a software developer. There's so many resources around that talk about how do you get really effective at data structures, algorithms, problem solving. But the truth is, like, while that is great, what I learned in my life was that when you move to software engineering, you utilize a lot of that learning, but it's a very different battle that you're fighting. So I wanted to share some of the insights from what I had learned then. Just take it as a feedback on some of the things that you should be doing. The way I usually do things is I prepare a checklist every single day. When I'm ending my work, I just check whether I have done well on all of those checklists. So this is more of creating a checklist for all of you guys, and welcome any kind of feedback, anything that you guys might have seen in your career as well. The way I'm going to structure this is actually, let me see if I can share my screen. So I'm going to just share, there's just the structure for this. The structure is, I'm going to first talk about what changes from hard skills, technical skills. I was writing code on a single machine. So for example, somebody told me, hey, I just write a code to find the first 100 prime numbers. I was able to write a code for that on a single machine. How does the same problem, or like what else to do with the same problem when you're writing the code in a software engineering job? So the first part is going to focus on that. The second part is more of soft skills. Basically, how do you hack your growth in a company? Right? Like, you'll be working with a bunch of different colleagues. What do you do so that you stand ahead of rest of your colleagues? You grow faster at a company. Again, I was fortunate enough to grow significantly fast within Facebook, multiple promotions fairly quickly. And these were the things that I had followed. So might work for you, might not work for you, but I would love to share these things with you guys. All right, so starting with the first part, which is the problems when you're solving it on a single machine and when you're solving it in a distributed environment, they have different solutions. So the first change that you have to do is on how you change the mindset to solve problems when you have the same data on 100 different machines, right? So for example, I'll just take an example here, which is let's say I told you, hey, there is a list of integers that is given to you and you have to sort it. Now, when you're doing it on a single machine, let's say if you're doing it using your problem solving, it is super easy, right? Like most of you guys would just write a sort function and things are done. In fact, most languages have inbuilt sort. You do a list.sort or sort vector.begin, comma vector.end, and in one single line, your entire array is sorted, which is great. However, think about the case when you have the same list. Let's assume this is a list of a user ID, and every user ID has some score, right? And I have such a popular platform that I have trillions of users. And I mean user not meaning because we don't have population of a trillion people, but let's say assume it's an entity, right? So some entity, and every entity has some score. And I have trillions of these entities, right? And that's why like a single machine is not able to fit that data on a single machine. So that's why I had to split it across various 100 machines, right? And now I say, hey, sort this entire list of entities with respect to score. So that means entities with the highest score should come first and entities with the lowest score should come last. And since it's across machines, so let's say machine 1 has the highest scoring entities, machine 2 like the entities after that, and machine 3 the entities after that, and so forth. Now if you see this problem, I mean as long as it was sorting within a machine, you can still use a sort function, which you would obviously do. But the problem then becomes, once every single machine has data sorted within them, there is no guarantee that there is an ordering between two machines, right? So then you do some variant of merge sorting, where you pick pairs of machine and then you merge their data. So you pick machine 1 and machine 2. You do a merge between these two because they both have sorted list between them, and then you do a merging with them. Then you might pick machine 3 and machine 4. They will again do merge sort, and then they will be sorted within them. And then that way you build it up. If you search online, you will find this algo, and this again like is not supposed to be a algo teaching class, so I'm not going to go into depth of it. I would love to, but yes, I mean it uses merge sort mechanism to sort it on a distributed environment. But as you can see, like the problem became a very different problem when it was given in a distributed environment. Very similar thing. Like let's take another example. If I say find the median in a stream of integers. Now, as long as that stream of integer fits on a single machine, it's a very standard interview question. You can have a balanced binary tree of the numbers that are coming in, or you can have two different heaps, and then you can derive your median from there. However, when the data doesn't fit in a single machine and it's now split across 100 different machines, then I would leave you guys to do this exercise. It actually becomes a binary search problem. You start binary searching for your median. And those two are again like very different problems and very different solutions. So the first change in mindset is that the code that you are writing on a single machine had a very inherent assumption that everything is going to be on one machine. All of my data is going to fit in my main memory. That might not remain true when you move to a distributed setting. So that's difference number one. Difference number two, all of you here, I can read the chat. So assume that you are working in a company which has this multi-threaded environment, right? So let's say somebody here is working at Amazon. Now Amazon has these Java servers, and it's multi-threaded. There's a code snippet there which is very, very simple. If x is 5, then let's make y as x into 2. What do you think is going to be the output of the following code? Most of you would think that the output of the following code, as in like the value of y after this piece of code executes, is going to be 10, which is true in most cases. However, in a multi-threaded environment, if you have multiple threads doing execution, it is very possible on line number 1, when you checked x was 5, the value of y, I was asking for value of y. On line number 1, when you checked x is equal to 5, and for that thread, the value of x was 5 and you went in. But before you could execute the second statement, which was y is equal to x into 2, there is some other thread that changed the value of x. So for a single threaded, yes, y's value will be 10, which is 5 into 2. But when you have multiple threads, then the value is not guaranteed to be 10. It is possible some other thread just between these two lines change the value of X. So that is another thing, like the code that you read, they might not behave as you would have assumed them to behave in a normal competitive programming scenario, or when writing code on your simple machine, which was always single threaded. So they, again, like the resolution there is, you can either put a lock there. I'm sure, like, if some of you might have studied operating systems, and there were mutex locks there, so you can either put that so that you ensure that there is only one thread executing this piece of code at a time. So you can put a lock on X so that nobody else can change the value of X. Or somebody just suggested that make X as constant, so nobody can change the value of X. Well, actually, you can make X as constant only if that is allowed as part of the application, right? Like if your application, in your application, X was supposed to, let's say, denote the number of online users, then it cannot be constant by definition. It has to change as the number of online users change. So yeah, Mohit suggested, like, we make this segment synchronized, which is very similar to just taking a lock, which that will actually also work. But I'm just telling you, like, the transition that happens, right? Like when you were writing code on your single machine, you didn't have to care about that, right? Like if I said you've written this code and you were debugging this code, and like you look at this, you're guaranteed that Y's value will always be 10 at the end of execution of this block. That's not guaranteed in a multi-threaded production environment. So you have to be cautious of those facts as well. Let's look at the next thing. The other thing that you will realize, and this is again from my personal experience, when I was in college, I used to pride myself on writing code that was obfuscated. I would write code that is obfuscated, hard for other people to understand. I would maybe use certain operations which would be more optimized. For example, for taking the maximum greater than question mark equal to, this performs better, slightly better in C++ for taking out the maximum rather than the max function. But just writing the same code in a production environment is not good enough, because in your company, this code is not just for you. It is for you and hundreds of your team members who are also going to maintain this code. So every single code that you write, you have to assume that you might not remain at the company a year from now. There should be other people who should be able to come and read the code and clearly figure out what is happening in the code. That means your variables need to have very descriptive numbers. And in fact, this is what Amazon also tests for in their interviews, because they want this to be sort of built into you. So they optimize for code readability, because they know that, like, if you have empathy, if you want the other teams to also succeed, you will make your code very readable. So your variable names need to be proper, which denote what they are supposed to do. Your code needs to be readable, in the sense that if you look here in the second part, with the equal to operator, there is space before, there is space after. With less than operator, there is space before, space after, so that the other person can very easily understand what is the variable being compared and against what. Even the function name instead of f, which could be anything, now seems to be more descriptive. Instead of writing m greater than question mark equal to, now we are using the max operator. So you have to, as you move from a competitive programming environment into a production environment, you also have to write code that is actually readable, that people can understand quickly. That also means you have to document your code. I'll actually come to that right after this. There's another thing here, which is code duplication. Now, this is something which doesn't come very naturally to us, but I'll actually tell you what happens in actual scenarios. Let's say I had written these two functions. The first function is just checking whether a user has passed a course or not. And let's say hypothetically, a user passes the course if their score is more than 1,000, right? So what I did was I wrote some code to calculate their score. And then I checked if the total score is more than 1,000, let's return true, otherwise return false. At the same time, let's say there was another piece of code somewhere that wanted to calculate user score. So I wrote another function which was find user score, which that did exactly this. The exact same code has been replicated here, and I'm returning the total score here. Now, hypothetically, let's say I figured out that there was a bug in this code. Now I have to fix that bug at two different places. Imagine if I would have replicated this code 100 times at 100 different places, I would have had to go and change code at those 100 different places. That means if let's say I want to just change this to say that total score now is not absolute, but it's relative. That means I would rank every user, the highest user gets 100, the second highest gets 99 or whatever, and then like so forth. For changing that, I will have to change the logic at each of these places, which is very cumbersome. That means that as you move to production environments, companies try to optimize for reducing duplication of code. So they would rather want that any code that has been duplicated, you create a function for it, and then every single reference point is calling that function. So then when you have to fix that code, you only change that function. So there's only one place where you're changing the code rather than 2 or 3 different places. This again is not very important in a competitive programming, because as long as the code works, as long as it gives the right output, everybody is okay with what you wrote. But as you get into a job, this becomes important, and this is something you should keep in mind. Let's look at the next thing, which is what I was saying in just the slide previous to us, is like the code should be readable. At the same time, you should document your code. Now, this is the mistake that most top programmers make. They believe that documenting the code is a waste of time. Why should I be documenting my code? This is completely non-productive. It's not getting a new feature out. The truth is that you're writing code not just for now, unlike competitive programming or participating in contests or participating in a HackerRank test. You're writing code for the next 5-10 years. If let's say you go and work at Amazon, if you go and work at Microsoft, if you've written really beautiful code and your whatever you worked on is still functional, it will probably be there even 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And that is what you should try. I mean, your whatever code you write is your baby. It's your production, right? You would want that to be with people. Even 10 years from now, people should be able to say and say, for example, that this code was written by Archit or Bhupendra or Arshad or Aditi, right? And you should feel proud about that. So for that reason, it's very important that you document your code well. So even 10 years from now, if somebody comes and reads your code, and they will be able to understand the code fairly well, they look at the structure of your code and they say, person who wrote this code was really had cared about me, because they took this additional effort to help me understand what this code is doing. And that's when nobody changes your code. To succeed in a software engineering job, there are two things that happens, which is unlike what you do in college. Code reviews. Whatever code you write, nothing goes into production till somebody has reviewed your code. Somebody will review your code and leave you advices on what mistake you made. Make sure that every single code review that you get is a learning opportunity for you. Ask yourself the question, what did this code review teach me? And you should be willing to give it back as well, right? So become a master at code debugging. In fact, even today, if you're in college, look at code samples from different people, help them debug your code, because this will help you when you go and join a job. Code debugging is important. When you do code reviews, if you're not able to pick out on bugs by reading through the code, it is possible that a buggy code goes into production and it breaks your system. Let's say if you were building Messenger, it would be, and you were the owner for it, you would be really sad if somebody wrote a code and you were not able to figure out the bug there, and it went into production and Messenger was down. So you would want to become a master at code debugging. All right, so let's go to the next part, which is now the other thing is, a lot of us judge each other by just the knowledge of data structures and algorithms. I remember, I mean, when we were in 4th year, people would compare each other on who knew how much on data structure and algorithm, or how much research somebody was doing. I mean, those were the two parameters on how we would compare each other. The truth is that while data structures is really good to help you be effective at your job, it is not enough. It is not enough at all. And one of the couple of examples I gave, right? Like one was a multi-threading environment, one was this distributed environment. Then there are other aspects. Like for example, there is high-level design, and I'll give you an example for that. So let's say somebody told you that build a system which can shorten my URL, which is what you call as tiny URL, right? Like I have this big link. Can somebody shorten it and give it to me so that I can share it at different places? And when people click on that link, then they get redirected to the right big URL. Like the service is very simple, right? Like anytime somebody requests you to just shorten a URL, you generate some random code. You make that tinyurl.com / that code, and you return that tiny URL. And when somebody tries to access it, you just, since you've stored that, now you also have to store the tiny code to actual URL mapping. Since you've stored that, you can look it up and then you can return the right thing. Now, think about the case when your system has grown so big that all of the mappings that you have, which is your tiny URL to the actual URL, all those mappings cannot be stored on a single machine, right? So my machine, let's say the laptop that I have, it's a 1 terabyte laptop. I have generated so many entries that now my laptop is full and I cannot store the entries here. So in that case, let's say now I have 2 machines that are storing this data now. Some of the data is on machine 1 and then some of the data is on machine 2. So when somebody asks me, hey, what is the URL corresponding to the tiny URL, let's say XYZ, then I search whether XYZ exists on machine 1 or machine 2. If it exists at either of those places, I look up the corresponding entry and I return it back. Very simple. However, let's say somebody comes and says, please shorten a URL for me. Now, when I shorten the URL, let's say the code that I generate was ABC. Now, before I store it, I want to be sure that ABC has already not been generated before. So I go and check in DB number 1, which is machine number 1, and I go and check in machine number 2. Let's say I did not find ABC. And now I proceed to write ABC in machine number 1. It is very possible at the same time there was another thread on machine number 2 that was doing the exact same thing with ABC. So it also checked machine 1 and machine 2, and it found that there was no ABC in machine 1 or machine 2. And as a corner case, both machines have now an entry for ABC. That becomes a problem, because when somebody comes and now asks you for what is the corresponding URL for tinyurl.com / ABC, now you have 2 conflicting entries. There's one entry on machine 1 and now there is another entry on machine 2. That means there is a consistency problem. So these kind of problems arise when you are working across different kinds of systems. Again, I know I would have loved to go into depth of this case study, but again, this is not really a study on high-level design, so I can't go into depth. But all of this comes as part of system design or high-level design, right? Like you're trying to design systems, design components, so that your system is foolproof against any kind of consistency issues or availability issues. You do it when you're designing large-scale systems. Very similarly, there is an area of study which is called low-level design. This is that once you have figured out your components from high-level design, how do you structure your code so that it is, when you have to add a new feature or when you have to add a new object or a new actor. For example, let's say take Amazon, right? Amazon might have tons of feature today. When they have to add a new feature, how should you design your code so that the additional amount of work to add a new feature is as less as possible? I'll give you an example. And this is again a very rudimentary example, nothing to do with the real world. But assume, let's say somebody said, hey, actually write a code where you design this creature called lion, and lion can eat, drink, walk, and sleep. So you write a code and you sort of define how eat works, how drink works, how walk works, how sleep works. Now tomorrow somebody else comes and says, now I also want to support a dog who can do exact same things: eat, drink, walk, sleep. In your format, you'll have to duplicate the same code for a dog and then redefine those functions. But it is possible dog and lion might have some similarities. Maybe they eat the same thing. The eat function looks exactly the same. So in the current case, you're duplicating code. But if you use OOPS principle, which is object-oriented programming principles. You can probably define a parent class which was animal, and then lion could have been defined there, and a basic eat, drink, walk, and sleep function is defined for animals. So as you add more animals, you probably don't even need to implement certain functions. Those just get carried forward. Right? So your additional effort of adding a new feature or a new actor becomes significantly less. This is a different area of study altogether, which is called low-level design and design patterns. There are a bunch of books on that. We'll actually post links to certain books that you can read on your time on design patterns. Some of the design patterns are builder pattern, which exists in Java, factory pattern. Builder also exists in Python. There are singleton patterns, and so many more features, design patterns. And different design patterns are valid for different use cases. The third thing is, which is also, by the way, checked in interviews as well, is how do you interpret questions? Can you gather requirements? For example, let's take the same example of tiny URL, right? So I say, hey Archit, why don't you build a tiny URL, right? And Archit says, great, very easy. I'll build this service that stores the tiny URL to actual URL mapping in a database. And I will return whenever somebody says, give me the mapping of tinyurl.com/xyz. I look up the mapping and I return the actual URL. Great, all done. Now tomorrow, the person who had actually asked you came and says, hey, I actually want to see statistics. I want to see who is accessing which URL, what location are they accessing it from, what browser are they accessing it from, which age group is going to what kind of URLs. And you say, shit, I haven't built that. I'm not tracking when people are requesting, who is requesting. I'm only tracking tiny URL to actual URL mapping. So you forgot to store it. You lost all of that data. And when you lost your data, then there is no way to recover it, because you can't replay what happened in the last 7 days. So, but if you knew this requirement before, if you knew that statistics was important, you would have designed with that in mind. So when somebody gives you a problem, and in real world, in your job, usually problems are going to be not as well defined as you get in a competitive programming, right? Like competitive programming has everything defined. It gives you limits. It tells you what cases are possible, what cases are not possible. But real world problems are not that well defined. When you're defining Uber like cab service, you don't know, like at what speed cars might move. Maybe the driver goes to sleep. Maybe people are not reachable. There's so many different corner cases that nobody told Uber in the beginning. They had this big scandal that happened in Delhi that was never specified as part of the problem. You have to go and gather all of those requirements. You have to foresee a lot of these corner cases yourself. That is what would make you more effective as a software developer, right? Never jump to solutions. The first part is gather requirements, understand what the end user might want. The other thing is, a lot of us think, and this is just a myth, that CS fundamentals are not important. As long as I have done well with data structures and algorithms, I'm going to do well in my job. The truth can't be further away. All of what you learn in as CS fundamentals in operating systems, networking, databases, everything gets applied. If you do not understand databases well, then you'll not be able to create the right indices. You'll not be able to create the right schema. You'll not be able to make the right choices. If you do not understand operating systems, then these are very common problems. If your code base is in C++, there's so many times that your application would have some kind of memory leak. Memory leak is basically when you're allocating an object. For example, you can say that A is equal to new int whatever, but you forgot to free A. So free the memory that you allocated for A. So it is very possible you have memory leaks and then you do not understand how to debug those memory leaks. There are these softwares that help you analyze the memory and what kind of objects there are. But those softwares don't tell you like this object is of type this, it was declared on this particular line. That is not what they will give you. You will have to understand how memory is managed, how paging is done to be able to make sense of that information. Java, for example, has garbage collection, right? So Java doesn't care about memory leaks. Java says, hey, actually, I'll maintain references to objects that you create. Whenever an object does not have any more points of code referencing it, I'll automatically, my garbage collection will kick in and it will free it. Now garbage collection would has different kinds of variables, different kinds of lives of variables. So how do you tweak your garbage collection for your application? Because there are different kinds of applications, right? There are certain applications where you want your requests, you have a lot of parallel requests, and in parallel they are very low on memory footprint and they get executed quickly. At the same time, you have these requests that might be very heavy, right? For example, I want to fetch my news feed in Facebook. Now, fetching a newsfeed for me, if I want, let's say, 100 different items in one go, that is very heavy on memory, right? Because I am getting like 100 different posts, along with number of likes, the content, and a bunch of links that might be in those posts. So, I mean, even understanding that for my kind of application, how do I need to tweak garbage collection? That also requires you to understand memory management well. That requires you to understand how is memory managed inside, let's say, a Unix operating system. So again, like, CS fundamentals are important. Just busting a myth here. I heard somebody say it, so I wanted to make sure you guys understand that if you have to be successful as a software developer, CS fundamentals are important too. All right, this is the biggest myth that I have seen with people around me. When people move into their new jobs, they believe that writing unit tests is beneath them. It is somebody else's job. Somebody else should come and do it. It doesn't help me build a new feature. I should just be writing code, building a new feature. Why should I go and write tests? Problem is, you write tests so that no other person, and you have to assume that there will be people who will not have the same kind of understanding as you do. There will be people who will not test your part of the code. They change something else for their own use, and your part of the code got affected. You want to write tests to make sure your part of the code is not affected. For example, the earlier case that we took, that there was a function that calculated some user's score, right? And let's say for my part of the code, I wanted that the scoring function gets changed a little bit. So I make some tweaks there. But that function could have been called from 99 other places as well. There is no way to guarantee that those 99 other places are not affected and something doesn't break. So you write tests. If you were one of the persons using it from one of those places, you write unit tests so that when this guy changes this function, your unit test immediately starts failing. And somebody comes and tells this guy, hey, dude, what did you do with the code? This unit test is failing. You should go and fix it. So the writing the test helps you with the initial parameter, which I told you, which was make sure your code is written to survive for the next 10 years. Even in 10 years, there are people looking at your code and admiring what you did. If you write tests, that is going to happen. If you do not write tests, then somebody or the other is going to come and break your code, and then somebody or the other is going to come and change your code. So your code will not survive 10 years. All right, so we're done with the hard skills part. I'm going to finish this part quickly, and then I'm going to take questions from all of you guys. Just please take notes about what we are discussing today, and then I'll take questions. Now, software aspects. This is more of how do you hack growth within a company. The most common mistake I see people doing is that they believe that their manager is somehow always judging them, and that is why they don't open up to their manager, and they crib कि my manager, यार मेरा manager ऐसा है, promotion नहीं दे रहा है, यार मेरा promotion हो नहीं पा रहा है, I don't know what is going wrong. Just translating it in English, I mean, they crib that the manager is at fault for not promoting me. My manager hasn't been helping, or like I'm not being promoted. I'm extremely unhappy about that, right? You need to make sure you're talking to your manager very clearly. In fact, the conversation that I used to have with my manager was, look, I want to get promoted as soon as possible. Tell me, what do you expect me to do to be promoted? And the answer there was, in Facebook, there were levels defined. And the answer there was, as long as you're doing what is the duty of the level above me, if I am already doing that, then I can be promoted. So the manager would very clearly outline for me, look, here is what you should be doing if you want to be promoted. Again, I'll give you my personal example. So the first promotion, I joined, and I had asked very similar question on the second day of my joining my team. And my manager told me, look, here is, I've seen you in the first 2 days, you've been writing code for this particular component. If you start owning this component end to end in the next 6 months, I'll get you promoted. So then I knew what I had to do. My manager was my friend, and he was helping me and sort of helping me draw a path to how do I get promoted. It's, you guys should do something very similar, because your manager's job description is to help you grow. The job of an engineering manager is to help their reportees grow, to help them perform better. The manager is there to help you. They're not there to always judge you and stop your movement upwards. So that's the first thing. Second thing is, the second mistake I see people doing is they demand ownership. They say, I want to work on this component. Please ask the other guy to not work on it. I'll do it and I'll own it, right? For example, let's say there is a service within InterviewBit which is, let's say, takes care of engagement. Maybe let me take a different example. Let's say there's a part of the InterviewBit that takes care of how mentors function, how the sessions are done, right? Now, if somebody comes and says that I want to do it and please remove the other people who are working on the mentor piece of code today, I want to take ownership, then that usually is not really executable, because if I go and remove the other person who are working on it, what explanation do you give them? The solution there is that if you really are interested in working on something or in owning a component, you start contributing there. You start looking at what is broken there, you start fixing it. Over a period of time, you would have made so many changes to the component, which are again like on the positive side, that people would automatically start seeing you as the owner of the component. They know that nobody knows that component better than you do. And then you automatically become the owner. You don't need to ask anybody. So don't demand ownership, earn ownership. That was lesson number 2 on the software skill side. And when you do this, like, you start doing better than your peers automatically. You don't really have to go and demand things from people or start a fight because you were unhappy on something. The third mistake that I see people do, and that is on both sides, getting feedback as well as giving feedback. I'll actually address the giving feedback part first. Most of us, when we graduate out of university, we are very raw, right? Like you talk to your friends in a very informal fashion. You even abuse your friend and your friends are okay with that. If something is wrong, you're very okay being very harsh to them, and your friends, being friends, they understand. However, that doesn't work in an office-like scenario. Look, I mean, you might go and join a company. There might be 10 other people that you don't know of who might have joined along with you. And there might be people who are senior to you as well, right? Now, when you see something which is broken, or when you see somebody who has made a mistake, and if you really feel very strongly about what you're building, if somebody made a mistake and, let's say, created a bug in your code, you would feel really bad about it, and you'll go and give a very harsh feedback. You don't know anything. Tumhe kuch nahi aata hai. Kya kar diya tumne mere code ke andar? But the thing is, when you give a feedback like that, that feedback is not constructive. You're not helping the other person understand how not to repeat the same mistake again. And especially when you attack the other person, they then start holding vendetta against you. They rather, instead of improving, they start thinking, ki, how did this person talk in that tone to me? I will show him. I will do something which will hurt him. You don't want that to happen, right? Like the reason why you went and gave feedback to somebody was not to create enemies. So there is a very simple framework of giving feedbacks. This was actually created by McKinsey. So the simple framework is, when you are giving feedback, do not express emotions or opinion. The first part of the feedback should only be facts. For example, I'm going to take an example scenario so that it makes sense. Let's say InterviewBit actually hires problem setters to create some problems for contests or let's say like assignments within Scalar Academy. Now, let's say I have hired a problem setter, and I had asked the person to create a problem for a contest. And it was a very, very important contest. So the person created a problem. did whatever they could from their end. But in the contest, let's say the problem broke. It had wrong test cases. So we fixed it, but like obviously like that was not a very good thing to happen, where like you have this very important contest happening and there was this problem which was broken. Now there are two ways of handling it, right? Like I go to the person and I start saying that, hey, you are so incapable, you couldn't even handle setting a problem for this contest. I had told you this was a very, very important contest. Why couldn't you have tested it properly? And all of that. The person actually gets angry. The person becomes starts holding negative feelings about me in their heart. However, if I go and just tell them fact, if I tell them, hey, person X, you had set a problem called ABC for this contest. That is a fact. The person cannot deny it. ABC had a problem in the test cases, and we found that out during the contest. It was not fixed before the contest. What I feel is we should be more diligent going forward. And the way to do that is maybe we should be testing them by writing solutions in different languages and checking whether those pass or not. Now, when you give the feedback in that tone, the other person knows that you're not expressing your opinion or emotion, but you're rather telling them facts, and they cannot hold a grudge against you for stating facts. So your feedback should always be driven by facts and then maybe corrective actions, and be willing to discuss corrective action with the person. When you're getting feedback in a very similar way, you should always be asking for feedback. I mean, even when you know you're doing well, you should go and ask your manager, your peers, hey, how am I doing? Do you think there's something else that I should be doing differently? And there would be people who would not have seen this presentation and will give a very harsh feedback sometimes to you. And in those cases, make sure you don't take feedback on your ego. To understand that the underlying reason that somebody is giving me feedback is because I did something wrong. How do I fix what went wrong? How do I figure out corrective action for what went wrong? If somebody is giving me feedback, one very common thing that we do is we get defensive. We start saying, "Arey nahi, but ye aise nahi, actually to ye aisa ho raha tha, is wajah se aisa ho gaya. It wasn't my fault. I actually had good intentions, but look, the situation was like this, which is why it happened." Don't get defensive. Let the other person complete and try to reason. Maybe there was a mistake on your end. Whatever little, accept that and say that, hey, I'll figure out a way of fixing that going forward. When you do that, then you improve over a period of time. If you get defensive, if you never accept that you make a mistake, look, all of us make mistakes. If you do not accept, you will never improve. So always get feedback, never take it personally, and figure out corrective action. While giving feedback, be very polite, state facts, and state corrective actions that you feel. When you do that, you will move up the ladder because people will like you. You don't want to create enemies anywhere, especially so in your current company, right? The last thing, I promise this is the last thing. As I said, be nice, be respectful, do not create enemies. Mostly you would have to work in teams, more so because teams can get done a lot more than you can individually do. The third thing which a lot of people do is they spend too much time on counting how many lines of code I have written or how many number of hours I've spent in the office. Don't do that. Look at impact. What should I do so that, let's say, my product becomes better, more people start using it, and state that. I mean, when somebody asks you what have you done in the last 6 months, there are two kinds of people. There is a person one who would say, I have written 1,000 lines of code in the last 6 months, and I have gone and done these many meetings, and I have done some X and Y and Z. And there's a second person who would talk about the change that brought. That person would say, hey, actually, in the last 6 months, I have increased the number of users using the product from, let's say, 100,000 to 200,000. I have reduced, let's say, latency or the time that the service used to respond back with by let's say 100 milliseconds. So when you state impact, that's a very positive sign for the person who is asking you for what you've done, right? Like managers usually optimize for impact rather than what number of lines of code you wrote or like how many number of hours you spent in office. And the last thing is, and this is again like something which was very common within Facebook, there was a very term which would go around, which was growth mindset. always think about growing, no matter where you are. You might be the CEO of a company, you might have already become like this VP of your organization. Even then, always keep thinking about what do I need to do next so that I grow. Have a growth mindset. And usually, growth happens when you learn new things. So, prioritize learning new things. Never be afraid to take risks. Maybe today I am coding in Java. This new company that looks very exciting codes in Ruby. It's okay. I'll learn Ruby and then I'll be able to go and do well there. So do not be afraid of learning. Always prioritize learning. If you are capable, then everybody would want you. The best job guarantee is capability. Nothing else can give you job guarantee. Jobs go away. People get laid off. But a capable person is always in demand. So always focus on growth, learning, building capability. If you're capable, you'll always be in demand, and as a result, you'll end up making a lot of impact as well as a lot of money. Both happen in parallel. So that is all from my side, guys. These were my learnings, personal learnings. Again, there are some of you who might have had different learnings, but I would love to take up questions as well. And
Yeah.
Naman is also here.
Sure. Thanks, Anshuman. So, guys, I will be taking questions from Slido, and you can post your questions here in this link, or the link is present in the description of this video. So we will be taking questions from there, or you can put your questions in the comments. I will be taking from both the sides. Okay. Okay. So let us start with the questions. The most popular question we have is that for CP, we mainly focus on algos and TS, right? But what topics should one be proficient for building large-scale systems? I think in the chat you mentioned about high-level design and low-level design. But is there anything specific in them? How to learn them? And also, like an extension to this this question is a question from a person who is not from a CS background. So as you mentioned that CS fundamentals are important, and the high level and scalability things are important. So how can he learn those things?
Right. So usually, like, there are people who learn in two different sets, and like there's some people who find it easy to learn on their own, like being very motivated all throughout. For them, if you want to learn, let's say, high level design, there are a bunch of resources on the internet. There are some very good books. We'll post links and resources just after this session is over, where we would give you links to some of these resources. In general, like, there's a blog called highscalability.com, which discusses the architecture of different websites, how have different companies scaled. So we'll post resources there. You can go through it. And there is a second set of people who might not have the same background as other people, and they might not be able to understand these resources in the same fashion as somebody else might. There are a bunch of courses that are there all around. There are some paid resources. For example, educative.io has some good content on high level design. Scalar Academy at the same time does very formal a course with proper teaching material on both HLD and LLD. So you can join Scalar Academy. That also will help you. At the same time, like, when it comes to CS fundamentals, now people who come from CS background, who have spent time in colleges, they have gone through formal coursework of doing that. Even if you're not, that doesn't put you at a disadvantage. There are still ways of learning it. And to be honest, like, you don't need to go and read the entire book for operating systems. There are certain things that get used more often than not. Anyway, so when it comes to learning CS fundamentals as well, again, like, Scalar Academy addresses that piece as well. But if you're again interested in learning on your own, we'll post some resources for CS fundamentals, HLD, LLD. These are free resources on the internet. You can go and read up there. If you're able to understand and go through all of it on your own, it would suffice. If you struggle consuming the content, then you should look at certain courses, paid courses that are there, which have live learning and which have mentors who can answer your doubts, which will help you understand these guys.
Sure. So the next question is, during the session you had discussed that how building systems is different from competitive programming. But if we have to talk about some skills from competitive programming that helped you at Facebook, were there any skills from competitive programming that helped you there, and what were they?
When you do competitive programming for a while, there are 2 or 3 things that you learn to do. One is, if you look at development cycle, let's say Sachin is a developer, right? And if Sachin is spending 10 hours developing something, the typical pattern is people write code for 2 or 3 hours and then they debug the code for the next remaining 5-6 hours. Majority of the time is spent on debugging. So if you've done competitive programming, if you keep writing code very often, you do well in competitive programming if you make less bugs. Like you're able to get your code right in one go. I mean, your code compiles, runs just in one single go. So one thing which you get really good at is writing bug-free code. So your efficiency as a programmer goes up, because you've written these complex codes and which have run in the first go, right? So one is writing flawless bug-free code, saving you time on debugging. Two is that when you're working with a very large system which has a large code base, the one skill that you really need is that you go through the code once and you're able to understand what is happening in the code. And then, like, again, the more coding and the reading through other people's code you have done, the more skill you develop. So that also helps. That being said, most of the principles that you learn in DS Algo, for example, like we would solve a lot of problem on network flow, max flow. All of these were not utilized in the dev work, but like the process to get there, the process to understand all of these principles, they help because it got me to a position where I could write bug-free code. I could understand code quickly because I had just seen so much obfuscated code in the past.
Sure. So there is a question that how to deal with repetitive or the work which we don't like in project. I think you were fortunate enough to work on projects that were making an impact and probably you liked it, but many people are not at that situation. So how can they deal with that and learn alongside it?
Right. So yeah, that is again another another problem with a lot of work. I mean, and that happens with all kinds of organization. Even if you are studying at, let's say, or you're working at, let's say, Amazon, it is possible like there are certain teams that have very repetitive work, which might not give you enough opportunities to learn. I would say even in those cases, if your work is repetitive, the good thing is like your work isn't very challenging. You can finish your work quickly, and then focus the rest of your time to figure out what are the things you can do to upskill yourself, right? So, as I said, like learning. I mean, when we talk about, for example, high level design, not everybody gets to design components. Not everybody gets to architect these high traffic systems. If there are 100,000 developers, then probably 100 out of them get that opportunity. That being said, if you understand that, that makes your transition into an SD2 or SD3 or an architect faster than everybody else.
Okay. So there have been some people are asking what are some good books how to develop that growth mindset. Do you have any book recommendations for that?
Actually, there are a bunch of books. Somebody actually in the chat had posted the 80-20 thing. I actually, on the growth mindset, I have never read a book, but it's been more through my own personal experiences talking to people. That being said, there are books like 0 to 1. 0 to 1 is actually a very strange choice because it talks more about startups. But if you just read through the book, you'll understand like how the psyche is around growth most of the time, how compounding works. Even if I'm growing by 2%, 3% every day, that compounds to become a huge number over a period of time. So I mean, I'll actually research and then maybe suggest books. Right now, in my personal experience, I did not have to read a book. I just experienced that through people around me.
Okay, so there is a question that when to say that it is done with a company, when to quit a company. Is there any particular situation that happens that you just decide that nothing more is possible here? So when to quit?
Right. So if you're in a job and you're thinking of quitting, there are a few things that you should consider, right? So usually why people should stick around for more time in a company is because if you keep switching very often, you don't get to learn enough, because usually when you go and join a new company, it takes you about a month or two to get used to how things happen in that company. And for you to actually build something which has enough impact, it takes you about a year. But let's say you entered a company, you saw that, hey, actually, the culture is really bad. Usually, if you're in a situation where there's a lot of politics, and people who butter up their managers get promoted, other people do not get promoted in spite of the contribution that they're making, then it's probably not the right place for you. You should look at moving out. If you're going and talking to your manager about these things and how to progress forward, and the manager is dissing you, you're not willing to cooperate. Good organizations do not have those attributes. They look at investing in every single employee. They want to optimize for every single employee's growth. If you are at a place where people are willing to invest in your growth, then you should stay there, because even though today you might be in a project where you're not getting to learn a lot, it is possible when you talk to your manager and you express your concern, the manager might be able to draw a path for you where you move to a project where you might get to learn a lot.
Okay, so there's a doubt from a person who probably is shifting from a startup to a MNC. Says that in a startup, focus is on speed of coding and not much on code quality. And now suppose he is trying to shift to an MNC, will it be a problem because in MNCs there is a lot more focus on code? So is that a hindrance or is that a problem?
Yes, initially there will be. Initially, probably for the first 1 month or so, you'll see that there is so much more attention that is given to code quality, and you'll feel
Frustrated by it, because you wrote a code, you know it works. Now somebody is telling you to go and change that code. You did some changes to code. Some people came up with other suggestions. Then you change that as well, and there's just so much back and forth happening on the code reviews, which causes frustration. But believe me, it's just going to be there for about a month or two at max. Post that, you'll get into the habit of writing code that is structured, and that is actually good for you. I mean, like, understanding how to write code that is of very high quality, that is good for you. What is going to happen though is, like, depending on what team you end up at your MNC, the amount of impact that you were able to make at a startup versus the MNC, that might go down. But again, it's dependent. It's dependent on, like, which company you are at, which team you are at.
So there's a question on any advice to freshers on what to focus on early in the career, and an addition from my side, what not to focus as well early in the career.
Got it. By the way, today's session was primarily on things that you should focus on, what you should focus on and what not to focus on. For example, bad thing to focus on is Hindi में एक word होता है शोषा, which is just like how flashy a company is, but doesn't really focus on getting people the right amount of learning. For a fresher, I mean, I would always say you should optimize on learning. Maybe you join a company and you figure out that the company is not helping me learn a lot. So then you talk to people around, you figure out a path on how do you get to the learning path. But the first 2 or 3 years of your career, the first 2 or 3 years when you join a job, they are formative years. That's when you are experiencing software development in a real life production environment for the first time. And that's when you start forming opinions. That's when you start, I mean, imagine you're a baby and then, like, you're learning how to walk, how to run, how to stand. You want that the people who are teaching you those things are the best people, and the company where you're getting to learn all of this is best, and you're learning the right things, right? Like, you're optimizing for learning. A lot of times what happens is you go into a safe company, but in the first 3 years you don't end up learning enough, and then you see that there is a batchmate of yours who also has 3 years of experience, but that guy actually knows a lot more than I do, and then that's not a great state to be in.
Sure. So the next question is, what were the most challenging situations or tasks that you faced and were able to resolve in your professional life at Facebook or interview bit?
At interview bit, it was actually just dealing with people internally as well as externally. I mean, all of what I'm able to tell you today is my learning from the past. And I wish somebody had told me all of this before. All of this I had to try and do and fail and then learn, right? For example, the entire thing about the framework of giving feedbacks. I've been at the other side where I've given feedback to people harshly just because, I mean, when things don't happen, you get angry, right? And then you shout at somebody, or you give them a feedback in a very, very rude tone. And then you realize after introspecting that that maybe was not the right way of giving feedback. How do you handle, I mean, machines are easy to handle, humans are not. Humans have emotions, humans have aspirations. So managing people, that was one thing which was extremely challenging for me. uh, Two was, in general, even the growth mindset that people talk about. I remember there was a phase of 6 months even within Facebook when I couldn't focus on the right things. I would be focused on short term things. For example, let's say I am leading the reliability and latency team for Messenger. So there were occasions when I was focusing on slightly short term benefits, and I would just over optimize for that. I would spend a lot more time that was required versus not focusing on something which maybe required a month to do but would have much bigger impact. Maybe it would have reduced the error rate to 1/10 of what it was. So prioritizing the right thing is something again which it took me time to learn. Slowly I developed that. I remember an incident actually from my college days, from the competitive days, and I was reading through some of the messages, so I was able to see what changes have come. So in my competitive programming days, there was this coder called Triple M, who was a very, very helpful coder. That person would actually help out everybody who would approach them. I remember when I was just getting started. I just, like some of the other coders, had reached out to him for help and figuring out why my code was not working. And Triple M was again very busy man, so he did not reply. After a while, I again followed up. The person replied saying that he doesn't have time, and I wrote a very, very harsh and rude message to the person. It's now that I realize that maybe I mean, there is a better way of handling people. There's a better way of giving feedback. There's a better way of managing expectations. I mean, person was doing me a favor. Why should I be rude or harsh to the person? So these are things that you learn with time. My major learnings is handling people and prioritizing the right things, long term things other than short term things.
So a question is, what is the benefit of staying in a company for long period, even when you are not getting much hikes? Are there any benefits to stay? And what are the disadvantages of switching companies often?
If you switch companies often, then you usually, like, let's say if somebody comes and interviews at interview bit, I ask them what is the impact that they have made in the previous organizations. If you switch too often, you'll never have a good answer to that question because you haven't stayed at a company long enough to change a lot of things. You cannot say that, hey, actually I worked at, let's say, Grofers for a while and I was able to increase their order volume by 20%, or I was able to increase the number of people visiting the site by 10% by the changes that I did, or I made the site faster by 20%. Right? You'll never be able to say that because you've never spent enough time understanding what is happening within. And Grofers is just an example, guys. Please do not quote me there. I just took a random example. So you never spend enough time within Grofers to understand how things are working there and change things for the better. But if you spend enough time, then you're able to create these impacts, and then you're able to talk about them when you go outside, right? It is okay if you're not getting hike initially, but if you know a lot more than somebody else who might be at a higher salary, then salaries would auto adjust themselves. As I said, like, capability is the best job guarantee. Your current position is not. There are CEOs that keep getting fired here and there. There are CTOs that keep getting fired here and there. If they know the right things, if they are actually the best capable people out there, then they get rehired. Otherwise, they go out of job. You don't want to be the person who goes out of job.
So a question is, how often should you ask feedback from your managers? Is there, I mean, like, whenever you want or anything like that?
So I usually had the framework of I had set a one-on-one with my manager to happen, a formal one-on-one every 2 weeks. So every 2 weeks, I had reserved this 30-minute slot on my manager's calendar where I would make sure that I talk to my manager for 30 minutes. And the theme of that was talk to me about things that I'm doing well, talk to me about things where I need improvement. And again, like re-stressing on the fact, look, I want to move to the next level. What should I be doing? What am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? Tell me what else should I be doing? So the whole reason why you want to do this is because you never want last minute surprises. You might believe that I am performing really well. You do not want that at the end of the year or in 6 months, whatever is the frequency of review, your manager comes and says, hey, actually, you were a bad performer. You don't want that happening. You want your reviews to be as surpriseless as possible. Whatever the review, you knew it was coming because you've been talking about that for the last, every 2 weeks anyhow.
Okay, so let us take the last question for the day before we end. So, do you suggest a depth-first methodology to learn, basically go into depth of each topic, system design, a programming language, even data structures and algorithms, or a breadth-first approach is better? I mean, like have a high-level overview of multiple topics, but being master of none.
Actually, there are both kinds of engineers, and both end up doing well. There are people who specialize in something, in the sense that there are some people who become, let's say, a data engineer, or a systems engineer, or if, well, even within front end engineering, like specific on a certain tech stack. And at the same time, there are engineers who you would call as generalist. Both are in demand. Both are good positions to be in. But do whatever you're doing, either depth first search or breadth first search, really well. I mean, it's don't go half-hearted at any of those. Even within breadth first search, there's one caveat: make sure you know enough. Do not. I mean, there's a phrase in general when explaining things which is called hand waving. Hand waving means that you know of certain terms, certain fancy terms, and whenever somebody asks you a question, you use those fancy terms to explain without really understanding what is happening beneath. So if you know less, that is okay, but whatever you know, you should have very solid knowledge on it. Always question what is happening, and never have superficial knowledge where you're just hand waving. Even within breadth first, you need to manage that too. So both approaches are fine, as long as you're not doing hand waving in any of those approaches.
Sure. Thanks a lot for taking out your time today. I know it's a weekend and still you took a time. Thanks a lot. So thank you guys for listening to us. We will be posting the books and the other resources in the comments soon. And yeah, have a good night and enjoy. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you
Sure.
so much. Thank you so much, guys, for being patient with me and bearing with me through this session.
Definitely, the advices that you gave today will definitely help me in my career as well, and hopefully to the listeners who all saw this video. Thanks again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anshuman, and I'm going to be hosting the session today, which is around how to switch from service companies to product companies. Now, before I begin, let me lay out of what we'll cover today. One is obviously just some introduction about me, some introduction about what service companies and product companies are. And the third piece is what are the steps to get there, and just doing a little bit of deep dive there. We will also reserve some time in today's session to take questions from all of you and answer those questions in the best of my capacity. All right, so without further ado, let me get started. My name is Anshuman Singh. I am one of the co-founders at Scalar Academy, and I'm a software engineer myself. I was with Facebook when I started my career. I was the lead for the team that was building Facebook Messenger. And later on, I helped set up the Facebook London office along with a few other engineers, which was the first engineering office for Facebook outside of the United States. That's my introduction. And post that, I've been running InterviewBit and Scalar Academy. Both have gotten to talk to like thousands of people now, thousands of students now, and therefore have a few learnings from there, which I would love to share with you, all of you guys. Now, before we get started with the session, let me first define what service companies are and what product companies are, and why even look at a switch from a service company to product company. So service companies are companies where they would go and get projects from other companies that don't have enough software engineering capacity and they would execute the project on that client client company's behalf. So for example, let's say I am a TCS, data consultancy service, or an Infosys, or a Wipro, or Cognizant. I am a service company. I would go and fetch a project, imagine from, let's say, Indian government. And let's say Indian government wants to get a particular website built. For example, we recently had COVID vaccination. Hypothetically, imagine Indian government wanted a COVID vaccination website built. So then that TCS, for example, takes that project and goes ahead and tries to implement that on the behalf of the Indian government. So that's what service companies do. Product companies are companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Flipkart, Myntra, Google, who would build products right for the end audience. Now, the end audience could be a consumer like you and me, or the end audience could also be another company. For example, Slack is a messaging tool which is used by companies, B2B. Businesses use Slack, and therefore businesses are the consumers. There's slight differences in the kind of working style of service companies and product companies, and there is a decent amount of difference in the pay scale across service and product companies. What you would find is that service companies focus a lot on your tech stack. They focus on what programming languages do you know, what is your years of experience with that particular tech stack. So for example, a Java 4-year experienced person would be paid lesser than a Java 7 years experienced person. Or let's say you define as a .NET developer, or you defined as a React.js developer, or let's say a Python developer, etc. So you tie to your tech stack, and it's not the fault of service companies. It's just the nature of the business. When they go to a client, the client would check with them, hey, look, my project is in Java. How many Java engineers do you have? I need these many senior Java engineers, these many junior Java engineers. On the contrary, product companies focus more on getting something delivered. So for example, if a big billion sale is coming up in Flipkart, then they would want a certain set of features built, or a certain set of infrastructure in place to make sure the site does not go down. And that is what you deliver. Your tech stack does not matter. What matters is, can you quickly learn and then build something? Building capacity matters. Your tech stack is considered as a tool, and therefore that does not matter. So some fundamental differences there. In terms of pay scale, at least in India, there is a lot of difference in pay scales across service and product companies. Again, like, not all service companies are equal, not all product companies are equal. But if you look at maybe 75 percentile salary in product companies versus 75 percentile salary in service companies, typically there is approximately 4 to 5x increase when you look at salaries in product companies. And I'm taking example of companies like Amazon, etc., which pay a little on the higher side. Most, in fact, like startups that you find, new age startups, new unicorns that you see in news daily, they are all product companies, and they usually pay a lot on the higher side. So now, whether you should move to a product company or not, that's very dependent, or it's a personal choice. That being said, if you are currently in a service company, moving to the product companies is not just as simple as interviewing at that company. There is a lot of learning to happen before you can make the move. So I'm going to talk about those steps. If at all you're somebody who aspires to move from a service to product company, what are the steps you should take? I would talk in today's session about that. All right. Okay. Awesome. Glad to see all of you here. Glad to see everybody here. Okay. Awesome. So let's start with steps. And I'm going to be scribbling a lot on my iPad when I talk about these steps. Following is what I have seen to work. One is, whenever you start any new journey that is going to take a lot of time, the first step usually is, and this is a little softer aspect, but the first step is believing that something is feasible. One of the things that I usually notice, a lot of times, a lot of us are very underconfident, and then we give up very easily. Note that when you take up this journey, it is going to take you time. It's not going to happen in a month. It's not going to happen in 2 months. This is probably a 6 months or a year-long journey. It is going to take time. Give yourself that space. Understand that this will take hard work. Believe that it is possible. The first step is usually believing. So believe it is possible, and then the real journey starts. The second step is understanding what should you learn to be at a product company. So I'm going to talk about, in general, and this is more or less, I would say, the curriculum for a software developer in general. So I'll talk about like the curriculum to get into product companies in some detail, and I will talk about that in context of two things. Is it relevant for interviews? Is it relevant for your job performance? Because when you look at switching to a product company, it is not only okay to prepare for interviews. You also have to make sure when you do get into those product companies, you're able to perform really, really well after being at that company, right? So I'm going to cover both aspects. So let me actually create a 3-column thing here. So imagine I have topics and the relevance of those topics for interviews. And please don't mind my handwriting. I'm very, very bad at handwriting. And the relevance of the same thing for job performance. The first thing that is important, and this is something you would have heard a lot of times now, is what a lot of people call as DSA plus problem solving. I'll just talk about what this is. So DSA expands to what is called as data structures and algorithms. Think of data structures and algorithms as recipes of solving complex problems in the computer science space. And these problems could be problems that you would probably be able to solve immediately in less than an hour by writing code, or these could be problems that would take you a few days to solve. Both kinds of problems exist. In these, there is a big debate on the internet whether data structures and algorithm actually helps you with your job performance or not. But before I get into the job performance, let me first talk about whether this is important for interviews or not. Data structures algorithm is actually very important for all levels of interviews in product companies. So if you have, let's say, 5 years of experience, 10 years of experience, 15 years of experience, does not matter, irrespective of the levels, as long as you're an individual contributor or you are a young manager in software engineering, most probably you will have at least a few rounds on data structures and algorithms. Even if you are a data scientist or a data engineer, chances are your first couple of rounds are going to be on data structures and algorithms. So this is across all levels. And the more junior you are, the more stress would be on data structures and algorithms. So all levels, SDE 1 plus all levels, this is important, and this is fairly important, very, very important. There are some companies that probably only test on this. For example, a company like Google tests majorly 90% plus only on data structures and algorithms. A company like Amazon would have probably 70-80% focus on data structures and algorithms. So there is a heavy focus on data structures and algorithms. Now the question is, how does this actually help me in my job performance? You'll find that most of the time you don't solve problems as complex as is required to be really, really good at DSA or problem solving. However, there are ways in which it actually helps you with your job performance as well. One of the things is, if you solve a lot of problems on DSA, if you practice a lot of problems on DSA, one of the things that starts to happen in some time is that your coding accuracy becomes better. You'll write code and that code would probably compile and run in the first go. It takes time, but it starts to happen after a while. And why is that important? That is important because if you look at a software engineer typically spends X amount of time writing the code, but 10X amount of time debugging and testing that code. Now, if your coding accuracy is very high, then the amount of time you spend on testing the code or debugging the code, that goes down because number of iterations you have to do, that reduces. So there is an indirect effect. One is your coding accuracy increases, and that in turn actually increases your productivity. So your productivity, or the amount of actual code you can deploy in the same amount of time, that increases. The second thing that actually does is that, yes, 95% of the time you might not face problem statements that would use DSA, but 5% of the time you would. And how you perform during those 5% of the times, that determines the performance of whatever you're building, how much of infrastructural cost what your code takes, and that defines whether you are a good engineer or a great engineer. So there is some level of relevance to job performance as well. But this is basically good versus great. There is some level of impact there. Apart from this, Now, this is the second topic that I'm going to discuss. This is not very important for interviews, but it is important for you to, if you're thinking about your career as a software engineer, if you're thinking about your career being a 40-year-long journey. I mean, most of us probably graduate from college around 20, 21, 22, 23 years or so. And then we'll retire around 60 years if you don't already become too rich to work. Then it's approximately a 40-year journey, right? So if you look at software engineering as a 40-year journey, one of the base of the pyramid of your journey of your software engineering is computer science fundamentals, CS fundamentals. Now, CS fundamentals are stuff around operating system. How does memory management in operating system work? How does your operating system handle various things, right? And this is, if you're going to work at any large scale company, you'll be working on remote servers, distributed systems, where your code will be running on some machine. When your code goes slow, or when, let's say, your application starts running slow, just understanding why it is going slow will only happen if you understand how your operating systems work. Very similarly, databases, chances are you will be definitely working with a bunch of databases in your life cycle as a software engineer. Be it irrespective, if you're a front-end engineer, back-end engineer, full-stack engineer, you will be interacting with databases, and therefore it's important to understand how databases work. And networking, again, across all kinds of engineers, networking is equally important. I mean, just telling you privately, I got a D grade in networking in my college, so which was the worst grade possible, apart from not failing. And then I felt the gap when I did my first job with Facebook. The first year, therefore, I spent additional amount of time learning things around networking. So very, very important for job performance, and it will help you all throughout your career. Not so important for interviews. Might be important for entry level interviews. For example, if you're just a college graduate right now and then you're going for a product company interview, then it might be important, but otherwise not so much. Then the next segment I'm going to talk about is for people who actually have more than 1 year of experience working in service company. Now, if they are looking to move to a product company, apart from these two, there are two other aspects as well. There's an entire field of software design, which broadly is in two categories. There is low-level design, which is, by the way, also called as OOPS-based design, object-oriented programming principles-based design. And the second part is high-level design or system design, is again something that you might have heard of multiple times. I'll very quickly describe what those are as well. So low-level design is the art of structuring your code in a way where it is easily extendable. You can add features, remove features, you can add columns, remove columns, add data, remove data, without having to modify your code drastically. A code which is not written following the right design patterns or the right architecture, right schema, becomes unmaintainable over a period of time. And that is in the field of tech termed as tech debt. When you're building things, usually, I mean, the least of concerns is how am I structuring my code. But if you are building code for which will run for the next 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, following the right design patterns becomes very, very important. Just to take an example, imagine you join Facebook, and when you go to Facebook, you find that there is only one file which has tens of millions of lines of code. It will become almost impossible for you to understand that entire code base. It will become almost impossible for you to figure out what to do if you have to fix a bug, something as simple as fixing a bug. Making sure that things are very modular in intuitive locations, making sure that when Facebook adds a feature, then they don't have to rewrite the entire thing. For example, in messages now, if you have to add a scene icon, you don't have to rewrite the entire thing. You just make very little changes, and then that new feature also gets added. Or if tomorrow I want to remove few attributes, that happens very quickly. That entire field is very well researched, and that field is called low-level design or OOPS design. So design patterns are important. If you are somebody who has more than a year of experience, 1+ years of experience, chances are you will be tested on low-level design. Some companies do, some companies don't, but most companies would test you on low-level design. The more your experience, the higher the importance of all design topics. So this becomes very important for people with more than a year of experience. I believe this is very important for all engineers for job performance. Irrespective of your experience, this is important for every engineer. So for job performance, I at least rate it as very, very important. It helps you just adopt easily. The second part of design is high-level design or system design. Now, before I explain what system design is, let me maybe talk about what kind of modes you build your projects in college. In college, you would typically build a project which works on your own laptop, right? Like you have this one machine where things are running. But in the world, there are a lot of applications that run at very, very high scale. For example, if you look at Facebook Messenger, imagine if it did about 50 billion messages being sent every day. Let's say daily there are 50 billion messages being sent. And imagine the size of every message is 500 bytes on average. And this includes not just the message text, but also, let's say, who is the message coming from, who is the message going to, what is the message ID, etc. So some other fields as well. Now, if you multiply these two items, what you'll find is this is approximately 25 terabyte. This is the amount of information being generated in one single day on your Messenger app. 25 terabyte, let that sink in, right? So 25, if you have a very, very high-end machine today, your machine would have a hard disk of size 1 terabyte. It would take 25 machines like yours to store this information. And just storing the information is not enough. You also want to be able to read that information in a particular format. For example, a Kunal might come and say, hey, give me my most recent 5 conversations. Or for my conversation with Rohit, give me my most recent 10 messages. Or by the way, I'm searching for this term coaxing. Show me where all have I used coaxing in all of my conversations. So searching in those conversations is also important. When you start dealing with that scale, where now you can't run a project on one machine, but I mean, the scale is where you have to add like 25 new machines almost every day, then what you enter into the world of distributed systems. You just don't have one machine, but there are so many machines that sort of handle the entire load. And there a bunch of things come into the picture, right? Now if I'm storing so much of information across machines, where should the information for a particular user go? How do I make sure that when a user asks for their message, it is fetched as soon as possible? So, I mean, how do I cache? How do I shard information, which is split information across these machines? And then like if there are certain jobs to be scheduled, what kind of messaging queues, etc. I mean, so there are distributed file systems as well. How do those work? The entire study of all of these components, so that your distributed system, your architecture doesn't break at very, very high scale as well. That field is called system design. If you look at, for example, engineering blogs from Uber or Facebook or Twitter, you'll see a lot of these architectural design being discussed there. It is very important for senior engineers, especially somebody who is either SDE 2 or higher. There, this becomes an important component for your movement up the ladder. This is not the only component, but this is a very, very important component for your movement up the ladder. In interviews as well, if you have more than 3 years of experience, chances are you will be grilled on high-level design or system design as well. And then then the last piece, and since we're discussing the software engineering curriculum for product, is putting all of this together to implement projects. Projects could be backend heavy, projects could be front end heavy, projects could be full stack or backend only, completely up to you. But you actually have to put it in the form of projects at the end so that you can see all of this in action. And all of these, by the way, any learning in software engineering cannot happen just by consuming only content. You have to practice, you have to write code, you have to consistently write a lot of code to be able to internalize whatever you learn. So those are the topics that are important if you aspire to get into any product company. This is an exhaustive list of what even the interviews would focus on. Interviews would focus on data structures, algorithm, and problem solving. So you'll have a few coding rounds. They will focus on, if you're senior, then they'll start focusing on low-level design, high-level design, and then maybe a round on your previous work, which is not to judge you on like how complicated work you did, but rather your understanding of ownership, your understanding of what you built, and being aware of the decisions that were taken in the product, why those decisions were taken. So that's the entire curriculum, more or less. Now, there's some nuances with respect to roles. Right? For example, imagine I'm going and interviewing for an engineering manager position, entry-level engineering manager position. Now, some of this would be relevant, but apart from all of this, there is also aspects around team building, managing performance of my reportees, making sure my team is productive. There are those aspects as well. Very similarly, imagine I'm a front-end developer. Now, for a front-end developer, yes, DSA is still important. Yes, CS fundamentals are still important. Maybe for interview, a low-level design is very important. High-level design from web architectural standpoint is important. So high-level design is not only everything that happens after the load balancer inside your backend, but it is also what happens on the web stack. For example, how do you cache the multimedia files on CDNs? How do CDNs work? How does in-browser caching work? How do you compress certain amount of data? How is, for example, everything that you see today in front of you is basically your browser rendering a DOM structure, right? So how does that work? What happens when you type google.com in your browser and press enter? Understanding that from byte to byte, all of that information, that is important for a front-end developer. So there are those nuances based on one role to the other, but remains more or less common. Now, making clear this is not relevant. All of this is probably not relevant if you intend to get into, let's say, a manual QA role at product companies, or you intend to get into DevOps or SRE role in some companies. Some companies will still test for basic coding skills, but some companies might not require you to know DSA, for example. There are other adjacent fields as well. Maybe I'm missing some which might also not require this. So this is the learning part. This is what you learn to be actually become a more well-rounded software developer, which helps you not only crack interviews, but also go and perform well wherever you go. The second part then is, and this is again a query which I keep hearing from a lot of you, is how do I get those job opportunities? How do I even get interviews? So let's say I have prepared, then what do I do to get those interviews? One is, there are a bunch of these job websites you should check out. For example, and these are new age job websites like InstaHire, there is Top Hire, there is Angel List. Usually, if you have done a decent job at preparing your resume, and if you are applying to relevant opportunities, posting personal messages of why you are relevant, most probably you might end up getting a call, irrespective of your service background. And the call means, you get an opportunity to give a test, which might be a written test, but that's enough, right? Like if you're able to learn the right things, then you might be able to do well in the test, and that gets you an entry into interviews, and then interviews lead to an offer. Apart from this, the other thing that might work is maybe approaching relevant people on LinkedIn, people who you feel might be recruiters, people who you feel might be hiring managers, and telling them why you are fit for, let's say, an opening. And there again, like, make sure you're not only applying at, for example, some people are fixated on just getting into Google, and then Google is the only destination, they're only applying at Google. You have to look at like companies, the kind of work they're doing. A lot of companies are doing very interesting work, so maybe try approaching some unconventional companies as well. Try to talk to their hiring managers, explain why you are a great fit, and then maybe you then get interviewed. So the second thing is LinkedIn, approaching people there. And the third thing is, in general, while all of these are channels, and there are, job sites as well, you should go and apply on their career website. Apart from this, one of the prerequisite also is maybe work a little bit on your resume as well. Talk more about what kind of projects have you built. Maybe if they are available for the public to see, post a link about your project. Talk about the impact of the work that you did, instead of saying that I wrote these many lines of code. Maybe mention, if at all there are some achievements to be mentioned, please do mention that. Those always help you stand out. So that's more or less a very, very quick walkthrough of the why of switching from service to product company, and the how of switching from service to a product company. Now, what I would do is, I see a bunch of questions in front of me. I'm going to take those questions one by one, and I'll answer those questions. If you have any questions, please do feel free to post that in the comments. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to cover all questions, but I'm going to pick some of these questions and try to answer. All right. So the first question is from Shobha, which is, I have nearly 9 months of experience in service-based company. I want to switch to product-based company. I am learning DSA now and solving them, but my problem is I'm not able to solve medium problems. So Shobha, to be honest, it's a gradual process. So don't be disheartened if you're not able to solve medium level or hard level problems immediately. It's okay. In fact, initially it takes you a lot of time to actually solve certain problems as well. What you should make sure is that you are following a structure instead of going randomly to random kind of problems and trying to solve that. Follow a structure, because data structures and algorithms is also fairly wide, very, very wide, right? Like, for example, if I say, hey, look, there is going to be one round in the interview that will test you on mathematics. Mathematics is such a vast field. I can't possibly prepare everything around mathematics. But like, there are certain topics that are relevant. They are in increasing order of difficulty. They have dependencies with other topics. If you follow a structured path, then the journey becomes easier for you instead of just going in random patterns. And give yourself some time. It's okay. Initially, it takes time, but over a period of time, you'll start to catch up. Cool. Let's maybe look at the next problem statement, which is from Subbu, which is, I have more than 5 years of experience in Spring Boot and microservices. I'm planning to move to product base. Half of the question is actually in a different comment, which is, what is the possibility if I take Scalar course? So I did not talk about Scalar course in today's session. Maybe I can give a very small gist. So all of what I talked about in the topics list, everything is also covered in Scalar Academy as a course, where we do regular live classes, where a teacher comes and teaches you in a class where you can ask doubts. Teachers are people like me. I'm, for example, a teacher at Scalar Academy. And apart from that, then there is a community, because there are a bunch of people learning with you. So there is a lot of peer-to-peer interaction. There are TAs that help you with your assignments and homework. Every single student gets a one-on-one mentor to sort of help guide them. So just to answer your question very quickly, Scalar is going to give you a very structured path. It is going to give you a lot of support to learn all of this. At the end of the day, it has to be you learning those things. We will make sure that you're spending your effort, whatever number of hours of effort you're spending in a day, you're spending those effort in the right direction, and you're not getting stuck. If you're getting stuck, there are people to help you. That's our responsibility. A lot of effort, hard work, etc., will still be your responsibility. Okay, let's look at the next question. The question is, there is no name, but the question is, if I am from a tier 3 company with 4 years of experience, will they ask HLD, or can I tell them to take on LLD? So usually the rounds are defined with respect to a role. Imagine I'm applying for a SDE1 role. Now there, depending on whether I am a fresher or I have some amount of experience, I might be mapped to a entry-level SDE role or slightly higher SDE1 role. All SDE1s are also not equal. Depending on that, there is already a definition at most companies of what rounds are they going to have. For example, and Amazon might say that, hey, look, I mean, for all SDE1s or maybe higher SDE1s, we have most rounds that are data structures heavy, and maybe one round where there will be some discussion on low-level design. There is not going to be any rounds on high-level design. In that case, they will not ask you a high-level design. That being said, rarely does it happen that you tell them, hey, look, I'm not comfortable with high-level design. Please swap this round for a low-level design. That rarely happens. Companies have some defined processes. They try to judge people on that. Just adding one more fact there. So a lot of new age Indian startups, for example, companies like Flipkart, Udaan, they also do one round, which is called as machine coding round. It's termed as machine coding round. And this also, by the way, happens for almost all levels, where they give you a problem statement, which is more of a project style problem statement. For example, one of the problem statement could be, hey, I've given you this API, using which, if you give it a city and a date, it will fetch you the weather information for that date. So build a weather app using this API, which again, like, fetches me a bunch of information, maybe for forecast for the next 7 days, etc., on one single app, which is something you build just in an hour and a half. And then the interviewer has discussion with you, discussing why you chose a particular low-level design, why you chose a particular class structure, why is, let's say, this object not inherited from that object, etc. So that kind of discussion happens. There is one more question, which is a suggestion. Actually, it's less of a question, it's more of a suggestion. is it would be great if Scalar also focuses on front-end content. Your backend content is great, but not all people want to go into backend. Congrats on getting Arnav into your team. He's a great mentor. Thank you. Arnav is a great addition to the team. We're just much stronger with him and there with us. That being said, the curriculum is not really backend only. In the curriculum, if you see, let me actually mark the pieces that are relevant for a front-end developer as well. And I'm talking about, again, like front-end developers that aspire to work at great product companies. DSA and problem solving is still important for them. CS fundamentals are still important for them. Low-level design is still important for them. In high-level design, there is web architecture, which is super relevant and important for them. Maybe there are certain storage-related material which is not relevant for them. And then in the projects within Scalar Academy, at least, there is a split. Either you can do a backend project or you can do a full stack project. Full stack is actually very, very front-end heavy. Here, there are classes on functional programming. There are classes on core JavaScript, React.js, and then you build something using React.js, one basic project and one more capstone, larger scale project. So we do focus on front-end. In fact, there are a bunch of people who have graduated from Scalar Academy who are now in senior or very senior front-end roles at different companies. Shobha has another question, which is within next year, I want to crack product based. In that case, what all should I cover, LLD or HLD? Please clear me. Now, my current experience as service-based company is 9 months. So if you have only 9 months of experience, I wouldn't recommend that go very heavy on high-level design. That's probably overkill. The most important bit for you is polishing your problem-solving skills, polishing your coding skills, getting great with DSA, and maybe then some amount of low-level design. Projects are still important. Build something that you can showcase. That is just application of what you know. This next question is from Dhaval, which is, do we need to prepare for our tech/tool we worked upon as in technology specific to data engineering, data scientists, or for example, big data related framework technology apart from DSA, HLD, LLD? So if you are from a different domain, yes, there is typically one round which is specific to your domain. So for example, let's say I am a data engineer and I work very closely with Hive, then there is going to be one round where my previous work would be discussed. It will be discussed what role I had to play. And for the technologies that I was working with, I would be questioned on those technologies. This is not to say that you should be aware of all technologies, but rather just checking that whatever work you were doing on a day-to-day basis, were you actually really, really deeply involved or not? People who are passionate about their work, they understand not just the code they write, but everything around it as well. So that's what most interviews want or are checking for in those rounds. There is another question which is from Mayank, which is as of now I have 5 years of experience, but I only know SQL and Tableau tools. So how to move to product-based company? Mayank, from what I understand, you currently might be in analytics heavy role. In that case, there are 2 tracks, right? Like you can switch to a product company in an analytics role. And in that case, all of what I mentioned is probably not as relevant. Data scientist, yes, still relevant, but data analytics or business analytics or product analytics might not be, you might not be a great coder. That's still okay. So that could be probably the way to look at the switch. And then maybe then internally you switch into a software engineering role if you find that exciting. It is important to not only be swayed by what I'm telling you here. It is also important to keep your interests in mind when you make these decisions. What do you really, really love doing? If you love software engineering, sure, go for it. But in case you want to learn, Mayank, so what I would suggest is maybe the first step is you pick up one programming language. I'm sure like Python or R might be closest. So pick that up. Start to maybe solve or start writing some code, some scripts in Python that will start to get you a little acquainted. And then there are a bunch of these websites which I can refer to. Maybe start solving problems there. For example, InterviewBit is a free website. We should probably check it out. LeetCode, InterviewBit, Geeks for Geeks. You should check those websites out. You should start solving some problems there. Another question, which is, in Scalar, are there additional classes for tech stack used in backend projects? For example, Node.js, TypeScript, Spring Boot, etc. Yes, there are. So when you enter the project mode here, as you can see on my screen, you have an option. There's an option that is given to you to either specialize in backend or full stack. If, for example, you specialize in backend, then I mean, you can choose between backend technology. For example, Spring Boot you can choose, and there will be Spring Boot specific classes, and then you build projects, and there will be some amount of review there. Or for example, if you pick full stack, and in full stack you say that, hey, look, I'm going to build something on one tech stack, which is React.js and Node.js, then sure, I mean, there will be React.js and Node.js specific classes. There's another question, which is, should I just learn front-end and crack the companies, or is it good to have both front-end and back-end for product-based? Because I see front-end role in LinkedIn. Oh, I mean, being a front-end engineer is great. There is no foundation whatsoever to say that I have to pick up another tech stack or another language. If you're good in front-end, if you know JavaScript, if using JavaScript, you can solve all kinds of problems. You understand how libraries would work inside. I mean, I would strongly advise continue in the front-end domain. Very, very highly qualified front-end engineers are very, very rare to find, and therefore very, very highly paid. So nothing wrong whatsoever in just continuing specializing in front-end. Just be a great front-end engineer. By the way, like, great front-end engineers still are good with DSA, so we can't skip that. They're still good with LLD. You can't skip that. There is another question, which is, how difficult is it for someone in front end with 10 plus years of experience to get good tech company? Can you throw some info on that? Do companies judge you based on your current experience too? So to be honest, as I said, like, good front end engineers are still a lot in demand because there are so very few of them. So I mean, it is completely possible to switch in a senior front end engineering role in a product company. Very, very feasible. The place where most front end engineers fail is that the first few rounds will still test you on your problem solving skills, on your data structure skills, and most front end engineers never even touch that. They believe that's probably not for us, and that's where probably the gap is. If you can bridge that, and if you are good with OOPS design, if you're good with LLD, and you've done some bit of work in the past, you can talk about the work that you've done for the last 10 years, where like you can show that you've taken ownership. That's more than enough. There is another question, which is from Harshita, which is, I'm working as a software engineer with 2.9 years in an automotive company. I was interviewed at Amazon 6 months back for SD1. Unfortunately, I couldn't crack it. I was not asked system design, but moving on further, should I concentrate on system design as I'm close to 3 years in a couple of months? So Harshita, like, maybe when you interviewed, it depends very, very heavily on what kind of role, what seniority of the role. So if at all they did not test you on LLD or HLD, anything 6 months back, chances are they might not again. That being said, usually rejections happen at various rounds. So for example, let's say I am an engineer. I might have done well in my coding test, and then I got interviewed for 2 rounds, and then let's say for whatever reason I got rejected. Maybe if I did well in those 2 rounds, then I went through maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. I mean, because there typically are 4 or 5 rounds that you have to clear to be into Amazon. So maybe LLD might have still been there. Maybe just you might not have reached there. I would say, if I was you, I would focus on DSA specific preparation. I would focus still on LLD because you don't know, you might still face it. And I would still focus on being able to talk about my previous work in depth. Your current domain, as in, like, if you're a software engineer, even if you're working for an automotive company, that does not matter. That's okay. Most product companies don't care about domains. E-commerce companies very readily hire from all kinds of domain, be it automotive, be it ed tech, be it fintech, everywhere. I mean, it's just quality of engineers that is important. There's another question from Swapnil, which is academic matters for joining product-based companies with industry skills? So more and more with time, companies are doing away with let's say your pedigree, and they focus more on skills. So it doesn't matter you come from a tier 3 college or a tier 3 company, as long as you're capable, as long as you're great with, again, some of what I discussed today, as long as you're a great software engineer, most product companies are happy hiring. And why wouldn't they? Because usually people who come from those kind of backgrounds, if, for example, I have seen that if we take a bet on those kind of engineers, they just are more hardworking because they have a point to prove. So it is always, I mean, it's finding diamond in rough, but if you can find somebody like that, it's always has its return. So companies are very okay looking at people without pedigree as well, as long as you're great at what you do. Anil has a question, which is, do we need to learn C++, Java for backend engineering job? I have background in Python and JavaScript. Will it be enough? Again, the tech stack does not matter. So service companies would look at a specific tech stack. Most product companies don't. Some product companies still do. For example, if you look at most banks look for a Java background because most of their code currently is in Java. And then they are rigid on that aspect. But like a lot of, again, new age e-commerce companies, tech companies, fintech companies, they don't care about what tech stack. They're okay as, I mean, you could be great with Python, you could be great with Ruby, you could be great with C#, as long as you're great at problem solving, as long as you've done some interesting work in the past, as long as you can do LLD, HLD. I mean, a lot of companies would be happy to hire you. Don't need to switch your tech stack. I mean, that's something I would not recommend. In general, one of the things is like, be prepared that once you enter a product company, you might be allocated different teams, and different teams would have different tech stack. For example, when I went to Facebook, I was primarily a C++ coder. The first team I was assigned to was working primarily in PHP. So I learned PHP, I wrote a bunch of code in PHP. Within 6 months, I moved to a different team that was heavy on Java. Again, Java I had never worked on. I learned Java, I started contributing in Java. And then another team which was in Python. So you have to become somebody who is good with learning a new language, and you'll realize that if you understand one language in depth, all other languages are very similar. They have almost one-on-one correlation with patterns. The only difference is that when you go to a functional programming language like JavaScript or Lisp, then there is some difficulty initially to understand that language. But all procedural programming languages like C++, Java, Python, Ruby, they're very similar in nature. There is another question, which is from Dinesh. I'm a MERN stack developer. I'm a fresher, which is 2021 pass out. I'll be joining a service-based company within 2 to 3 months. How can I go for a product-based company? Dinesh, I mean, the answer is very simple. As I said, the how is 2 parts. One is learning the required topics. In your case, since you're a fresher, data structures algorithms is important. Having one project, I mean, since you are a MERN stack developer, I'm sure you would have a project that you would have the code base on GitHub, or host that project on a Heroku app or AWS so that anybody can access your website, and then go through the quality. So project and DSA, those are 2 most important aspects. As long as you know that, the second step is applying to companies. But again, like, very, very important that you are prepared, right? When you do get that opportunity at a company where you would want to go and work, you want to make that opportunity count. And that comes from learning the right thing. So please do judge yourself well on where you stand with respect to these 2 topics. Okay, there are 2 questions from Nikhil and Harsh. I'm going to take one of them. They're very, very similar in nature. The question is it possible to switch from QA to development? If yes, how Scalar will help me? Let me first answer the question without Scalar, right? So switches from QA to development happen all the time. It isn't that if you started your career as a QA developer, then you're stuck there. A lot of people move into dev heavy roles if they like dev heavy roles. And QA, by the way, is also a very wide term. It refers to, there's manual QA, there's automation QA. There are people who are called as SDEs, who are actually developers. They just build infrastructure for testing. So I'm assuming you mean either a manual QA or an automation QA, because SDET is almost already an engineer. So the switches from QA to development happen all the time. The thing I would suggest, if you were asking me as for my advice, would be, 1, show that you have intent to move to development. How do you do that? You build a personal project on your own time. You host it at a place where anybody can see your source code. They can also go and check out your website to see the quality of the work that you've done. 2 is the topics I have mentioned today, which is practice on data structures algorithm. Get really, really good at coding, and like study some bits about CS fundamentals, LLD, HLD, if you can find time to do so. And then, sure, I mean, you might have to knock multiple doors. You might have to apply at maybe 10 different companies to get one call. But that one call is all that matters. You don't have to succeed multiple times. You have to do the switch once from QA to development. So there's another question which is, should a 5-year experienced person look for SDE 2, or is it fine if we go for SDE 1 also for product based? So I would say like the leveling, you can leave it to the companies. Companies would figure out like what level do you fit at. For example, even if I'm interviewing you for an SDE 2 position, and I find you very strong on SDE 1 aspects, but maybe not so strong on SDE 2 aspects, usually there is an SDE 1 hire call that is made in such a case, in case there are positions available on SDE 1. And vice versa. If I started interviewing you for an SDE 1 role, but I felt through the interview process that you're actually maybe a better fit for SDE 2, the other way also happens in a lot of cases. So don't worry about that. I mean, worst cases, you probably get hired a level below. You should have been hired as an SDE 2, you get hired as an SDE 1. That will correct itself in a year or so. And I mean, you just get more chance to get familiar with this new organization. That is the worst case, which is not such a bad worst case. Ujjwal has another question, which is, what if someone is not getting the relevant system design experience in their current company? Ujjwal, then you are in the same bucket as 99% of the engineers. Unfortunately, there's only very, very little amount of work that gets you the real relevant system design experience. Most people don't. What is important, however, is that you shouldn't let that dictate your current learning levels. You should still strive to learn more. I mean, if you're not going through a structured course, what I would advise is that a lot of companies, high scale companies, have blogs, engineering blogs, where they talk about certain architectural decisions that they took. So do that. Maybe pick certain problems, or let's say, like, imagine you are designing a Twitter or a Facebook. Maybe try to design that yourself and get it reviewed by somebody senior in your team. They might be able to point out where you're making a mistake. So to be honest, again, like, you're in the same boat as 99% of the software engineers. Not everybody gets to work on very high scale, which is fine, but don't let that hinder your learning. Okay, there's one more question from Manpreet, which is, could you please explain how Scalar helps mobile developers? So Manpreet, like, we don't have a special track for mobile developers. That being said, there is a lot of overlap. For example, an Android engineer would again still be grilled on data structures, algorithm, problem solving, low level design. These topics still remain relevant for a mobile engineer too, because a lot of mobile engineers also keep switching back and forth. However, this is not enough. For a mobile engineer, there is going to be a lot of things which are specific to the mobile tech stack. The bunch of things you should understand on how they work in the mobile ecosystem, which currently is not covered in Scalar. So Scalar can help you partially, not completely, as it could probably do for a backend, full stack, or a front end engineer. Ankur says, I'm having 3+ years of experience. So is there anything apart from DSA I should prepare? Ankur, you'll see here, I've mentioned the years of experience with topic as well. I would say, like, as you start venturing in the 3+ years experience range, then everything starts to become important. And as you'll keep growing in experience, these design topics will start to become more and more important. Right now, they might still, you might be at a stage where if you just do okay on HLD or LLD, then even then it should be fine. All right, I'll take the final two questions. Question number 1, if we do freelancing after 1 year of experience in startup, so after 2 to 3 years, can we get job as front-end developer in product company if I build library in front-end and understood front-end end-to-end? Oh, absolutely. By the way, freelancing experience is in no way inferior to actually working for a company, as long as what you were working on was holistic and wasn't just that you took very small WordPress kind of projects and you just delivered on those. As long as you were still doing software development and freelancing, that is at par with any software development experience working in a company. So if you are actually building libraries for front end, that is high quality front end work. That's absolutely. The answer is definitely yes. There's one final question that I can pick from here. Okay, one final question, which is from Devendra, which is, can you mention some blog where we can view structural decisions made by them? It will be of great help. So there is Facebook's engineering blog is called engineering.fb.com. There is, if you just search for Uber engineering blog, you'll find that as well. There, a lot of times, because I remember during my time when we had released messages, we had published one article just talking about architecture of how Facebook messages and Facebook Messenger works. What happens with a message? Where does it go? Where does it get cached, etc. So you'll find some articles that have entire design, architecture, everything built in. Those are fun to read as well if you like reading. So do go through that. That being said, by the way, there are some good channels on YouTube as well for system design. I mean, we also have some content, but Gaurav Sen has very decent content, which is if you have to just consume content. Tushar Roy has great content, so you can go and watch that. To be honest, however, I mean, just one part is consuming content, the other is being able to design things yourself. So there is both way important. Just like when you're learning coding, one is understanding syntax, but actually writing code is also important, right? Very similarly with design as well, it is important to practice on certain problem statements and get that validated through somebody who tells you what might go wrong. All right. Thank you so much for listening to me, rant on for about an hour or so. I hope this was very, very helpful. If this was helpful, I would request you guys to subscribe to our YouTube channel. We keep doing content like this every weekend. There will be more useful content in the future as well if you like this. But thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you guys in future sessions.
Okay, we are live. Hi, everybody. Welcome back after small 1 week hiatus because we could not come up with a topic last week. But we got a lot of interest for this particular topic this week. That is roadmap for web development. And for that, actually, शुरू से शुरू करते हैं. I have some questions for you, which actually just start off from the very basic thing is कि a lot of new fields these days and a lot of new young mentees, they ask this thing कि यार मतलब web development, does it even like looking at the future 5-10 years, should we even get into web development? Everybody is saying machine learning is future, data science is future, blockchain is future. So like is it even worthwhile to pursue web development? Some people I have heard even ask this. So what is your take on that?
यार काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है तो like this is something that haven't changed in last 12 years since I started coding. So I remember 2010 में भी लोग यही बोलते थे कि अरे यार ये वेब डेवलपमेंट में तो कुछ नहीं है, नई चीजें आएंगी and you know front end engineering is not really the cool stuff. However, one thing that surprises me a lot is कि जो reality industry की where actually there is such a massive demand for web development that exists not since today but since probably 2000, since web 2.0 started.
Right.
Long back, like the first version was very static websites and not really rich web interfaces, not the web apps but basic HTML and backend serving it. That was web 1.0, maybe which started from 1995 to 2005 or so. 2005 के बाद आया था web 2.0. अभी तो web 3.0 की बात चल रही है, which is crypto etc. But
Okay.
web 2.0 was like very rich web applications that it's not just website alone. जैसे YouTube को भी देखते हैं तो it's not just a static website. There's lot more that goes to building an interface. Let's say actually any application that we see that we use these days, take YouTube, take Google Maps, take Gmail, take Facebook, take WhatsApp web, let's say. All of these are very, very complicated web apps, right? So demand for like really solid web developers and even the salaries that have been so high, not from today but since 2010.
Yes.
तभी लोग यही बोलते थे कि यार ये ना ये सब तो ठीक है बट कुछ कूल नया, तब IoT वगैरह का बहुत चला करता था. So yeah, like my take is ki, of course, machine learning, data science, blockchain, all of these are great fields, no doubt about it. They will, the kind of number of jobs in all these fields and impact is going to increase in future, not debating that. However, web development is something very, very fundamental that have been exceptionally high in demand, not for shorter time, but for a very long time. And it is going to be so. Let's see, like whatever data science might do, whatever, machine learning might do, whatever concepts we might implement on blockchain, eventually it will be served on an interface, right? It has to be served through a medium. So that medium is going to remain always relevant. So I think, thinking that is it relevant now or not, exceptionally relevant. Every company is, trying to hire folks strong with web development desperately. And of course, no one has seen the future, but at least basis my experience, basis
trends that I see, I don't see any reason that for at least next 10 years there will be any decline in the demand for really strong web development engineers. So that is what my opinion is.
Right. No, I mean, when I look at things like Google Drive, something like that, or even, I mean, the kind of thing we are using to stream, like StreamYard.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
these things obviously need like super solid engineering, and these needs keep increasing. Like, I think in the pandemic, so many things had to go online.
Right.
These things definitely keep
And
increasing, and I see that.
actually, one more misconception that I often see, and that is also not new, that has existed since even my college days. And what surprises me that even till date, those misconceptions have not been removed. People often
Right.
feel that web development is easier stuff, or
Right.
doing programming, computer programming is the real hard, cool stuff. It is also not so. When you
Right.
take a deep dive, like let's say if I ask you that how many people do you know who have capability to build something like Google Maps? How many people have capability to build something like web development engineering is not about HTML, CSS. It is not about that at all. HTML,
Right.
CSS eventually probably just constitute 10% or maybe even less of the entire web development stack. So I think understanding this is also important, that it is exceptionally challenging domain, exceptionally challenging field with a lot of very intellectually challenging problems to understand and solve.
Correct. So next, like the question that we have is like, let's say, very important thing that we definitely discussed, that web development definitely not irrelevant. Now that when people get started, तो क्या होता है कि I hear this from some mentees that lot of different people saying different things कि यार front end कर ले, back end कर ले. Some people say कि नहीं, दोनों अलग अलग करने से नहीं फायदा, full stack करना पड़ेगा. So
Right.
these three terms get thrown around a lot, and a lot of these young engineers, they get confused which one to do. People start thinking which one has better market value. People start thinking that if I don't do full stack, then I don't have value. So, I mean, what should one do? What should be the mechanism to, sort of decide this? And how do you, even understand which one are you interested in? I sometimes ask people, hey, what are you interested in? And do that.
Right.
And then they ask me back, "Ki, how do I find out which one I'm interested in?" So
Yeah.
interesting discussion, but your
Right.
points on that.
Right. No, so I agree with what you mentioned, that it's like what matters is that how good you are in any other domain. It's not like that you are a bad backend developer or a bad front-end developer, and then just because you are a backend developer, you will see, like there would be a backend developer at a salary of 3 lakhs a year at a very shitty company, and there will be another backend developer at a salary of 30-40 lakhs right out of college at a really good company, right? So it's not about that becoming a backend developer or front-end developer will give you outcome, but being really good with whichever field you choose is what is going to give you outcome, right? Like even as a pure front-end engineer, people might get hired at a salary of 30-40 lakhs at the best companies of the out there in the world right out of college as well. I know people who have even got into that already. So now, like as you asked that, like you will be able to perform best when you are doing something that you are enjoying, right? Like it's not that you are trying to chase something, but you are enjoying doing it, right? And as an outcome, of course, you have all the great career outcomes as well.
Yes.
How do you identify? I think like in tech, one very beautiful part is that whatever you want to explore, you can just start building, right? And you can explore it. I think the best way to figure out what you really enjoy is by doing it. It's just investment of maybe 15 days, 1 month, 2 months to try something out. What I have seen in terms of course, that left brain, right brain thing that exists in psychology as well. What I have seen is that front end usually is better for the people who are more on the creator side. Like for example, I have been a web developer throughout my career. I enjoy building very polished web apps. To be very honest, I do not really get a kick if it is just crunching some numbers and I cannot really see it, that what output it has, right? On the other hand, if I see that here is a web app I have built, here is how someone can use it, here are the interactions that people can do, that gives me a kick, right? That wow, I can see my creation, I can see what I have built. Yes. Right? Yes. On the other hand, of course, there are people. So for example, I can take example of Anshuman, very, very close friend since college days. Now we are running Scalar together. So what I see about him is that he enjoys more of solving very challenging abstract problems, which might not really be visible on a screen, but kind of which is visible in your imagination, right? And then being able to see the beauty in those mathematical constructs, or the kind of very impressive construct, very creative constructs that you can build in those abstract concepts. So generally what I recommend is that people who enjoy creation, being able to see what you have built, generally front end full stack are generally like, it's my opinion, my experience, that they enjoy front end full stack more. And people who enjoy more of solving abstract problems, they enjoy backend side more. But as I said, you can only know it for sure by doing it. Try building certain, let's say, APIs, backend stuff, optimization, see if you are really getting kick out of it. Try building certain web apps, see if you are getting kick out of it, and choose something that you enjoy.
Right. So that makes sense, actually. I think this similar story, I think back from my coding blog days also, so Prateek used to be very interested, Prateek, my co-founder, he was very interested in problem solving. He got into some data science, machine learning things also as well. I was more interested in, making apps and making websites and the front end side. So yeah, I think it sounds like a very, very fair advice that, and some people have that thing. I think, you build something, and if it is not polished, you will not feel like publishing it yourself as well. Like, unless it looks cool and sexy, you don't feel like, like putting your own stamp on it. So that definitely is needed as a front end engineer, I feel.
So web development, I can correlate web development a lot with these very artistic and creative roles, like, let's say, being a sculptor or being a painter. That if you are a sculptor, you make a very beautiful, let's say, statue, and then you want to see it from all the angles, and then if you see any imperfection before showing it to others, you want to improve it and then only show it to others, right? So I see that, folks who are into web development, app development, like following similar thing, that you will build, you are in love with what you have built, you are seeing it again and again, you are showing it to your friends that see what I have built, and if there is any small imperfection that you see, you want to fix it before showing it to others. So that's very relatable to that.
Right. I understand that. Actually, and there are some more questions that are coming in, which is about, how to become a great front-end dev, and, questions like that are coming in. And I actually wanted to, delve into this part. I mean, before we go into the back-end side and the full stack side, talking more about, front-end itself. One thing that's happening today, I feel, is that when you want to talk about front-end, people say that, pick up React or Vue.js or Angular. I mean, these three are today very popular. And, at least my 6-7 years of experience, I have seen things like Backbone and Ember, and probably you have seen even older Knockout, Dojo, whatnot. So these keep coming and going. Which one should we pick? Like, what decision should we do to pick up a front-end framework? And what stage should we pick up a front-end framework? Like, how much should we learn before we pick up a front-end framework? What role does that solve? I think if you can shed some light on that as well.
Right. Yeah, so to be very candid, and this narrative, like, what I'm suggesting might sound counter to a lot of narrative that we hear otherwise. That, like, of course, there are always fanboys, just like there are Apple fanboys, there are Android fanboys, there are Tesla fanboys, there are, say, BMW fanboys. In tech field also similar thing exists. You will see that there are React fanboys who are like, React is God, everyone should just learn React. There would be Angular fanboys who are, that, Angular is God, everyone should just learn Angular. So my opinion here is that front end, of course, there is no silver bullet. You cannot say that this particular framework is the best. The frameworks there might be a best choice for a particular project or for a particular thing that you need to build. For a particular, project, it might be that React works better for this one than Angular. Or for some other project, it might be that Vue.js work better than, say, Angular or React.
Right.
When it comes to learning, another very important thing to understand is, and this is also a very common mistake that I see people making, in the earlier years or when in college, that before you jump into any of the framework, you have to learn and understand the fundamentals of web development first, right? See, React is not what, let's say, a computer or a web browser understands. So for example,
Right.
if we talk about Chrome doesn't know what is React or what is Vue.js, what is AngularJS. Chrome has an environment to run JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, right?
Right.
So to actually build a command where you can, kind of, like as they say that you need to learn the, all these rules like a professional, so you can bend them like an artist, right? So if you
Right.
really
Right.
want to become an artist, you do not want to be confined to that what React forces me to do. You need to understand that React is nothing but something built on top of JavaScript, right? So
Right.
first one should make sure that you understand the fundamentals, JavaScript, CSS, the fundamentals of DOM tree. How does browser work? How does Chrome work? How does the entire web stack work? That, like what
Right.
happens when a request goes from browser to server? What are the different layers of caching in browser? How
Right.
are images served in browser, right? So once you understand all of this, it is totally okay to build your first project in vanilla JS. You do not use any framework. You build your own structure, you build your own framework. Actually, like I remember that in very early years, actually, we were fortunate that we started learning web development at a time when none of these frameworks existed. So there would be times when, like we will have to build a basic framework ourselves that, this is what we want to do. So let's build a library for this and then use it, right?
Right.
That is the kind of command you need to build that, like as I said, that you can bend the rules like an artist. If you really want to be an artist, you should do not want to confine कि यार React में तो ऐसे ही होता है, तो बस ऐसे ही हो सकता है. You say यार ये करना है, React में ऐसे बनती है चीजें, मैं जाके React का source code change कर दूंगा अगर जरूरत पड़ेगी तो. Or I can go and submit a patch to React.js का जो core है कि यार, this is how it should be. If you guys like it, merge it to the core, right? So fact is that, like libraries will come and go, but the fundamentals will remain. JavaScript is not going to change. At max, this may happen that the sugar syntax might get added up, that, like people might start using ES6, etc. But these fundamentals are not going to change. And once you learn them, then as I said, that you are not confined, like as they say that everyone can get to 90%, but getting to 100% is what matters. That is what makes you top 5%, top 2% of the engineers, right?
Right. Right.
So that bridge will only be crossed when you know the fundamentals. So focus on the fundamentals. Once you have understood them well, just pick any, framework. Do not get married to any framework, because frameworks will come and go, they will evolve, they will change.
Right. I think I used to tell some of my students earlier was the same thing, that try to understand that all these frameworks are solving for three things, like dividing your page into components, this front-end routing, and state management.
Yeah.
All of them do these three things. They do it in different ways. Somebody
Right.
call it template, somebody call it component, somebody call it render function, whatever you call it. Basically, they're dividing the page into a tree and they're trying to render it. So that concept, if you understand, then that's going to be very helpful. So there have been some questions that for example I think Shubh has asked that he's getting started with web dev, could make some HTML CSS based basic websites. He's asking like how to make really good websites using other coding language. I think what he means is like using JavaScript, TypeScript, and all of those things, like how to expand beyond that. So I mean, what kind of things that he can do to go beyond this level?
Right. So like, it's great that you have started out with HTML and CSS. One thing that I will recommend is that get into habit of understanding the concepts behind CSS and HTML as well. CSS, on top people say that, what is CSS? I'll just, it is just to change color or font size or etc. It's much more than that. Get into habit of reading, MDN documents or the RFCs of CSS, which are published, to understand. So for example, what is box model? What is margin collapsing? How does the entire rendering engine works, right? That is first step. That will make you very, very powerful in the context that, like, it's not a hit and trial that मैंने कुछ बना दिया है and then I see and then I change and it works and it works.
Right.
But you know that what you are writing, how it gets rendered on the browser, how it exactly works. And like, just like that, if I have written this code, I know this is going to work on every browser, every machine, as long as they follow the norms defined by the RFCs or the MDM, right? Second, of course, you should learn JavaScript. As I mentioned, that JavaScript is the, using HTML and CSS, you can definitely make very captivating, very nice looking websites. But to add interactivity to it, like to transform it from a website to web application, you need JavaScript, right? JavaScript is basically, you may say is the kind of the electrical wiring of a home. That this is what makes it alive, right? So learn JavaScript. Start with learning the fundamentals of JavaScript. Again, to learn JavaScript, do not get into the mode of just like writing functions, but understand the underlying programming construct, that it's a functional programming language. How do functions work? There's a very good book that I can recommend, JavaScript, The Good Parts by I'm trying to recall. Very famous guy. He was chief architect of Yahoo.
Douglas Crockford, I think.
Douglas Crockford, yes. Douglas Crockford. So maybe pick
publications.
Right. So maybe pick that book, understand the fundamentals, right? And then build on top of that. I think that is the very first step. Once you have covered these, then get on to, maybe pick up any framework of your choice, like any modern framework. Of course, do not pick up very old frameworks because they are already outdated. So React, Angular, Vue.js, all these are, fairly popular these days. Again, another thing is that do not be a slave to the framework. Make sure that you are reading source code of the framework as well, whenever you can. And of course, like you cannot say that now I am starting reading source code and I'll finish it all. It will be a journey of 1 to 3 years. So for example, whichever component you are using, make it a habit that you read the source code of that component just. Because it's a code base of tens of thousands of lines. You cannot just cover it in one go. But make sure that you understand whatever you are using from the framework, what is going on behind the scenes. As we say that in all the automobile enthusiasts, that as an automobile enthusiast, you should have the habit of opening the bonnet and see what is going on. Not just that, I just drive a shiny car and I don't know what is going on inside it, right? So get into the habit of opening the bonnet of these fancy cars like React, Angular that you might be driving.
Right. So we have some more questions that are coming in. I'm coming back to that, but before that, I want to breach another topic, which is about a little bit on the backend side. So this is about like there is that framework war happening on front end. Backend, when people try to learn, then there are a lot of people promoting different languages. Somebody says Node.js is best. Somebody would say Python is best. Even PHP, a lot of people say it is old, not used anymore. Still, a lot of people are still learning with something. Laravel has a very modern way of writing PHP and all. And then Java, Spring Boot, obviously, big parts of the industry is working on Java, Spring Boot, etc. I think Golang is also picking up in the startup world. So I think the backend world has fairly large number of languages, and all of them have a lot of users. Big companies are using. So I mean, I think two sides of the question is one is in the industry, how does certain languages become popular? Which one is picked up? And at an individual level, how do I sort of decide that which one should I pick up, which language should I learn backend development in?
Right. Talking about the first one, that how do it happen that a particular language gets very popular among a lot of large companies, small companies versus others, right? Actually, as opposed to the academic debate about the language constructs or say the capabilities of a language, etc., it might be interesting to kind of and this is something that even in conversations with a lot of CTOs, large senior tech architects, etc., generally the actual parameters to decide which language to build the tech stack on is driven by a lot of very different variables. The variable might even be that for which language can we hire engineers most easily, right? So
right.
For example, if I want to build a project and I know that there's a very new fancy language or framework created, which is much better than Java. But if I build on that, I know that in the entire world, there are only 100 developers who know that, right? Now, how would I hire people who will build it?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I might know that, Java is maybe 1% inferior to this choice, but I can hiring developers for Java is super duper easy. Second is maybe
Right.
the entire ecosystem around that framework, that platform. That, for example, of course, if I'm building a large code base, a lot of functionalities I'm not going to build it myself, but I'm going to import libraries, use other frameworks in it. Now, if I pick up a language where there is no community support, there is no, like just very similar to, let's say, Android versus iOS versus, let's say, some new mobile OS, right?
Yeah.
Even if there's a new mobile OS, which is much superior to Android or iOS, but there are no apps on it. The App Store doesn't have any apps. It doesn't have WhatsApp,
Exactly.
doesn't have Uber. You cannot use it even if it is better, right?
Yes.
So similar thing exists for languages as well. That, let's say, if I build something in Java, I know that pretty much every library, every functionality that I might need, there will be a framework library available for it. But let's say if I know that, let's say, Go performance of the language Go might be better than that of Java. However, I will be stuck at a lot of points. A lot of things I will have to, like if we need to do this, let's just write code for it. We cannot, there is no library available for that.
Right.
Or let's say if there are, if we get stuck in something, what is the community available for that? If there's a very new language, and if I run into a bug for that, or if I'm not able to understand something, and if I ask in Stack Overflow, there is no one who can answer to that. Versus if I ask the question on Stack Overflow on something related to Java, it's very easy to find answers. So all these also become very important variables. Like it's not just about that. As a techie, we might debate that, see, this language is much better than this because for whatever underlying construct, the semantics of the language, etc. But that alone is not the parameter basis which companies choose which framework to build on, right? That being said, as an individual, the second part, that as an individual developer, how do I make a choice, right? Of course, it's pretty confusing. Node.js, of course, Node.js is a framework. Underlying it is JavaScript as a language. Python, Ruby on Rails is also a framework. Ruby is the language. That is the underlying thing. PHP, Java, etc. Now, like what I have seen is that as an engineer, like to be very candid, in my entire career, I have built stuff in Java. Like if I just talk about the languages, framework will be, of course, a multiplier of that. Java, PHP, Java, of course, JS, Ruby, Go, and let me see, and a little bit of Rust. So I have contributed to production level projects in these 6 languages. And then let's say at least another 5-10 languages which I just played around as a hobby, right? So like one thing that I would very strongly recommend is that as a developer, do not associate your identity as that I am a Python developer, I am a Java developer, I am a JS developer. Generally, it's a pattern that exists in the services companies where you get associated too strongly, or like there's another level where people even get associated to a framework, that I am a Rails developer or I am a let's say Django developer. Do not get yourself married to any language or framework like that. You should build a strong command on, say, the design patterns. For example, let's say, what does Ruby on Rails provide? It provides bunch of, like it is basically model view controller architecture. Within that, it provides a set of design patterns using which you can very efficiently build systems, right? And it provide another thing called data access objects, DAO, right? Now, DAO is not unique to Rails. DAO also exists in Spring Boot. DAO also exists in the frameworks provided by Node.js. DAO also exists in Rails, right? Important is that you understand how does data access objects work. What is the design pattern architecture of DAO? Important is that you understand what is MVC. So, for example, Django is also MVC. Ruby on Rails is also MVC. Spring Boot is not. In Spring Boot is inversion of control, which is a slightly different design pattern, right? Important is that you understand what is inversion of control, right? If you understand these fundamental concepts, these design patterns, then picking up any new framework or language will maximum take you 1 to 2 weeks, because these are very common across all. So again, choosing any is okay, but make sure that you are not remaining superficial to just reading documentation of the framework and just copy pasting the code, but you understand that what are the design patterns, architectural patterns used in the framework. and always be willing to explore new things. If some company says that you have been coding on Ruby on Rails, but our role is for Java Spring Boot, your answer shouldn't be, okay, then I cannot do it. Your answer should be, so what? Like Ruby on Rails is a framework, I understand all the fundamental design patterns. I can learn Java Spring Boot quickly, and I can also apply the same principles in Java and Spring Boot as well.
Right,
I think building that confidence is very important. As a software engineer,
Yeah.
like, you want to be a great software engineer, you do not want to be a great Ruby on Rails developer. Like, as a Ruby on Rails developer, your growth gets very, very limited. But if you position yourself as a really good software engineer, then you have a lot more growth opportunities.
Right. I think when I was in college, and I used to think the same thing, like about languages. And when I talked to more senior engineers, I started finding out a pattern that if somebody is n number of years experienced, then most likely they have worked in a sort of n number of languages in production, and they have experimented with sort of 2n number of languages. Like, if we find somebody 5 years experienced, that they would be having worked in production with 4 or 5 languages, and maybe 8 or 10 languages they have experimented with. So after finding that pattern in 3 or 4 people, then I thought that no, I have to not think of myself as, like, I used to very interested in Android and Java only. And I thought, no, I can't stay focused only on Android and Java. It seems like everybody does explore things. It's not like you can do only one thing. Right. Very interesting. So there is actually a question that has come up from Anoop, and I think this might be sort of a little more in terms of learning and development oriented question rather than particularly about the tech itself. But I think it's a question that's common. That he's in a service company and he's working as a Spring Boot developer, and he feels that there is a lot of pressure and there is not a lot of support, and he's struggling. So some advice. It seems a lot like exactly the persona, the kind of people who join Scalar Academy, the kind of early days. These kind of similar
Right.
things I have also heard. So
Right.
advice for him.
Right. Would love to hear your thoughts about it, Arnav, before I go, because I'm sure
Right.
you have kind of guided quite a few, people in the similar situation.
Yes. Very recently, actually, I have people in a similar situation. So I think there are 2, 3 levels of support, I feel. I mean, one is like self-supports people have to develop a little bit. That is, you will have to decide that, okay, I really want to grow beyond this and I want to learn something. And when you decide that, then you have to set up time for yourself that, okay, 2, 3 hours in a day, I have to set out time for myself. And then you have to decide that, okay, this is something that I want to learn, and whether you want to build some side projects, or even before that, if you want to just go and learn something, so you have to set out time to learn. And you should not take too much time just pure learning, that I will see videos and keep learning for 3 months, 4 months. That will obviously never work. Maybe 1 or 2 weeks you do that, and then you start building things, some side projects you start to do. That's, I think, at least just sort of getting the engine started, I feel. Then the next level which comes is, getting feedback starts becoming important. And I feel there are a lot of ways that can happen. Maybe you discover a peer network among your friends with whom you can collaborate together for a project where the feedback might be available. If you don't find such a peer network, then obviously, sort of coding boot camps are there, something like what even Scalar runs, those kind of things are there. But somewhere or the other, you need to discover that ecosystem, however you find it. But you need that ecosystem where, you can get feedback on what you are learning. And you get a sort of community where also, I think, if you are learning something, if you show that I have learned, say, for example, recently we were doing this 100 days of code thing on our Discord server, interview bit. You go to interview bit, solve some questions, and do 100 days of code. A lot of people got back to us on Discord and they said that their ranking on interview bit and on other websites also, Hacker and Lead Code, has been increasing. So what is the, factor that work there, that they are solving a question, they're showing it to their friends, and people are reacting to that, sending, clapping hands or something to that. So you need that, sort of community kind of a place where you show your progress to others show your progress to you, and you can grow. So yeah, you have to discover that community. That needs to be the second place. And then, I think you will obviously need to find some sort of mentor whatever you are learning, whether it is Spring Boot, whether you want to learn something like Node, Rails, whatever, you need to find somebody who has also learned that same thing sometime earlier in life. And whenever you are on the right track or not on the right track, they can guide you. I think these three things make for the best possible thing. But I think you have probably guided even more people. So anything additional to that, you can add to that.
Right. No, I think the most important part, in my opinion, of course, out of all the things that all the different parts of the support system that you talked about, surrounding yourself with people who are excited about tech, know something about tech, with who you can discuss, brainstorm, find solutions together. I think that is the most important part. As Arnav also mentioned, you might be able to find that ecosystem at workplace, among your friend circles and online communities, or as a part of any of the online learning platforms. Like, it is possible to find them at different places. But I think surrounding yourself with the people who are better than you in tech, and you are kind of humble enough and have gratitude to learn from them. I think that's what generally biggest value add is. But like, one thing is that trust me, Anup, another thing I will also tell you is that the more you face bigger challenges and struggles in earlier career, more it is going to reward you later. Like, in a way, there's a silver line. Like, if you are, let's say, struggling, that means that you are being given challenges that you are currently not capable of. And what is that is going to lead to? That is going to make you more capable, right? So do not feel bad about it. Do not let it give you stress. Take it in a positive steed as well. That I am getting an opportunity to work on harder stuff. If you just keep working on easy stuff, you will not build your capabilities.
Right. I think another term that I find a lot, I think at least in sort of smarter people on Twitter, etc., also talk about is high intent and high agency people. So
Right.
having those kind of people around you is very important. And actually, when I hear that conversation also, from college people about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 college kind of things, I feel, there is really no difference in curriculum, teachers, and all that. But maybe sometimes when people say tier 3 college, we did not get opportunities, I sometimes feel is because the batch size is so small.
Yeah.
There are not sufficient people with whom you can create a group who will keep pushing each other.
Correct.
That is probably sometimes make the difference between tier 1 college, like say, the college I graduated from, in that kind of terminology, if you say it will become tier 1. So I would say what is the most valuable thing was the batch size is very big. So I was interested in web development, mobile development. In this, there were 15 more other people also interested, equally as me. And sometimes I am not feeling like doing something. I see that, oh, they are doing something. So, okay, I will also push myself to do it. I think that ecosystem seems to be very important. And whenever I have taught cohorts, I have heard this from people as well who have told me that, this place I get like a ecosystem where there are other people who are also interested in doing things. Every day they're doing something new, and I also then feel like doing something new. So that, I think, finding that out is super helpful. So next up, we have, I think, actually some more questions have come in. So Mithun has asked an interesting question. Is that he's working in backend again 2 years in his career and didn't get a chance to work on UI. So what can be the approach to move towards UI? He wants to grow into UI.
Right. No, Mithun, so like, actually the steps will be pretty similar, for someone just starting out, or for you as well. That first, of course, if you are already coding in JavaScript, and if you already have, you might have used JavaScript in the backend as well. But if you want to kind of build capabilities on the front end side, first important step is understanding the web architecture stack. That how do browser interact with the backend services? How do browser exactly work, right? Because that's the environment you need to play in. As a good backend engineer, for example, you understand that how do operating system work, right? How do servers work at the first place? Because only then you can optimize, only then you can do your, high scalability design, or you can do the, backend design. So similarly, to become a good front-end engineer, you need to understand the environment in which you will be playing first. Then you need to learn the tools. The tools are basically JavaScript, CSS, HTML. CSS and HTML, like CSS and HTML in themselves are also fairly interesting and complex technologies actually. Like for example, there is DOM tree, render tree that gets created out of the HTML document within the browser, and then CSS is applied to kind of like render the render tree which is created internally in the browser. So understanding all of these will help, and of course start building out. Most important is building out. Pick up any of the frameworks, start building things out. That is the like I think like no rocket science, but start with the fundamentals and then go on the top, rather than just learning superficially that I just picked up a framework, did two things, it worked, I don't know how it's working. That
Right.
approach I would suggest on avoiding.
Another thing I really love suggesting to people is try to make simple 2D games like 2048
Correct.
kind of game.
Correct.
Those things, like, because the design of the game, like the UI design, teaches you UI development, and then the game logic teaches you architecture as well a lot.
Right.
So
Right.
that very holistically teaches you front end development.
Right.
So yeah. Then I will move on to another question, which among the questions we had already picked up from the community earlier. So, and this is a little bit, I think maybe can be said controversial as well, but it's an important, I think, question to answer, which is, a lot of opinions come around this, that do web developers need to cover data structures, algorithms, and system design? And some people say that for entry level web development role, why should you do competitive programming? There is discussion around that. There's also some
Right.
people say that you can't really grow unless you know DSA well. System design
Right.
also gets involved. So I
Right.
think it's a cloudy topic, and I think there are nuances to this answer for junior developers as well as senior developers. So if you could shed some light on this.
Correct. No, so again, like generally most of the things I always have duality, and there is no black and white answer that don't do DSA is also incorrect, and you need to be the best competitive programmer out there in the world to make any career is also incorrect, right?
Right.
Nuances are that, see, competitive programming, I can say, is definitely not necessary. If I look at, say, 100 best developers that I know, with experience, 5, 10, 12, 15 years of experience, I would say only 5% of them in their college days would have done advanced competitive programming, right? So trust me, it's like no matter what someone tells you, doing competitive programming is not a necessary condition to make a great career in software engineering. It definitely is a good thing to do. At the same time, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with doing competitive programming. What is necessary to make a great career in software engineering, not just web development but software engineering in general, is having understanding of like the tools. The tools are, let's say, when we talk about various data structures,
Right.
they are basically tools to make more efficient systems. When we say that, let's say I can implement this in login instead of n square, essentially I'm saying that this is a piece of software which is much more optimized, it will work much more smoothly. If I correlate with, let's say, something that we use day to day, let's say there is a WhatsApp. We all use WhatsApp every day, right? When I'm typing a word in the WhatsApp, on the top, probably WhatsApp will suggest me 3-4 words, right? And then I can, instead of typing it fully, I can just pick one. How is that working? Essentially, internally in WhatsApp, it has a dictionary of all the English words, right? And there is a data structure called try. Using try, like one approach could be, let's say, someone who doesn't know the tools which are different data structures which can turn a system very, very efficient. What I would do to build this feature is, of course, if I want, there are, let's say, 2 different people building WhatsApp. They both know that if we want people to use our application, our app, we need to build this feature, right? Now, one guy will build it that, ठीक है, मेरे पास dictionary के सारे word है. I'll run a loop through all of them. I'll find out which word might be closest to it, and I'll try to show that. That is going to be an app which is going to consume a lot more battery. It is going to drain your battery very, very quickly. It is going to keep hanging a lot, because every time you are typing something, it is running such a large loop of maybe 100,000 iterations or so, that probably you will not be even able to use this app happily. On the other hand, if someone uses try to implement this is going to be an app which doesn't consume battery, is very smooth. You can type much faster. Very natural that the person who knows these tools will be able to create better apps, right? So you
Right.
need to learn the data structures algorithm, not with the intent of, let's say, like, see, one very big difference is that actually in our education system and in our society as well, we are very heavily trained to crack exams. That यार ये exam crack करना है, IIT crack करना है, interview crack करना है, right? Do not, like, in corporate and work, it doesn't work like that. It's not that
Right.
I will learn DSA and then I will crack something. Learn DSA with the intent that, fine, of course, it will help you in the interviews as well, but it will also make you very effective programmer. Like, you will be able to build softwares which are really very efficient. You do not want that you have built a web app or mobile app which always keeps on hanging, right? And your users keep abusing you. यार कि यार इनसे ढंग से बनाते नहीं आता क्या बनाया है, right?
Correct. Correct.
You
Correct.
want to be that developer who builds an app who can make applications or tools which people love. And data
Right.
structures can help you with that. Data structures actually give you that superpower to build that kind of applications.
Correct.
So
Correct.
even as a web developer, knowledge of data science is necessary. Again,
Right.
if you want to be top 5%, it's necessary. If you want to be somewhere in the bottom 90%, fine, you can avoid learning it. You can be in the bottom of the pyramid. You can survive. No question about that. But
Right.
without learning it, you definitely shouldn't hope to be at the top 5% or top 2% developers. Same goes with the system design as well. System design, I can break it into two parts. One is the architectural design, etc. Second is that, even as a web developer, having, like, see, one of the most important thing that, really smart, really, kind of web developers that companies run after, what they have capability to do is they can, like, I can tell you this, thing from my career journey. When I had joined fab.com, the average page load time of the website was about 7 seconds. That if someone types in fab.com or any page of fab.com, it will take 7 seconds for entire page to load. And then we knew that it is going to lead to less sales. It is going to cost us money, because a user who is having to wait a lot for the page to open, they will buy less, versus someone who can just, if the website just works like that, it is going to sell more. So we targeted
Amazon did that study, na? Every 1 second
yes.
of increase, 20% people drop off.
Right. So, like, this was an experiment done by Amazon that artificially they slowed down their website, and then they tried to monitor that how much money they are losing, every day. And back then, this was a very old, I think 2011 or sometime they had done this. Back
Right.
then, like, with each reduction of 500 millisecond in the page load time, they were losing millions of dollars. Actually tens of millions of dollars every day. So this is how much
Right.
value is, right? Now, to actually, if I ask you that yaar ye website hai, it takes 7 seconds to load, get it to a state where it takes 3 seconds to load or 2 seconds to load, right?
Right.
That is going to need solid understanding of system design, right? You need to see that what is the time to first byte coming into the system. If that is low, then I need to go and speak with the folks managing the servers that TTF, like the word for time to first byte is TTFB. Basically, like, you have to optimize my TTFB. Then you need to see how much data is being transferred. Is it compressed, not compressed, right? Is there excessive data coming or not coming? Because you cannot change the internet speed of the user, right? You cannot change that. Internet speed of the user is what it is. So you have to, reduce your payload or compress it or use various layers of caching. Now, all of this is nothing but system design, right? So again, if you want to be the rockstar web developer, jisko, the kind of people, like, again, not the best analogy, but I'll still give it, that the kind of developers, if you tell the CTO ki yaar, I am thinking of losing, he is behind you ki yaar, I will do whatever it takes, but I cannot lose you. I cannot let you go from the team, right? So if you want to be that developer, right? So even as a web developer, you have to learn system design. Otherwise, you will be cog in the wheel, that someone tells you, yaar, aisi photo hai, aisa HTML likh dega, tumne likh ke de diya, but you are not really important then. That's the brutal truth. That if you are someone who just give a transactional work, then you are just a cog in the wheel. You are not really important for anyone.
Right. One actually from this point, because the design part and who cannot let go from that piece, I remember one thing, like I used to tell a lot of my students that when you just graduate out of college and you will join a company as a fresher, then first day you join the team, no, so everybody will direct you to one guy in the team. guy or girl, some person in the team, they will direct you to and say that, this person will explain to you the whole project structure. Day one, this is what happens every time you join a tech team. I used to tell them that, remember that person, remember how he works and try to become like that person. Because every team has that person who has a mental image of the whole project. And every time new people join in, everybody says, ask that person. He will explain how everything is happening. So try to become like that person. And that person is very strong in system design. That's why that person can always explain to you how the entire system is working.
Right.
So that's I think very nicely put. So we have a lot of questions coming in, and I think some of them are very interesting. So we have, I think, Sai Ashwant has asked that, as an engineering student, what is the best time to learn full stack development?
Best time to learn full stack developer. Yeah, right now is the best time. The sooner you start learning, better it is. Even someone who is in first year engineering, I was actually yesterday itself, I was meeting another edtech entrepreneur, of one of the largest edtech companies, and we were talking about the same thing, that why do people after 10th class, why do people instead of the amount of hard work and intellect that goes into, let's say, preparing for JEE, imagine if someone spends that much hard work and intellectual capability into just learning software engineering. By the time person graduates from 12th, he would be maybe an engineer who can start earning really well into the top companies right then, right? So it is never early, and it is also never too late. It's neither too early or too late. Wherever you are, start learning it, because it's very, very enabling. It's let's say similar to being like, we all have imaginations, we all have ideas, right? Technology, of course, is eating the world. Once you learn full stack developer, it's, in a way, I see it as a superpower, that whatever ideas you might have, you can bring it into reality, end to end, just yourself, right? Otherwise, of course, we all have friends who will keep talking about very fancy ideas they have, but yeah, I need help of an engineer to help me build it. But if you just learn it, you kind of had a superpower, and it is never too early or too late to earn a superpower.
Right. There is this question. I really want to take this up. So Venkat has asked that he's a CA student, and he's asking if he can be a software developer and enter into the IT industry, and how much time it will take. Just wanted to put this question to you because there recently some very inspirational stories of people very far away from IT world who have joined Scalar Academy. So maybe you can share some of those instances. I was just seeing in the internal Slack channel you had shared.
No, so actually, one actually very interesting happens. Of course, industry is very now is totally companies do not care about degree. Actually, even the Google, Facebook, Tesla, they all have officially said that for any of the roles in our tech teams, there is no need of any degree, right? Second, very, very powerful thing that I have observed, that someone who has exposure to a slightly different field. So for example, as a CA person, you will have a lot more exposure to, say, how financial structures work, how, let's say, how revenues are structured, how balance sheets are structured. And when you also build command on software engineering, the kind of value and impact you can add to, let's say, a tech company is substantially more than someone who only knows tech, right? Because you would be able to come up with, like, there is a word for it which is actually very commonly used in American universities. If I, by any chance, Arnav, do you remember that, the cross-functional learning or something? Polymath, right? That when you have
that kind of person,
command on diverse backgrounds, for example, finance and tech, the kind of value that you can create for the organization is massive. Even, generally most of the successful entrepreneurs, if you see, they would be, people with very strong command on different, domains. So, of course you can. IT, computer science, as often perceived, it's not rocket science. That is one thing that I can tell you. I can talk about my own story. Before I joined college, after 12th class, when I was already 18, 19 year old, before that, I had never even touched a computer. I had only seen computers from a distance. But after that also, I was able to kind of quickly build a good command, and I like to believe that I'm a decent engineer, at least for myself. Others might tell me whether I am or not, but I at least like to believe so. So yeah, like even if you are a CA student, you can totally join. In Scalar, we have seen people with very, very fascinating backgrounds joining the program. Like we had a serving IPS officer joining the program because, and actually, I had a one-on-one with the person. He was like that, at the grassroots level, I see so many issues that can be solved using tech. And I want to build command on tech so that I can get them implemented in my department, right? There is a gentleman with almost 20 years of experience running his own service company for almost 15 years. He wanted to kind of, learn that, there are senior investment associates who join that, I will learn it and then I will be able to make better investment decisions into tech companies. So, very fascinating time where people from very, very diverse backgrounds do join, learn, build strong command, and, end up creating much bigger impact than someone with pure tech background might be able to create.
Right. That's of course very, very interesting. And yeah, I think nobody should think this way that, I'm from a
Yeah.
different background, so won't be possible. I
Right.
also completely agree with that.
Right.
I have one more question for you. Before that, there is a question from Lakshay, which I would like to answer. Lakshay asked that he has a lack of ecosystem around, but he's very enthusiastic for programming.
Yeah.
And where can he find an ecosystem online? So, if you do not know, Lakshay, our Discord server recently crossed 50,000 active users. I would definitely recommend you to join our Discord server. And we have got so many things happening there. We have got every day some learning is happening on data structures algorithms, some community learning class happening. There is an open source channel where I myself am very active. We are working on a lot of web dev projects. Actually, we are building a social media app, a forum app, a matrimony site clone. Also, we are making a lot of fun stuff. We are building. So definitely come over there. You will find a lot of people and all the time there are some 500,000 people always online. Everybody's talking about technology, like same high intent, high agency atmosphere. You will get there. So I highly recommend you definitely join. And then going to this question, I think it's actually internal question that came from our Discord community for Abhimanyu is how are senior front-end engineers and architects evaluated? So, I think at a entry level role, it's okay, DOM and all, event listeners and all, understanding of that. Maybe people are grilling on basic JS. But when you're hiring somebody senior, experienced person as an architect on front end, then what are things are we looking for there?
Got it. So see, like if I can talk about my, let's say if I'm taking someone's interview, first and foremost thing that I would care about is, as I mentioned, that not the buzzwords. Actually, someone just throwing buzzwords becomes a, usually negative thing. But someone who knows how are things working below, right? Below the what is visible, right? So, for example, if I see that someone who is a senior front-end engineer but doesn't know how JavaScript work, what are the fundamental constructs of JavaScript as a language, definitely that person is not going ahead, right? I actually don't care that much whether you know a specific API or component type or something of React. That's okay. I don't care. You will read the documentation, you will understand that. Second thing that when it comes to the framework level at a senior position, what I would like to see is that you understand the design patterns. That if I ask you, let's say if I ask you that how would you, if you were to build something like React, what would the architecture of the library look like, right? Whether you are able to think of that or not, right? Or like it's not React, but let's say I will rather talk about that if you need to build a virtual DOM library, that is what React provides as well. That the entire DOM is not rendered all the time, but it is kept as a virtual DOM and then it is rendered on demand when it needs to be visible, and that is how it is able to build very large scale UIs efficiently as well. So my question to you would be, how would you design this library? Can you design that? Right? I don't care whether you have used React's virtual DOM or not, whether you know that which component you can use for to create virtual DOM or not. I don't care about that. But I would care about whether can you think about it or not, right? And can you design it or not? Of course, a very strong command on the entire web stack architecture is important. Website optimization techniques is important. Apart from all of these are hardcore tech related stuff. Like even for example, if you are a senior, if you have spent quite few years in front end, if you do not know how prototypal inheritance work in JavaScript, how do closures work, what is the nature of functional programming of JavaScript, again, it's a red flag for me that you do not know the basics. Then how would you build anything large scale? Then apart from the hard skills, of course, there will be a little bit of behavioral and cultural thing that are become more important as experience increases, because you will have a bunch of younger engineers working under you, with you. So do you have the leadership qualities? Can you keep a team of engineers motivated? Can you make sure that you make their what we expect from them, what their goals very, very clear to them, right? How do you manage, of course, in any team there would be times when there are harder deadlines to achieve. What is your thought process about managing them, right, where people do not get burned out? So like at senior positions, often people say that being someone saying that I will work 24 hours and we will do night out, that's the red flag. If you are planning for that as a senior person, then that means you are not planning well. All right. But planning capabilities where you make sure that things can get executed without kind of burning people out, etc. That's, I think, what most of the companies look for.
Right. Yeah. Of course, I mean, senior position would be leading people, so that is super important for sure.
Right.
So we are just over 1 hour. I will take one last question from the chat that has come in. Little tangential from, I think, web development side. Bhargav has asked that what's your take on data engineering role? So he's getting some data engineering opportunity, and he's currently at a B2B e-commerce company making APIs, and he's saying same thing on repeat. So I think I would like Abhimanyu to take up both the things. One is, of course, what's your take on data engineering? How about that opportunity? Second thing I would say, I think when somebody says that they have been building APIs for a while and things on repeat, I think there is still a lot of learning to be done there. Even if you're I have faced a lot of people who have been working on the same API for a long time, but if you ask them to build a pagination or caching solution from ground up, they might not have had experience. So I think there is depth to be garnered inside that as well. So I think both pieces. What are your point of view on that?
Right. First point, that data engineering role are definitely very good roles. I don't know, for whatever reason, often people think that these are not good roles, but actually data engineering is a very challenging field. You get to manage very large scales of system design. In most of the teams, most of the companies, a data engineering team will always be handling very large amounts of data. So you will have to learn how distributed data storage works, how data pipelines are created. So you will definitely get a lot of learnings in terms of large scale system design, which definitely are very useful as a software engineer. So unknown company, of course, see, the thing about unknown companies is that 90% of the best companies in the world, none of us would have heard their names, right? It's natural, right? There are so many, like in today's world, we only know names of 5, 10, 20 companies which are largest, but largest doesn't necessarily translate to the best, right? So unknown, when you say unknown, I would say research about them. I'm sure that internet is a great source of information, so you can always research about them, figure out who are the people working there, what their backgrounds are, what kind of work are they doing, right? You not having heard about the company before, that's totally okay. The fact is that you wouldn't have heard name of 90% of the best companies out there in the world, and that's natural. Even I wouldn't have heard their names, right? Because there are so many. So that is okay, do not worry about that, but research about people, because who you work with is one of the most important thing, because you learn from them.
Right.
Look at exact quality of work and what roles, responsibilities you will have. If these parameters look good, I think you can consider it. On the flip side, however, that as Arnav was also saying, that building APIs is again in no way any less work. But yes, if in your current job, if it is not really very exciting, there are no challenges, that's all right. But even in API development, there are a lot of nuances that exist that you can learn more on. Various layers of caching, pagination, adding more features, just making your APIs, resistant to high scale. That let's say if one of your endpoint start getting 10,000 RPM, if one of your endpoint start getting 10,000 requests per minute, would it still work or will it go down? If it will go down, then how are you going to manage that, right? So there are a lot of challenges that exist in API development as well. But of course, it depends from team to team, project to project, company to company. If at your company it is not giving you a good opportunity, then there is no harm in considering the data engineering role. But again, do proper research before deciding.
Right. I think we are almost up on time, but I will still add one more question because it's an interesting
Okay.
question that has come up. So Arun has asked, 15 plus years of experience in tech across technologies. So do you suggest a tech role or managerial role? I think
Right.
people who are senior might have this kind of dilemma.
Yeah. No, so actually, again, not a black and white thing. Both are good paths. Uh, Depends more on that. Where do you find your superpower? Do you think you can create a lot more impact, contributing to tech? That is what your, real thing is. Or do you think you can create a lot more impact, managing things as well? One fact is that even as a, manager, like for example, Sundar Pichai is one big example, right? He doesn't write code on day-to-day basis, but the kind of value that he adds to Google is massive, right? So managerial roles are also good. However, one thing that is important is that if you are working in any company where the center play is technology, for example, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, all these companies, the central play is technology, right? So even as in a managerial role, you will have to have very strong command on tech, right? Even if like being in managerial role at such high tech impact companies doesn't mean that you get away from tech, because the people you will be working with closely are going to be all techies, and unless you understand what they are doing, what they are planning, you cannot really manage them well if you do not have command on the things as much as they do. So like directionally which path you should pick, depends on, as I mentioned, that what you enjoy more, where you believe you can make a bigger mark. But despite of the direction you take, a solid command on technology is needed on either side. So do not think that if I get into managerial role I can live without tech, because without command on tech you will not be able to be the high impact, high growth engineering manager or engineering director.
Right. So that's a great answer. And on that, I will wrap this up as well, because we have crossed 1 hour as well. So, I see that there are a lot of still questions. Some are coming in. Feel free to put them in the comments, and we will definitely get back to you on the comments, and we will definitely pick up comments as topics for the next conversation also that we have. This has been, I think, very interesting, and almost like 80-90 people were live throughout 1 hour of the discussion. If you really love this kind of topic and this kind of discussions, just definitely like this video, subscribe to our channel. We keep having these kind of discussions every Saturday and Sunday in the evenings. Would love to keep getting you back here with your questions so that we can answer them. Thank you everybody for turning in, and thank you Abhimanyu for sharing your time.
Awesome. No, always happy, and everyone looking forward to sync up with you again on next Sunday. Always love to interact with the tech community, and there's a lot to learn from each other. See you all next week. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye everybody.
Hello and welcome everyone to our live broadcast on growing into technical versus management ladder, focused primarily on software engineers. Today we have with us Anshuman, who is the co-founder of Scalar Academy. He has been a software engineer to start with. He started his career with, I think, Facebook. And from there, now he is basically switched into an entrepreneurial role, which is more management focused. So we give insights about his life, how he transitioned into, sort of a manager role. And then we'll also speak about different companies and what are the typical engineering roles and managerial ladders in those companies. Welcome, Anshuman. Any few first words that you want to say?
Thank you for having me. Very glad to be here. Happy sharing everything that I know. Help folk that I hear.
Sure. Cool. Let's get started. To get started, we have taken few questions from our Discord community and Scalar group, and we have spoken to many people and collated a list of questions. We'll start off with those questions, and as your questions start coming in, we'll take questions from you guys as well. Right? Anshuman, I wanted to ask you that as a software engineer, what are the typical career paths that a person can choose?
So almost everybody who starts into software engineering would start with a SDE1 kind of a role, which is an entry-level software engineer, where your responsibilities are to make sure like smaller tasks given to you are completed on time, bug-free. But as your responsibilities grow, you grow as a software engineer. You become SDE2, SDE3, and so forth. However, I mean, that being said, that's not the only path that is ahead of you. If you're a software engineer, once you grow into becoming a senior software engineer and once you grow in seniority, if your inclination is towards management, you can actually go into engineering management and you can become an engineering manager or later on senior engineering manager or director or a VP of engineering. Or if you are more inclined towards, let's say, getting into product, you can then start exploring these entry-level roles into product management or project management or technical program management, TPMs. However, I mean, the most commonly taken path are either grow within software engineering as an IC, which is individual contributor, or grow into a management role after a while, right? So then you become an engineering manager and then you try moving along in the seniority level there.
So help me understand what are the different roles and responsibilities across the engineering ladder and the management ladder. Maybe you can start with the engineering and then the management ladder.
Sure. What I can do is I can take the example of Facebook, and I can take about the leveling structure there in individual contributor role, which is software engineering, versus management roles, and what were the corresponding duties and responsibilities of somebody in those roles. Now, when you go from Facebook to other companies, I mean, there is some amount of same structure at other more matured companies as well. So a Google or a Microsoft or an Amazon, and then most other companies have very, very similar structures. So that's the reason why I'm picking on Facebook. You can translate that to a very similar structure elsewhere as well. So Facebook engineering levels actually start from E3. There is E3, then E4, then E5, then E6, E7, E8, and so forth. Any junior engineer who is a bachelor's typically joins at the E3 level, where the responsibilities are that you'd be given a task. Task would be very simple, very well defined, and it takes maybe a few hours to get the task done. The expectation there is, which defines your performance, is that you're able to deliver on those tasks with bug-free code, with very high quality of code. The progression in the ladder happens when you are able to take up more complex problems. So, for example, E3 to E4 happens when you're already able to work on a feature level. Now, feature level means you're able to take a bigger problem, break it down into these smaller tasks, and then either do it yourself or get it done with the help of other E3 engineers. So you're able to take a feature and deliver on it. That makes you an E4 engineer. And in the leveling, just calling it out that the formula for promotion is that you're already doing the work of the next level for a sustained period of time. Then you get promotion. So E4 is being able to deliver on feature level. E4 to E5 transition happens when you can take a problem which has an ambiguous solution. You don't know whether that's even achievable or not. And then you're able to drive the solution using help from E4 and E3 engineers. And let me elaborate on that. Right? Imagine I am working in the Facebook messages team. I'm building Messenger, I'm building Facebook chat. There, if I am working on, let's say, the caching layer, let's say my team works on the caching layer of Facebook messages. And let's say I'm given a goal that today the entire caching layer takes, let's say, 100 milliseconds to respond or 200 milliseconds to respond. Bring down the latency by another 50 milliseconds. So make sure that the latency drops from, or the time taken to fetch anything from the caching drops from 100 milliseconds to 50 milliseconds. Now, whether that is feasible or not, I can't tell on day zero. I'll have to then go and dig into why it's taking 100 milliseconds. And I'll then have to figure out, are there things that I can do, or are there decisions I can take which can bring it down to 50 milliseconds, which would mean I might have to build a lot of feature level things which I would assign to eForce. There might be certain that I take it up myself, and there might be other tasks that I get done. Right? So the point where you can take these problems with ambiguous solutions and can actually deliver on them, that's when you become an E5. And E5 is the one first true jump in your software engineering career. Once you are at E5, then actually you have a choice. You can continue to grow in the engineering ladder, and therefore you become E6 and E7 and E8, and there is no level beyond E8 and E9 in Facebook. Or you can actually change your track at that moment and come to the engineering management layer, and then you start from M0 is the basic level of engineering management. Completely your choice on what superpowers you have, where you feel more capable to deliver. For example, an M0, which is a person starting in the management ladder, would handle typically a team of 2 to 3, utilize that team to again get things done, would be able to manage their career expectations, would be able to help them plan their career and their next promotions, show them a path where they can grow in the company, help them optimize for their primary key results, which is typically around some or the other form of impact. So that's the responsibility of a M0. And then as you start to do that well, as the complexity of, again, the problem statement that your team handles increases, your team size also increases. And therefore you go from M0 to M1, M1 to M2, and so forth, right? Like, and managers have public titles. So M0 to M1 means you become a senior engineering manager. M1 to M2 or M3 approximately means you become almost director of engineer. And then it grows as in the same order. So those are the two choices you have as the level grows. These are the basic responsibility chart. The growth from E5 to E6 again is what level and what complexity of problem. So for example, the example I gave in E5 was an ambiguous problem on team level. When you start solving the same problem on an org level, for example, for the entire messages, if I give you a problem statement that, hey, bring down the end-to-end message delivery latency from, let's say, X number of seconds to X by 2 number of seconds. That's when you're solving it at an org level, and then you go from E5 to E6 if you're able to do that. And then, therefore, I mean, if you want to do something at a company level, then you become E7, E8. If you start doing things on industry level, which means you're building software that now is changing the face of the industry. For example, Facebook built HPHP. Then you are an E8 or E9, which is the highest level possible in engineering within Facebook. Whether you choose engineering or management, completely dependent on your core capabilities, what you really enjoy doing.
Right. So, if you can throw some light on the day-to-day life of a manager also, because I think most of our audience is a software engineer, so they know what in and outs of what a software engineer does. But a typical engineer who's basically starting at a M0 kind of a level, what would be his role and responsibilities, and how does it compare to maybe a more senior manager?
Right. I can talk about what the day in, day out of an engineering manager look like, and what are the most common mistakes most junior engineering manager make. The key core responsibility of an engineering manager is to prioritize the efficiency of their team. If I can get a lot of work done by actually making sure every single person in my team is just able to achieve a lot more with less amount of time, then I am doing a great job as an engineering manager. My team is extremely productive. Now, how do I do that? That doesn't mean that I have to start writing more code. That means I have to enable people that report to me. So for example, there might be some people in my team who might not be performing well. So helping understand what is causing that issue. Is it a skill issue or is it a will issue? skill issue, meaning I don't understand like certain technologies and therefore I'm struggling. So helping create a path for them to actually learn and therefore then start doing well in their respective jobs. Or a will issue, which means like I don't feel very motivated by what I do, and therefore helping them see the bigger picture or helping them move to another project or another task which they might find more motivation in doing. That's the responsibility of an engineering manager. And while that's a very broad problem statement, it translates to doing a lot of communication, a lot of one-on-ones with your reportees, very actively monitoring how things are going, talking very, very like proactively to other teams to understand the work that you are doing. Can it actually benefit others? What do you build and then make sure other teams use, let's say, some of the things that you build. That way it increases the impact of your team. Those become a lot more important than writing code. And one of the most common mistakes I see very junior engineers or engineering managers doing is that they have some amount of affinity to writing code, and therefore they spend decent amount of time writing code themselves. The reality is, as an engineering manager, like writing code is just a good to have. Nobody is going to say that you're a great engineering manager because you write code. You should know the ins and out of writing code. However, I mean, your success is defined by the productivity of your team. How good do people in your team feel about their work? They feel about their manager. How productive are they, right? So all of your time should go in that. You shouldn't be fixated on writing code. Help people. You are like their mentor. You are their teacher to a certain extent. So help them. That should take up most of your time. Actually, all of your time as you grow as manager. And the more fixated you would be on just writing code on a day-to-day, the slower your growth as engineering manager would be. And this is, by the way, a mistake I have also made. I used to look down upon people who would not write code because I believed, and this is, by the way, I was ignorant and I believe that people who write code are superior. But that's, I mean, if you start looking at the framework of what do I want to achieve, what is the responsibility of an engineering manager, and what is helping me achieve that, you'll figure out that coding will not help you achieve the responsibilities of an engineering manager. Spending a lot of time with people who report to you, helping build the right processes, helping build processes that enable them. That's going to make them more efficient. I'll just spend maybe 1 or 2 more minutes. The other thing about engineering managers, which all of us have to understand, is that in the field of management, there is a concept of inheriting versus building. Great engineering managers, let me first elaborate what inheriting versus building means. Inheritors are people who are given team, right? So when I say that, hey, look, I'm now managing 5 people, I expect that those 5 people would be given to me. Or let's say when I want to go from 5 to 10 people, managing 10 people, I expect that those additional 5 people would be given to me. So I'm inheriting in certain sense, right? Like there's somebody else doing the hard work of going and finding these people, and then I'm inheriting. Versus building, which is you say, hey, look, my team's responsibility is to go and get some XYZ work done, right? And I own building these things. By the way, here, if I had more people, here is what we could have also done, which is, by the way, going to increase my impact by some piece more. And hence, please allow me to go and hire more engineers. And then I go and hire those engineers. So my path from going to 5 to 10 isn't that somebody will come and give me 5 engineers, but I plan out how to go and hire and then increase the size of my team. That is the building persona. Engineering managers have to be builders. They have to proactively think about the scope of what their team does. How do they increase the impact of what their team does, be able to justify the impact, and then grow the team themselves, not be dependent on people. You're almost running a mini company inside. Great engineering managers would focus a lot more on that. And the junior engineers make the common mistake of focusing a lot more on coding than actually doing all of these things. So if at all you do choose the engineering management ladder, please focus more on these aspects than writing code daily. That's not going to move a lot of needles. Your team performance will move the needles.
Yeah. I hope this answers Weber questions as well. Can engineering manager code, or is it an expected thing from an engineering manager? Shubham has an interesting point, interesting question that we have not touched. We've primarily focused our discussion on product companies. But do you have any opinion on the service-based companies as well? The role of an engineer versus a manager?
Right. Look, I mean, I'd be wrong to say that I know a lot about service companies, and therefore I give a very, very deep insight into the engineering management versus IC ladder in service companies. I'll tell you what I have perceived. My perception is that as an IC, you grow with respect to number of years of experience in a particular tech stack. So, for example, if I'm a Java developer who has 6 years of experience, I'll obviously be a better IC, more valued IC, and a higher paid engineer than a Java engineer who has 2 years of experience. So, as your experience grows in a service company, your level / status as a software engineer also grows in a service company. There might be internal level definitions as well, which maybe I'm not aware of. And then there are managers who manage a team. They manage who sits out offsite, who sits out onsite. They are in turn in some form responsible for delivery to the end client as well. And there again, like, those managers would not write code. They would optimize. Their KPIs are driven by how happy are my clients, and is the project being delivered on time, with some bit of like, is my team happy, is my team growing, etc. But a lot of like, is my client happy, and a lot of is my work happening on time takes higher priority than the other stuff. Right. This is, by the way, again, as let me disclaimer, I don't know the levels within service engineering companies enough to comment. This is my outside perception.
Sure. So you spoke about the enablers for a engineering manager, but in product companies, I've seen that there are many other ladders in the, or if I call sister, positions in the management ladder. There's a person who looks after the product. There's a person who looks after maybe the other KPIs. So what are the different kind of management inside a typical product organization?
No, so I mean, yes, I mean, the two paths that I talked about, which is continuing as a individual contributor and therefore growing as a software engineer, or getting into engineering management and growing there, these are the most frequently taken paths. There are certain paths less traveled as well, which I can probably elaborate on, which are adjacent to what you're doing. For example, certain people like product management work and therefore switch to product, and they start as product managers. And like the usual journey is that you would, if at all you do switch there and you have a lot of inclination to product management and therefore you have a high potential of doing well there, then you start as a associate product manager, APM, where you again, like just like E3s work on smaller tasks, APMs work on small product problems, very, very small. For example, let's say changing what is written on a button, maybe A/B experimenting with that and seeing like what CTA, what call to action has the most amount of click through rate, right? Those are very, very small starter tasks. And then you start growing in the product management ladder, which has its own rate of growth. Or certain people get started with TPM roles. TPMs are technical program management roles, where you start managing projects and the estimation of projects, delivery of projects, make sure that like every single stakeholder in that project is able to do things on time. If things are getting delayed, then every single person knows. Being able to more or less project manage in some sense, but a technical project, you're able to manage that. And a slightly wider term for that is project managers, which is, I mean, in the case of software engineers, probably makes sense more to go on the tech TPM side. So TPM and product management, those are two other adjacent verticals that people usually transfer over to.
I think the most common path that people take of software engineers take is the engineering management route, because they have been software engineers, they can relate to the problems that software engineers are facing and hence contribute more over there. Having said that, in a typical organization, how does these three functions, because all of them are, three different roles. So what is the boundary separation basically that separates a product manager from a TPM? Like, for example, if I have to develop Facebook Messenger, so what things would come from a product manager? What would be the role of TPM over here, and what would be the role of software engineer and an engineer?
Right. Let me first clarify that not all organizations would always have a TPM. TPMs come into existence once your scale grows beyond a level where it's becoming unmanageable to handle things across teams, especially if a project involves a lot of delivery across teams, right? There could be a lot of times when projects are being executed without a TPM in the picture. typically with engineering managers and product managers, where the split of responsibility is that product manager is responsible to author the overall direction of the product. For example, being able to prioritize. Let me take the example of Facebook Messenger again, right? Now, when you look at Facebook Messenger, let's say the end goal or the OKR for a product manager might be that, hey, today in United States, let's say there are X 100 millions of users who use Messenger. I want to increase that number to Y 100 million users. Or an average user spends X amount of time on Facebook Messenger. I want to increase that time from X to Y. Now, if a product manager is dealing with that KPI, then they would go digging deeper into what would get me there. And there they would go and talk to users. They would go and look at competition. What is competition doing? And let's say the product manager comes back and says, hey, look, the reason why certain people move over from Messenger to WhatsApp is because WhatsApp has much lower latency. It is faster. It can work on even weaker networks. So then that would be translated to a KR saying that, hey, look, we need to lower the latency of what Facebook Messenger from X to Y. Or when somebody opens the app, it should open in some X number of milliseconds. When that KR is created, when that goal is created, that is then assigned to a E5, E6, E7 engineer. And there is a team that works on that goal with the engineer. And the engineering manager is the person who actually manages that team, makes sure everybody is accountable, everybody is delivering their best. E6, E7, E8 engineers are the ones who are then splitting that into tasks and giving that as responsibilities to the given engineers. At the end of the day, whether or not this gets done by the engineering function is then the collective responsibility of this E6, E7 engineer plus your engineering manager. If this gets done, then whether the product metrics are achieved, which is, let's say, my number of users in the United States have increased from X to Y, or let's say the time spent on the app has been increased from X to Y, that is the responsibility of the product manager. So product manager is responsible for the product goal to a certain extent. That translates to some number of tech things to be achieved. Those tech things being achieved are the responsibility of senior IC engineers and engineering managers.
Understood. Now I'll take one question from comments. She's asking, is there more growth in the managerial path than the technical path? I'm sure many in the audience would be waiting to hear this answer. So what are your thoughts?
Before I answer that, there is a myth that I want to bust. Yes. One of the very common perception in the Indian society especially is that managers are paid much higher as compared to people who grow into software engineering roles. Now, again, I don't know about the service companies setup, to be honest, but in product companies, especially product companies that are international in nature, they have international presence. In fact, even in Indian product companies, I've seen that that is not the case. And then there's a reason for that, right? A very, very good IC leader, an architect or a principal engineer would have the same kind of impact to business as, let's say, a director of engineering can or a VP of engineering can. They both cannot function without each other. Therefore, both have ladders defined, as I talked about, like E5 to E6, E6 to E7, E7 to E8. Each of those have a salary band that somebody at E8 level would get paid from X to Y. Very similarly, management ladders also have levels, M0, M1, M2, M3, M4. And within that, again, there are payment bands. There is a one-on-one correlation. For example, an E6 would be at the same level as an M1. Or let's say a higher E6 would be at the same level as an M2. And in that case, their pay scales are exactly the same. There is no distinction in the pay scale of a very senior IC person and the equivalent management ladder. So the pay scale is not differentiated there. You shouldn't take the decision to go to management just because you believe that would pay you higher. That's not the case. There is equal pay scale. You should figure out where you are more likely to do better. What is your core superpower? What is it that you are better at between management and between growing as a senior IC? Now, the second question was, hey, look, is growth in managerial path faster than in technical path? Depends on person to person. Certain people have a knack of just being a very, very good problem solver and software developer, and therefore they are more likely to succeed as senior IC and therefore grow faster there. And there are certain people who are more people person. They actually like interacting with people. They actually like optimizing on people performance. And they have been software engineers themselves. So they are more likely to grow faster in the engineering management ladder. A generic answer that whether one is better than the other is not true.
So I read this question online, which was that the question was by a person who has 15 years of experience, and the question was that is aging a real factor in technical domain or an IC? Because it is really hard to keep yourself updated in the tech world. So is that a factor that people should consider?
Right. A lot of new age companies don't prefer people with a lot of experience, and I'll tell you why. And I don't believe that age is a factor there. There are other factors. A lot of times what happens is like when you grow in your roles, when you have a lot of experience, when you're of a certain age, in some people, the agility to do things and being quick on the feet, being able to experiment fast enough, being able to take bold bets, that goes away. And it could be just a factor of how we have grown in our software engineering careers, right? Like newer companies are bolder in nature, faster in nature, whereas like a lot of bigger companies that have been traditional, they don't encourage the same level of risk taking, etc. Right? So it is less of ageism. It is more of being able to find people who are agile and can take risks and can make bold moves that helps you move forward. If companies are able to find people even with 20-25 years of experience who have that trait, they would readily hire. I'll give an example. The person who joined me as my manager in Facebook, actually, he joined as a director of engineering. He came from Microsoft. He had 26 years of experience. So, I mean, in today's time would have now 32 to 33 years of experience. And he was the person who had actually led the team that built Windows XP. Now, that person was hired as a leader in Facebook because the person still had the attributes of staying agile, working fast enough, being able to rationalize decisions, etc. So, and I had a bunch of people who were there with 20 years of experience, 25 years of experience, 30 years of experience. It's only a function of how old is your mind, how young you are at taking risks and bets, and then like being able to quickly deliver. And then that goes in the entrepreneurship journey as well. You'll see like a lot of founders of companies that are unicorn today, they're very young. At the same time, there are some founders who are old as well. Just a very subjective thing, person to person.
And just to clarify, the comparison that you did both in the managerial role as well as the engineering role, is it in Indian context or is it a global phenomenon? It's valid for US and other locations?
So this might not be valid for a service companies. In fact, a few of the friends that I know, I've learned from them that the growth in service companies, growth as a manager is usually faster than growth as an IC. However, this is true heavily for the global ecosystem and in most product companies in India. This philosophy is followed where managers don't have a faster growth rate, but like both managers and ICs have faster growth rate. And it makes sense, right? Like for example, if you look at Flipkart has such a huge scale, or even Hotstar. Mohit, you were there. Hotstar has such a huge scale that having a brilliant engineer there who can help you build these large scale systems adds the same amount of value, if not more, than a manager who can handle, let's say, a team of 20-25 engineers. So both are important to Hotstar's journey, and like very similarly for Flipkart as well, both are important. An IC who can take these decisions and make sure systems scale. At the same time, managers who can manage a very highly efficient team. And therefore, pay scales also reflect that.
Makes sense. But does it also make sense for smaller companies which are not very tech focused but ops heavy?
Right. So the complexity of problems, Mohit, in different kind of companies. I mean, I talked about scale in Hotstar and Flipkart. There is a second category of problem which is around product and the UX of the product. Again, like having ICs who can build this product, which is just gives a significantly better product experience to the end engineers. There's a lot of attention to details. To such companies makes a lot more difference, or actually same amount of difference as having an engineering manager who can handle a team of 5-10 engineers. So therefore, there is a one-on-one equivalence there as well when you're building products, because really, really good engineers help you build very high NPS products.
Makes sense. So at what point should a software engineer decide if I'm I enter as an SD1 in an organization? So at what point should I start evaluating that I should go in a managerial role or should I continue in an IC role? What should be the tipping point and what are the common traits that a typical engineer should look at?
Right. Actually, so when you're very, very junior engineer, at that point, to be honest, you don't even have the option. So as long as you are an SD1 or just a beginner SD2, which in the Facebook's context was E3, E4 engineers, there isn't really a point of considering whether you want to be manager or an IC, because you can't become a manager, then you have to be at least an E5 to become a manager. However, when you become an E5, then the sooner you can take a path and commit to that path, the better it is. I'll tell you why. For example, let's say I'd say that, hey, look, I want to grow as an individual contributor. So I want to grow on the engineering path. And let's say I go from E5 to E6, and then I go from E6 to E7. And then I feel that I'm stuck. I can't grow any further. Or maybe I feel stuck at E6 level itself, right? I don't feel that I can grow anymore. And I now start to have second thoughts on my choice, and I want to now go into the management ladder. When I do make that switch, even if I'm an E6 today, I'll have to start from M0. So I'll have to reset to a certain extent and start from M0 and just bet on the possibility that I'll grow faster here, which is, I mean, if in the overall ladder, if you see, it is not the most optimized path for you, right? So the sooner you can take that call, the better it is. How do you decide? You have to look, as I said, like, what do you enjoy more? Do you enjoy writing code in and out daily? That's you're more of an introvert persona. You like solving very complex problems. You like building things and seeing them in action. You like plugging in, as was said in the Social Network movie, which is you put your headphones on and then you just like coding for hours and hours. If that's what you like, then you probably do better as an IC. If, let's say, talking to people excites you, helping resolve problems with people excites you, then probably management ladder is where you have higher chances of success. Again, the nuances are more complex than what I just told you. That was oversimplification, but that's very basic check.
And how about people who are inclined towards product? I see Facebook has a system engineers as well. Right? There are system engineers who primarily work at improving the latencies and all, and there are product engineers who primarily whose objective is primarily to add features in the product. Think about new features that can be added, and then there are product managers. So, do you have any opinion on this as well?
Right. So, I think it is just a function of like how you want to grow. What you described was a growth trajectory as a backend or infrastructure engineer versus a front-end / full stack / product engineer. Product engineers are usually people who love to build things and see things in action, see things rolled out there. They are at the front of getting visibility. They like doing a lot of A/B experiments. For example, most of the Silicon Valley companies have a engineering team that is dedicated to growth, and those are like a lot of times the most effective, the biggest needle mover teams in those companies. And like those growth people working on growth are people who are obsessed over products, who obsess over doing small changes and seeing like how the audience is reacting. They heavily index on A/B experiments. So if you're somebody who likes seeing things in action when you build them, then you'll probably do really well as a product engineer. If you are somebody who likes working on very complex optimization problems, like solving problems gives you a high more than anything, and like maybe visibility is something you don't care about that much, as long as you get great problems to solve and then like you have a growth chart defined there, you'll do really well as a backend engineer. For example, I was the second persona. I was a backend engineer than a product engineer in Facebook when I started my career, because I liked solving complex problems.
What was your journey like? What kind of engineer you were, and how you transitioned into a manager-intensive entrepreneurial role?
Right. At Facebook I started as a backend engineer, optimized on different kind of optimization problem, focus on optimization of different problems, and then slowly I again, like as you grow into roles, as you grow across the ladder, you become an E5, you become an E6, and so forth. you start to look at more holistic problems. And therefore, I started getting more on the product side of things, starting looking at user experiences and then being able to optimize those user experiences. And then, I mean, to be honest, I really, really enjoyed my work. I really loved my work there. One of the reasons, however, I mean, today I do things very, very differently. I don't code at all. I am more of an entrepreneur. So I optimize more for, again, the team efficiency, the company growth. I spend a lot of time teaching now. And then the reason why that change or shift happened was, again, like when I was at Facebook, realized a bunch of problems in the Indian ecosystem. My own brother was studying in a tier 3 engineering college, got to see certain things that were happening there, felt very bad that things are the way they are. So I felt I could possibly contribute, and therefore I pitched the same to my now co-founder, Abhimanyu. And then we both said, like, this is a problem worth dedicating time to, and therefore we left our jobs, came back to India, started doing this. And in this phase, then once you get into the entrepreneurial journey, once you start running a company, then you do all kinds of stuff. I have been sitting on making back-to-back calls to people to get them referred to jobs. I've went on a lot of sales calls. I have, I've done like a lot of B2B sales, B2C sales, contributed to marketing, anything and everything that the company demands, anything and everything that wherever like you want to be a filler, I mean, that's where you go and contribute. So I'm less of an engineer now, more of a different function because of the journey.
Right. So you spoke about Scalar. There's a question related to Scalar. I'll take that. I'll let you read that. It's a long question.
Sure. So the question is, hey, so I'm like 7 years back, passed out from a tier 2 college as a computer science engineer. But I went to prepare for UPSC, state PSC, and hence the entire time till now, I was in that cycle, and now I want to get back to the IT sector. I started as a tech support, but I was good in Python coding before as well. My database and algo were good before. I want to change my life for better. Can Scalar give me a chance to do that? Absolutely. I mean, so look, the software ecosystem as well is moving towards a skill and capability based system. So, which is what can you as an engineer do rather than where you come from. A lot of companies are also moving in the direction where they're slowly giving up the requirement for you to even have a degree to work. And that's all very, very positive change. So irrespective of your background, I would say you should optimize for how much do you know today, what can you do today. I have never seen very, very qualified software engineers, great software engineers, not succeed in careers just because they came from not so great background. So Scalar can definitely help in learning the right things for you. I mean, in spite of Scalar as well, even if you learn the right things on your own, you'll still succeed in the software engineering career. It's never too late. That's where I was going with this.
I think if anyone is interested to know more about the program, they can log into our website, Scalar.com, and register on the website, then we can call them back.
Right. And actually on the website as well, there's a free live class. I am the person who usually takes that free live class. So if you're interested, please do join that free live class. I'm happy answering all questions about Scalar. I'll also maybe go into further details of solving certain problems in front of you, so that gives you a sense of how classes are done.
The next question is by Rahul Anand. He says that how to deal with non-engineering manager. I think it's a deep-rooted belief in engineers that isko agar coding nahi aati, so he's not a good manager. So there are two sets, right? One is the development expectation of a developer and the expectation of the engineering manager. How to tackle both?
Right. I think the one problem when you don't have domain relevance as a manager is that it's very hard for you to predict or sort of rationalize why certain engineering problems are hard versus why certain software engineering problems are easy to solve. For example, when somebody comes and tells me, hey, look, we need to lower the latency for this thing from a 2 second to a 1 second. And I go back and say, hey, look, this is what it will take. And here, let's say just changing this service to go from 200 millisecond to 100 millisecond will take us 2 months. Now, why am I saying 2 months? And what are the corresponding changes inside that service? Maybe a engineering manager who has some amount of technical background might be able to rationalize and therefore maybe even give suggestions on maybe how to reach there faster. A non-tech manager might not be able to do that. There is some amount of domain that helps you'd be a better manager. That being said, I mean, I wouldn't say that non-tech managers are always bad. They might have other superpowers. They might actually be better at people management than a regular manager. We humans tend to however, have bias, unconscious bias that, as Mohit said, that's just because somebody does not know coding, that person is inferior to me. It is very important that you let go of that bias and then evaluate a person objectively. What do you expect from your manager? Is your manager able to do that or not? A great managers, to be honest, are always people who would be on your side. They succeed when you succeed. It's very simple. For any engineering manager, the formula of success, at least in product companies, is that they would succeed when you succeed. So they're always on your side. Great engineering managers usually fight for people who report into them. So I mean, as long as your manager does that and is aware of their weaknesses and then therefore helps you get those technical advices from elsewhere, you don't need to just segregate out non-tech managers, non-tech engineering managers from your life. They're still good managers then.
When is the right time to move for a managerial perspective role, as any specific time or experience can take part for that particular leadership? Basically, what is the point at which they should decide? You said they can transition from an E5 to an M0 or an E6 to an M1. So
I mean, the transition from E6 doesn't happen directly to M1. You still have to start from M0. And therefore, I said, like, the sooner you make that call, the better it is. E5, when you become an E5, that's probably the point where you should think actively about this decision. At any specific time or experience can take part for leadership. Experience-wise, I would say, even in the role of E4, E5, you will have plenty of opportunity to help mentor some of the junior members in your team. For example, most companies hire interns, and for interns, people managing those interns need not always be engineering managers or director of engineering. You could very well be somebody who has an intern in your team and you're helping mentor them. Mentorship is a practice for engineering management. So do that, and that might help you understand whether you're good at it or not.
Next question is by Pramod. He's basically asking what are the skills to focus while shifting from technical to a management work. Companies outside don't hire techniques for management. They ask for a prior managerial experience.
Right. So companies actually do two things. One is they index a lot on your prior managerial experience. And then they, as I said, like, the primary responsibilities of a manager is to help their team be more productive. So they'll ask you questions. Well, they'll try to understand whether you inherited your team or whether you built your team. They'll ask you questions of how you did the performance management of your team, how you handled the bottom performers in the team. Have you had to fire people from your team? How did you manage that? How did you manage communication to the rest of the team? What is the practice you had put in place? How frequently would you talk to people? What was your team able to do in a 6-month period or in a 1-year period? How many people did you have? Is that good productivity? Is that bad productivity? They would question and grill you on your previous experience. I mean, management, like, unlike coding, in management, it is not possible to say, hey, look, I'll just directly join this company as a VP of engineering and I'll directly get 200 people reporting into me. Unless you have done a version before that already, it is a factor of your previous experience in management.
Next question is by Kavita. Can you please talk about software engineer to product management path, not necessarily product management in the same product that we are working on?
Right. I'll talk about the software engineer to an APM role, right? Like, which is associate product manager. What is an associate product manager able to do? One is like whether you should even do that. The question there is then like, do you really enjoy building things, seeing product live, seeing people use it? Are you analytical in nature? In the sense that if I tell you a bunch of data points, are you able to put A, B, C, D together and being able to see pattern of what is working with your end consumers, what is not? Are you able to talk to people and then understand their needs? I mean, for example, very simply, if I want a improvement feedback from somebody, right? And like, people are usually very hesitant giving feedback because they know it will make me feel bad. Am I able to talk to them and am I able to get those information from people in a way where they feel good about themselves? As a product manager, you'll do a lot of consumer interviews. You'll have to talk to people and you'll have to get those data points out from your end consumers. Do you like doing that? Which is a big part of competition analysis and your user experience improvements. If you do that, then sure, I mean, you should look at a product management kind of a field. Usually the path there is that the hardest path, because I mean, product management isn't a field with a lot of volume. The hardest path is like, you want one person to take a bet on you to hire you as an APM. So there, I mean, there are a bunch of now companies that have come up that help people learn things to do that transition. For example, there is product school, PM school kind of companies that help drive cohorts where they help you learn certain things about product management, how to build case studies, how to go about researching people, how to create personas of users, etc. Those are basic knowledge you need to even start working as a PM. So do that, or maybe you'll find a bunch of articles as well around on how to get started as a PM. Go through that, apply to companies. They'll give you a product case study. Try to do well there. If you do well there, then the first time the transition to APM happens, then you're set. Then your career starts to build up from there.
Next question is by Arijit. The question is around FOMO, that if you leave to a management track, would you miss coding? And is there can you take a U-turn?
Yes. So answer is yes. You can always take a U-turn and come back and into the coding. And there is nothing like I'll forget coding. That never happens. It might just take you maybe a week or 2 weeks or maybe a month to get back into shape. But once you've learned coding, because you don't memorize coding, once you've learned coding, you'll always get back into the shape. That's a part of your muscle memory that you don't forget. So you can always come back to coding. I mean, there is nothing like, I mean, I'm now obsolete in any fashion.
Arpit has two questions. He's asking which stream is better in terms of work-life balance. And also, there's one more question, which is around which positions has, like in terms of number of jobs, which has more number of jobs.
Right. So first question, in which stream there is better work-life balance? Work-life balance, to be honest, is not a function of stream, but the company and the stage of the company. For example, let's say I work at a company X, which is very big, is probably not as fast moving as the other companies because they already have a lot of market leadership. There, all the managers, all the ICs, all the product managers, they'll all have a very, very high work-life balance. Whereas there is another company that is probably a little early in nature. They're struggling to move forward. They're trying a lot of experiments. There, everybody, including the engineering manager, the ICs, as well as the product manager, they'll all have work-life balance issues. If at all there is a function that enjoys better work-life balance, for example, if a manager makes sure that their team works really, really hard, but they have a very chill life, and those are bad teams, bad managers. In a work-life balance setup, like it's usually the company culture that drives it. So there isn't a skew with respect to stream. So answer to that, I mean, there is no stream in particular which has best work-life balance. The companies. So go join the company where you'll find the best work-life balance. The second question is, which position is better available in industry? Which I think translates to number of positions in these sections. So very hard to answer. But there are more number of software engineering positions than there are product management positions. That is very clear to begin. For example, if you have a team of, if there is a product manager, the product manager would be working with a team of 20, 25, 30 engineers at a time, or maybe 5 engineers or 10 engineers. And therefore, the number of engineers are more in nature. However, I mean, we are talking about the streams when you become a senior engineer, SDE E5 or above. The number of E5 or above software engineers, the number of M0, M1, M2, M3, M4, and the number of product managers. There, I don't have the exact split. India is a little heavy on management. So India has more managers than actually very, very good ICs in the ladder. But I mean, globally, I don't know the exact split to be able to answer that question accurately.
I won't name the company, but I've been a part of company where there were more number of managers. We had, at one point, we had 2 managers managing 1 person.
Oh, wow.
We'll move to the next question. Does MBA from a good college help in building skills and getting into product management in the field of IT?
MBAs in certain cases do, but I wouldn't say that they are a prerequisite. MBAs are in no way prerequisite. MBAs, if you just go on LinkedIn and search for product managers across companies, you'll find that a lot of companies, they prefer product managers who have been software engineers in the past, especially like SaaS companies that build dev tools, right? For example, companies like Postman, or companies like Browser Stack, you would see like a lot of product managers who get hired with heavy technical background and need not have an MBA in place, right? So it helps. It is, however, not a prerequisite. You can become a product manager even without an MBA.
From a limited exposure to service-based companies, what I've noticed is that service-based companies tend to hire more MBA grads as at managerial roles than going from a software engineer and then going to managerial roles. So, and that has a different trajectory as well. As in growth also, MBA does play a role. Having said that, the college also matters from which you're doing an MBA. So
right. This is clarifying. All of my views are with respect to product companies and global companies because that is what I've had exposure to.
So next question is something that came up during our clubhouse session. Does sticking to IAC data lead to higher salaries or lead to EM?
Right. Actually, in most mature companies, there are defined bands for levels in IC as well as levels in engineering management. And those levels have one-on-one correlation, which means, for example, an M2 in Facebook and an E6 at Facebook would have same salaries, similar salaries. They would just have difference of titles, but they would have very, very similar comparable salaries. So therefore, either of those are not beneficial to the other with respect to salaries. What matters is where you move up the ladder faster. For example, if you are a great IC and you just move faster up the ladder, your salaries would grow at a much faster pace. Or if you are a manager who grows really, really fast in the management ladder, your salaries will grow again at a much faster pace. But none of them are superior to each other with respect to salary bands. With respect to product companies and global companies, again, caveat.
Yeah. I have 10 years of experience in IT. How can I transition to a top product-based company?
Same thing, which is if you're getting to a product-based company, there are certain things that product-based companies index on with respect to engineering. For example, product-based companies would care less about your tech stack. They would care a lot more about your problem-solving skills. So given a random problem, can you write code on the spot? Which is a function of how good are you at data structures and algorithms, how good are you at problem solving. The second thing that they usually test on, especially given your experience, is how good are you at design skills. And design is not the conventional design, but more of engineering design. So low-level design where you use certain design patterns to structure objects and classes the right way. Or system design where like if you're building a scalable system, then are you building it with the right components, right architecture, right sharding techniques, data sharding techniques, and making the right choice of software, etc. So they index very heavily on that. And then they do a very heavy assessment on behavioral aspect, which is whatever work you've done, that's all right. But do you really, really understand what you do? Do you really understand the decision choices that were made in that project? Were you driving it or were you following? Those kind of things they want to dig deeper into because they want to hire people who can take initiatives and drive things. So it's never too late. As long as you are good at these concepts, that should be enough to switch to top product companies. Now, whether they hire you as an SD2 or an SD3 or an SD4 or an M0, M1, M2, I don't know. Depends on your previous experience, your interview performance. Leveling gets decided later on.
Do you know what an RPA developer is? And
this is again a construct within service companies. There are a bunch of tools that you have that people become developers of because those tools are used extensively for a certain project. For example, there are Salesforce developers, there are UiPath developers, and there are developers of different kind and they specialize in a tool of certain kind. The reality of those roles is that those roles are capped those roles only have relevance in service companies, and therefore those roles are capped to certain roles within the service company. And therefore, the rate of growth, etc., is fairly slow. There is a upper ceiling you'll hit in some while in those kind of roles. If you want to switch to a product company as a generic software developer, your experience as those specialized roles doesn't help much. So if you like it, do continue. But if you don't, I would advise to switch to a generic software developer role.
I think this question is quite relevant and you would relate to it. in case someone is planning to have a startup in 3-4 years down the line, then what will be the ratio of manager skill versus technical one should be involved right now?
If you're planning to have a startup 3 to 4 years down the line, that is some function of tech and a lot of function of business. So what I would advise you is that if you plan to do that, maybe the best thing you could do, and that's a mistake I made, was probably join a mid-level startup today where you can see these things up close. You can see how the tech teams are being formed, what all challenges you face, how is business doing, how is business decisions being taken. Look at the overall picture. And that helps a lot more. Being a manager then, or maybe remaining a technical one, that's a minor decision, probably doesn't have a lot of effect on the overall outcome of the startup. But getting exposure to business and the framework to take decisions, that would have a decent impact on the outcome of your startup.
Next is by Kavita, basically comparing the growth rate of software engineer, engineering manager with a product manager. So we spoke about engineering manager and software engineer, but how does it compare to a product manager? I think that is something like
one of the realities of the tech Indian ecosystem today, and I don't know whether this will continue or not, is that there is shortage of really good product managers. And because that is the case, any function which has a shortage would have higher growth rate of salaries. So at present, in the Indian ecosystem, again, I'm rephrasing, in the Indian ecosystem, at present, the rate of growth of salaries of product managers is higher as compared to the rate of growth of salaries of, let's say, a software engineer or let's say, engineering manager. Because there is just dearth of really good product managers. It's very hard to find. If there are, however, a lot of people that start getting into product managers, that will then stabilize. At present, product manager vertical has a higher salary growth.
Next question is by Aman, basically asking that if he wants to be at a director of engineering kind of a position, then should he choose an IT ladder or an EM ladder, or can he be?
Definitely EM ladder. Director of engineering is just like being able to handle a lot more people, right? So in the M0, M1, M2, M3 structure that I was talking about, director of engineering is somewhere around M3 level, right? So you have to get into the engineering management ladder, be able to manage small teams, then slightly bigger teams, and then you manage an entire org, which is when you become a director of engineering.
And how about, I think that would be true for a CTO kind of a role as well, right?
Correct. So if you want to become a CTO, yeah, again, like getting into the management ladder would help you a lot. Because again, depending on the scale of the company, CTO of a mid-sized company is expected to do a lot more of engineering management related things, team building, team process setting, team optimizations, creating sub-teams that will improve their efficiency, making sure everybody is aware of what their responsibilities are, what problem are they solving. There's 100% clarity there. That is what they do a lot more of. And then obviously like design skills, etc., they still are a factor even for a CTO. But yes, completely EM ladder is the way to go.
Rishabh, who's asking why is it that most of the time people become PM from a QA profile rather than switching to a developer profile?
I don't have insight into that. Like, why would people go from QA profile to... One of the most frequent transitions I've seen happen is that a lot of people who are business analyst or product analyst, they are more likely to transition into a product manager role because then they have access to a lot of business metrics and they have worked very closely with product managers. QA profile switching to PM is a transition that is slightly lost on me on why that's a very interesting phenomenon, but I don't know why.
Last question we'll take.
Product management is very domain specific. Does it become hard if you want to switch companies, say from networking to finance, etc.? So there are certain principles of product management that stay the same as you switch as well, right? Like I talked about process. I talked about user research. I talked about, let's say, doing A/B experiments. I talked about like how to break down higher level KRs into smaller initiatives. Those would remain the same across wherever you're a product manager. And certainly domain experience helps. For example, if I am in finance, maybe switching to another finance company, having that domain relevance I'll find it easier to perform really well as product managers. But it's not really a big blocker. that I would never be, for example, if I'm today in a SaaS company, I'll never be able to become a product manager in a consumer-based company. That's not true. You still can if you have your basics solid.
Cool. I think we've answered most of the questions that were there, and most of the questions that were relevant to the topic. At the end, thank you so much, Anshuman, for taking time and explaining the entire journey of a software engineer. We discovered 2 tracks now.
I only want to stress that there is a common myth that management is always better than all of the other verticals. That's not always true. Please follow what you really like. Please follow what you're passionate about. You'll have much higher chances of making it big, doing what you're really interested in, instead of switching to a fad or switching to a popular opinion, where you don't like doing what that fad asks you to do. So,
thank you so much, guys, for joining in.
Thank you.
We have a very interesting topic today. People have been asking this, that what's the difference between working at different size companies and which one should people pick? I think generally people have this question. So we will delve a little deeper into this. But before we get into the individual aspect, like where should I go and work? I would love to ask first of all your point of view on what is the different tech challenges that different companies are solving. So, for example, some stage startup with a small 15-20 people team, maybe seed or maybe Series A raised. What kind of problems is that company solving? And if there's an established MNC, millions of people, thousands of employees, what are the problems that MNC is solving? What are the differences in tech in these 2 places?
Yeah, your question, Arna, that even startups do vary a lot, like often the definition of a startup also get very, very, different. For example, Zomato as a company, like in people's psyche, it might also still be a startup. But if we see from all the angles, it's a fairly large company. So Zomato is more similar to, maybe a large company like say Amazon than a young startup now, right? That being said, I will maybe first define that when I say startup, what I mean. I would say, let's say a company which is early in their journey, let's say an engineering team of say less than 40 people or so, 40 engineering team of less than 40, 50 people, and actually say, who are building, not been building product for too long. Let's say, they started building the product, they are in the journey less than say 4 years, right? If we define these 2 criteria to define a startup, the biggest difference is that, in a large company, what would happen? Let's say let me try to explain it with an example. Let's say someone joins a company like Google, and let's say you are working in the search team. Now, this search feature is probably being built from 1998 when Google started, right? There are probably, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 or maybe even more people contributing within Google to this feature, right? And it's not that it's gonna be, that you will be solving a very fundamental, problem now, which is related to, let's say, search itself. But however, that doesn't mean that you will not have interesting things to do. There will be very different kind of challenges which might be related to massive scale. So for example, if you are able to improve the search result time even by 10 milliseconds, the impact of that is so high. Actually, I think there was some research or some study on that how much electricity would it save if all the Google search results are, speed is improved by 10 seconds. And that's just the electricity saving of that might be in many $1 million, right? So in a large company, there is more probability that either you will be solving problems related to very high skill. Like in one way, one might say that, it's not really very interesting. All I'm doing is that, something that takes 110 milliseconds, otherwise I'll make it work in 100 milliseconds. Might be very interesting for some because it will be at a scale of billions of users, or it might not be very exciting for some, right? On the other hand, imagine someone who would have joined Google in 1998 or 2000 or 2002, right? Or let's say I'm sure that there must be some company with just 10 people, which will be Google-like company after 20 years, right? So what would be the work someone doing at that point in time? The work will be very different. Then at that point in time, the work would be that what is going to be the search algorithm, which might give better search results, right? How can we include more sources of data? So generally, simple thing is that the quality of work at Google from 1998 to say 2004 versus the quality of work from 2004 to 2010, and then the kind of work from 2010 to 20. These three are gonna be very, very different. Similarly, even if you join a company now, how you will be working now. Let me take example of InterviewBit and Scalar Academy itself. How we would be working in 2015 when we started out versus how we would be working now will be very different, right? So, that is what it differentiates. If you enjoy, basically building more tools, or let's say building out software from scratch, then most likely, again, I wouldn't say that at large company you can never get that opportunity, but the probability of finding that opportunity is much larger in a smaller startup. Again, most likely you might not see challenges of extremely high scale at very young startup, because right now they're in the process of building something. They will see scale maybe 2 years down the line once these features go popular, right? Again, if I take example of Zomato, probably back in 2015, or let's say back in 2012, they will not have that high scalability challenge. They were figuring out that what features user want to use, what kind of application people will love, right? Today, probably they will be facing a lot of scalability challenges as well. So yeah, generally the chances that you will easily find high scale challenges at larger companies. At smaller companies, you will build a lot more features, you will build applications, you will try to figure out what users love, right? So generally, as they say that if you want to make career as a product manager later, working in a very young startup as a software engineer might be a great stepping stone for that, right?
Right, correct.
So these might be some pointers about what are the differences.
So next up, I will ask you some questions about particularly, what are the things that people learn at different size companies. One interesting question, although that has come, is Scalar a startup? So what's your opinion on that?
No, we are very much a startup. And as I said, these are two basic variables. Just timeline is one thing. So for example, Jeff Bezos often says that Amazon is his startup. And actually it is. He's not, kind of bullshitting. Because at Amazon today, the culture is that all the smaller teams will function very independently. There might be a team of 5, 10, 15 people. They can take a lot of decisions. And they are expected to run at the pace of a startup, which often sometimes results in, someone who, let's say, want a lot of personal time, like as often people say that, in startups that might be relatively harder, because kind of, people say that there is work and there's my personal life. Often at very, very young, early stage, it becomes one, that my work is my life, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, of course. If you enjoy that, that is totally okay. But yeah, Scalar Academy absolutely is totally a startup. We continue to work in the same, high pace, quick iterations, and a lot of independence to people, to, freedom to do whatever people want to do for what they are building.
Right.
Of course, in larger organizations, some of these features get lost. In a large organization, probably before you can do anything, you will need a lot of approvals, a lot of people need to be updated about it, etc. Generally, at a startup, you have an idea, you can just go execute it.
Makes sense. So, I'll just start off with a question, and this is just starting off with, let's say, this is the positive side of the things, and then we will move on to more comparisons and trade-offs in terms of working. But now coming to, individual level, like if I go and work at a place, then what I get, what I learn, and from that perspective, if we are going to a very early stage company, like where you are among the first 10 employees, maybe where somebody has raised only, seed funding, angel funding, product market fit, they have not figured out. So what are the positives out there for engineering? What are the things that we learn? What are some of the challenges that we get, which can be great for us?
Right. Yeah, so in my experience, actually, I worked for a very large, almost government-like organization during my internship. Then I worked for a very young startup where there were, I was the second engineer to join the team. And then, of course, I started my own startup. One thing that I see is that while working in a very young startup, you very easily get an opportunity to kind of see the full life cycle of product development, all the way from, say, talking to your potential users, that what do they want, right? Then being closely involved with what feature, what tools, what should we be building, which our potential users would like, or they will be very happy with, right? then implementing it, and then generally your job doesn't end there. After rolling it out, you see that, how was the adoption? Are people really using it? If they are using it, are they happy with it? Are they coming back to use it? Or there's a lot of churn? And then the next cycle that, how can we further improve on it? So one fact is, I don't think I have never come across any founder or anyone who has built some very famous application who said that I suddenly had an idea, I built it, I rolled it out, and it went crazy, it went popular. Never happens. You build, you get feedback from the user, you figure out that what are the things that can be better, how can we make it more engaging, and then you keep iterating. So in a very young startup, you will have an opportunity, even if you are joining, even let's say as a junior engineer or as an intern, even then you have the opportunity to see this entire life cycle. Now compare with, let's say, a very large MNC, right? Now it is very hard to see the entire life cycle because there will be not just people, there will be full departments dedicated to take care of each part, right? And depending on which department you are joining, it is very hard to, kind of get very deeply involved with other departments. So that I see as one of the biggest, like for people who want to grow very, very fast. Like one beauty of tech ecosystem is that your growth is actually not defined by how many years of experience you have. Like recently someone, I had seen this on Twitter, someone tweeted that in Bangalore, things are so crazy that someone with 5 years of experience got an offer of, salary in, 1 CR or so. So which actually, actually it's not crazy, but it is a beautiful thing. Because in tech, it is only and only not at all about, how many years of experience you have. And that is, how tech operates, right? So, like, again, prime examples are, let's say, people like Zuckerberg or, Larry Page, etc. They were very, very young when they built massive companies, right? And there were a lot of people in their early team who were also very, very young, and they were building one of the most valuable company of the world, right? So at startup, you get an opportunity to grow at that pace. No one will tell you that, no, you don't really have a lot of experience, so you are not supposed to give inputs to, say, product, or you are not supposed to figure out what users want. Some senior people will do it. In a startup, you will get an opportunity to do everything. However, I know that this part was only about the positive, but I will also give a caution of advice that it doesn't mean that every single startup will give you that. What you need to see is that, is it a startup which is being built by a strong team, capable people, and who is actually going to grow that fast? Like, of course, there might be plenty of people wanting to run a startup. If they're not the people from who you can learn, then it might also lead to a, very bad experience where you are clueless, there's no guidance available, there's no structure in place, and then, you are just wasting your time, right? So again, as I said, that it's not that just joining any startup is right or just joining any big MNC is right. This is your background, your aspirations, your mode of working, and also evaluating at the company level is important. There are exceptionally good startups which might be better than the largest, biggest companies in the world, but at the same time, there might be very bad ones as well.
How to sort of figure out how to get an idea?
Right.
Do you have any mental modeling, any framework
Right.
to apply to this? How to find out which startup might be stable?
Right. No, so there is actually, a very solid model. There are some 3-4 different parameters, at least in my opinion, in their order of priority. And of course, you all can also change basis your individual thought process. But for me, the most important thing are, first the people. That what is the current team, right? Are they people you feel are capable, committed, and hardworking? Are they the people who you think you can learn from, right? If you don't feel that, then that is, generally that is a red flag for me at the very beginning. If it is not a team that you can, look up to, that you feel, see, we are all average of 5 people that we spend time with. And wherever we work, we are going to spend the maximum amount of time with those people, right? So if you feel they are much better than you, there are areas, and of course, the area doesn't mean necessarily tech. You might be good at tech, and these people at the young startup you are joining, they might be really great at something else. They might be great at product, they might be great at user experience, they might be great at, let's say, sales, marketing, anything at all. But it is very important for you to have this confidence that the team of this young startup is very solid. You should always evaluate on that. The second one is that what are they working on? While I didn't keep that at first, it might be surprising for many, that यार startup में तो idea is the most important thing, but you are saying that is the second priority. So see, of course, idea is important. Like more than the idea, what problem is the company solving? Do you think it's an important problem? It's something which really matters, right? If this problem is solved, a lot of people will benefit from it. Are you able to build that belief, right? Because why I say that exactly what product, what feature is being built, particularly if it's a very early stage startup, if it's a very solid, problem statement that they are trying to solve, and it is a team with high execution capability, sooner or later they will be able to figure out. Their current solution might not be the best, but they will be able to, kind of figure that out, right? But if you feel that the domain itself is not making sense, so for example, again, it is important for your long-term commitment to the company as well. Let's say crypto might be very hot field, right? And there is a team, a very capable team, which is working in the domain of crypto. Now, if you deep down feel that, yes, I believe that crypto is going to revolutionize how things work, then it absolutely makes sense to join them. On the other hand, let's say despite all your conversations with them, you asking them, tell me about the product, you are not able to build this conviction. You don't feel that crypto, you strongly feel that crypto is just a hype and it doesn't really have value. Then probably it wouldn't make sense for you to join that company, because if your heart is not there, what's the point of being there, right? So that would be my second parameter, that the domain is that exciting for you along with the team. Third would be, I guess, of course, that, I would never advise that someone should, just like there is an opportunity cost. So see, as an engineer, as a developer, or as any contributor, there's an opportunity cost associated with your time as well, right? If you were to join this company, you will not be doing something else that you would do otherwise, right? So what is the opportunity cost, right? And opportunity cost and reward should kind of have a balance. So let's say if there is a company which says that, why don't you join our company? It's a great product, it's a great team, but you should take 80% pay cut and there is no ESOP for you either. Again, doesn't make sense, right? So there should be some, opportunity cost, relatable or, kind of rationalized opportunity cost, associated with your rewards as well. Yeah.
Next, I would like to, sort of progress on that same direction we were asking. So I was asking about very early stage startups. But if we go to, when we talk about startup versus MNC, sometimes in that discussion, people forget that this sweet spot of like, there are great number of companies doing great work where, the team is maybe 150 kind of tech team. Yeah. And they're also working with millions of users, probably hundreds of millions, but millions of users definitely. And they're doing some super innovation, and they also have the money to give you good salaries. I mean, this is also a pretty sweet spot. And so I have seen a lot of my friends who have gained a lot in life.
Right. So, we were talking about mid-sized or let's say larger startups, right? So of course, the startups can also be categorized as, say, a very early stage startup, say a team of, say, 10 or less engineers. Then there could be, as in this question you mentioned, 50 to 100 team, many millions of dollars in funding. Of course, these companies generally would never have a issue in paying good competitive salaries. Often they end up paying even more than the larger MNCs because, like they have to attract talent. Like we all might have heard the recent BMW bike thing, right? So what are the, how is it, what kind of learning can be expected there? There are two, like in my experience, because, for example, during my work at Fab, and even, let's say, often we talk about Anshuman's experience working at Facebook. We both joined the companies when they were very, very small. And then we worked through them when they became, and I think Arnav, your journey was also similar. When you joined Zomato, it was not that big. And then it grew to be growth, much bigger, right?
During this stage, the company also grows very fast.
Correct. So and generally what happens now that when a company is growing a lot, the people who are involved in making sure that the company grows also grow at the same speed, right?
Yes.
Like, for example, actually, as they say that a company will only grow if people in the company grow and vice versa. That if a company is growing very fast, then the people there are bound to grow that fast, right? So that is, one very big advantage of being a part of any such team is that you can crunch your experience of 10 years into 2 years. What, let's say, working in a company which has already grown a lot. Now, of course, after that, they are going to grow at a certain pace, right? They might, let's say, still have 10-20% growth every year, but they will not be doubling down every year, or might not be becoming 3 times, 4 times bigger than the previous year, right? What that leads to is that in that short period of time, so for example, a team of say 20 engineers, they might not have any processes, they might not have, let's say, proper code reviews process in place, they might not have CI/CD implementation, they might not have, let's say, security implementations, etc. Right? Now, if you are at that time when the company need to make sure that all those things are in place, then you get an opportunity to learn in depth that how each of these systems are implemented, how these choices are made, etc. Versus, let's say, you join a company where all these things are already in place. Then you will be only a user of everything which is set up, right? Now, let's say a particular continuous integration or continuous deployment process is set up. Now you will not have an opportunity to understand that which platform, which framework is best for that, what are the events, flow, etc. should be designed. Then, at joining a company at that pace. So, for example, if you join a really big company where all these things are already in place, then you can only use them. You will not know that what was the rationale behind setting up this process, or like what choices were made while setting up these processes, right? So it is actually an exceptional great opportunity to join a company which is in this exponential growth phase. Too early, to be very honest, the risk is much higher. There is not going to be no process, and there's a risk that maybe just for a 6 month, 1 year, you try building out different things and things do not work out. Fine, that happens. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But joining a growth stage company, particularly as an engineer, might give you an accelerated career growth. So often you will see, actually, I will maybe not take the name of the companies in this example, but one of the 5 biggest companies. I had 2 friends of mine from the college days. One person joined this largest company right out of college, and he still works today, actually, there itself, right? After 10 years, for 10 years, he has been working there. Another friend of mine joined a very young startup, worked there for 2 years. After that, he joined a very high growth startup, worked there for 2 years. And after that, he joined the same company, one of these 5 biggest companies. Now, the second friend of mine, he joined the first, he joined at a position which was 2 levels ahead of my first friend. The reason is, because in this 4-5 years of his journey, he was exposed to so many responsibilities, things, systems. This friend who started in the large organization itself never had an opportunity to learn, right? So working at a mid-stage growth companies gives you an opportunity to grow much faster. You can, if of course, if you are, taking initiatives, if you are showing leadership, you are taking up, larger things, then it gives you an opportunity to grow much faster.
Correct. Completely agree. I also felt like my time I spent at Zomato was kind of like a career accelerator for me. Because the next company I went to was a big MNC, and there at my age generally people never join at team lead positions. But I got that because I was leading a team at Zomato, so automatically that sort of happened.
Same with me and Anshuman as well. That our time at Facebook and Fab, we were able to, when we started out our company, so we had a lot of things that we had done in those companies, and we knew that, kind of, we can just reapply that experience, that knowledge, and build out things much faster. Otherwise, generally, someone at 4-5 years of experience, it's very rare to have all those experiences.
Right. I keep, telling my mentees also, like, if you get these kind of roles where, if somebody gets a SDE2, SDE3 kind of role at this Series B, C kind of funded startup, which has millions of users already, and go for that. There can't be anything better for the next 1 or 2 years of your life. You might end up staying there also for 5 years, but regardless, even the 1 or 2 years if you spend there, that's going to be very, very valuable. So next, I think, obviously, moving on to a lot of people who also want to sort of know that companies which are already established, the big MNCs who have offices across the world, and the tech teams itself can be in thousands. Some 10,000 maybe also, right? And obviously there are benefits there because a lot of people want to work there, a lot of people are working there, and they tell about the benefits. So definitely there are benefits of working at the behemoths as well. but the different, obviously, the advantages are very different in nature. There are different things you gain working at a big company. So if you can shed some light on that, what kind of things that you gain in this case, if you go for a big company.
Right. So, of course, working at the large companies have their own benefits as well. One, however, which is often is the most common cited, which is the job stability. Actually, it is not a benefit. Now, this might sound funny that, how are you saying that my stability of job at a large organization is not a benefit? Because see, the job stability is never with a company. The job stability is always with your skills, right? So let's say even if you work at a very large organization, but if you do not really possess the best of the skills, or let's say after joining, if you stop, learning, or if you stop really contributing to important things, sooner or later, see, no corporate company is a, socialistic company. If you're not contributing, you will not sustain anywhere, be it any company, right? And if you don't have skills, it will be almost close to impossible for you to find job again, right? On the other hand, if you are best in your skills, if you are in, let's say, top 1%, 5% in your skills, then even if you join a very young startup, let's say without any funding, and let's say things do not work out 6 months, a year down the line, company has to shut down. Like, I have never seen a very skilled engineer having to not being able to find jobs within few days once they start looking for jobs. So your job stability, your security actually lies with your skills, not with the companies you are working for. In 2008-9 recession, for example, I remember when we joined college in 2006, Lehman Brothers was a company which was the most, looked after company. Everyone, it was a dream job for anyone looking for investment banking or, financial jobs.
And say Goldman Sachs is today.
Probably what Goldman Sachs is today. Lehman Brothers was, like many of you might not, those who are younger ones might not even have heard name of this company now, Lehman Brothers, right? Now Lehman Brothers got shut down in 2008, 2009, right? Everyone lost their jobs. Some of my friends who had offers from Lehman Brothers, like the company doesn't exist suddenly, right? So, as I mentioned, that do not think that a large company gives more job stability versus not. However, another benefit which does exist, which is generally, see, in a larger company, generally there will be more processes already set. So see, in a startup, what would happen? Let's say, for example, Arnav, when you would have joined Scalar, it would have been that, fine, you have your laptop, check out the code, start coding, right? That's all. And this might be, in a young organization, probably there will not be a lot of processes that you might have to just do a lot of things on your own. Right. When you join a large company, a large MNC, then of course, because they have existed for so many years, there will be a very precise process set for everything. There's a very clear step what to do in this stage next, right? Often a pattern is again not a global thing, but if you are someone for who job is just a mean of earning, and then you have your actual passion or your hobbies outside of what you do at job, right? In that case, generally at larger companies, probably it's more of that, even if you just spend 7-8 hours at work and you deliver what you are asked to, that will be more than enough, right? So if you think that, for example, as an engineer, as a techie, if you are someone who thinks that, I write code just to earn, and I want to have as much free time as much possible outside of my job to, enjoy my life, then again,
and there's nothing wrong in that as well.
Exactly. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yes. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's totally okay to say that, writing code is not my passion. It's not my hobby, but I'm a software engineer. I'm good at it. I do it for a living. That's totally okay. And if that is you, then probably also working for a large company might work out better, because see, again, there are 10,000 engineers in that company. Nothing is dependent on you. If you are off work after 5 p.m., the company is not shutting down because you are not available after 5 p.m. Right? However, in a smaller company, of course, this luxury doesn't exist. So generally smaller, and of course, again, there are pros and cons of this as well, right? In a younger organization where you might be single-handedly responsible for something important of the company, then, probably this 10 to 5 thing doesn't exist. If something, let's say, if you build a service which, let's say, processes the payments of the company, let's say you are working for an e-commerce company, and if that service is down, you will have to take care of it. Otherwise the business is going down, right? Because you are the only one who built it, you are the only one who's managing that, right? So this is actually one good benefit of a large company as well. Now some more of signaling based benefits as well, that the company brand thing that people talk about, although it also works positively and negatively both. I may narrate this funny incident again. I will not take name. So one of the founder of one of largest $5 billion company. Now I was speaking to a year back. He advised that the philosophy I follow, that I try to avoid hiring anyone who has always only worked in large companies. And I said, why are you saying so? He said, see, like in a startup, there is more, one has to be scrappy, there is more hustle, things will not be defined. You just have to figure your way out. And someone who has always worked in a very, structured environment, they generally are never not able to survive, right?
Right.
So like this, I may kind of relate with, let's say, the people in the decorative army of Queen Victoria. They will not fit into, let's say, a guerrilla, warfare battalion, right? They cannot survive there because they are only used to being decorative and, just doing the, a kind of, well-organized parade. They cannot really survive in a jungle warfare situation, right? While startups are more like jungle warfare. It's fun, but of course it's different.
Right.
So yeah, I think these are some of the, I see as some positives of working for a large company as well. Anything that you would want to add, Arnav?
So I think one positive that can happen is this finding mentors and networking can sometimes happen.
Absolutely,
and especially if it's huge, very huge, like the Googles and the Amazons.
Right.
There what happens is like their internal social media also has 100,000 people.
Correct.
So
for example, very good point. Actually, I know at least about Google that their internal, they have a very great internal mentoring system in place, right? And of course, there is a high volume of high quality talent, good community of highly talented people that exist inside these companies. So the access to, a large network of very talented people that you get at large organizations is something which is very good. At a smaller company, of course, it's a smaller team. So while it is possible that you might still find a great mentor at a startup as well, but it is much easier to find them in a large company.
Right. So going on to, I think, sort of now, contrasting the things together, if I put, if someone moves from a large organization to a smaller one, what are the trade-offs that happen and, what kind of mentality switch that they need to do? There are some new pros that will come up, some new cons will also come up accordingly. And I think taking that same thing that you were saying, right, sometimes some founders might even think of avoiding big company people because they might not be able to adapt or something like that. But if somebody is making that kind of a switch, what should they do?
Right. No, first thing is, of course, while the founder I was mentioning is a very, great person, but in general, I generally, avoid generalizations because, it's not true that, anyone who has worked at a big company cannot do great at a young startup, right? Some might be able to fit in, some might not be able to fit in. That being said, one very important mindset shift, and actually, see, skill-wise, anyone at a large organization who is doing great, they will be great skill-wise, hard skill-wise, right? They definitely are great programmers. So skills, generally, I have never seen skills being a challenge. That to work at a startup, you have to, learn some different kind of skills. It's 99% it is about the mindset shift that is needed, right? Now, in a large organization, it is very natural that anything that you want to do, execute, it is natural to expect that the entire structure around it, frameworks for it, etc., need to be in place. And if something is not working, let's say, for example, that you wrote your code, you built out a feature, and then it is supposed to be deployed. Now, let's say there is some issue in the deployment system or deployment script, because of which, let's say, some issue happened on production, right? Now, in a large organization, obvious expectation is that there is a team, there is a DevOps team. It is their job to make sure that it keeps working correctly. And, if I have built my code, I don't care, they should fix it, right? However, this mindset generally never works in a startup environment. In a startup environment, it is possible that there is no DevOps team at all, right? Or let's say even if there's a DevOps team, the mindset that is expected. So let's say I as an engineer, I can actually narrate an example from my experience. So this was back in 2013 or so, 12 or 13. Someone kind of built out a feature and it was supposed to be deployed. After it getting deployed, it was deployed on test environment, staging environment first. It worked fine, and then it was deployed on the production. After getting deployed on production, there were issues. Many services started going down. Features were not working properly on the platform. And then when they started digging out, they got to realize that there is nothing wrong with the code that got deployed, but there was some issue in the deployment process, right? So this person, he had recently joined from, again, I will not take the name, but one of the 5 largest companies in the world, 5 largest tech companies in the world. And this person said, yeah, the DevOps people will look into it. What do? I will go home, right? So, right now, and while I remember the CTO of the company back then, we were sitting out that, if it is issue in the deployment, let's get it fixed as quickly as possible. DevOps people are still looking into it, but let's sit with them, get it fixed, right? So in a startup, generally these boundaries do not exist. On the other hand, a larger organization, actually other way around might happen. That let's say if the development team goes and tells DevOps folks that tell me what went wrong, I will help you fix it. They might take it offensively. That dude, this is our job. Let us do it. Why are you meddling into our thing? We will fix it.
Yeah.
Right? So this is something that happens at the large organization. This mindset shift of contained ownership versus end-to-end ownership. In a startup, a mindset of end-to-end ownership is very, very important. I think that is one of the biggest switch that is generally needed. That you have to figure out the solution. You have to make sure that things are working. Another important point that I can also make is that in a startup, irrespective of what your role is, you always have to keep an eye on the end result. That what end result is it driving? Right. While in a large company, it is okay as long as you wrote code which doesn't have any bug, you will be fine, right? Because that's all you were asked to do, and you can just keep doing that for many years, and you will keep growing well, right? But in a startup, you also have to ask that if I'm writing this code, what feature is it exactly building? Is that feature even useful? Do user want it? If you feel that this feature shouldn't be built, it doesn't have any meaning, no one would want to use it. So you cannot say, yaar, mere ko to product manager ne bola tha, to maine bana diya. You are supposed to be asked that is it really useful? Should we be even making it? Right? Or is there something more important that we should be instead making? Right? In a large organization, you are probably not expected to, have these inputs. But in a startup, again, if you want to grow faster, if you want to have more ownership, then you will have to think have a full picture in view. You cannot just, have a narrow view that I was asked to do this, so I did this.
Right. Okay. So what we just discussed, I think the other way around is something, I just few years back did the same thing, went from a smaller company to a larger one. Yeah. And exactly what you were saying, I think I went through an opposite journey. And while at Zomato, I used to sort of push back against product managers a lot that, why are we doing this in the product? Is this going to be good for the product? Like, I'm not the product manager, I'm the engineering lead. And yet I used to have a lot of inputs in the product. And sometimes, some backend API update needs to be done for a new feature on the app. And if a backend engineer is not yet aligned, I have contributed a bunch of commits in the backend repository as well. So it was a huge, massive PHP repository. It was very hard to read the code for me. Somebody who has not worked on, PHP backends a lot. But I did that because, it has to be pushed. So, just go ahead and, I have made commits and then went to the CTO and like, sir, PR hai, usko zara ek baar review karke merge kar dena. Like that.
Right.
When I went to, a bigger MNC, then, my manager used to keep telling me, don't do those things that you do at Tata. Here somebody might get offended.
Correct.
Like you might be thinking you're being helpful, but they might think that we will do it on Monday. Why on Friday evening you have to send pull request to web team?
Correct. These are different environments, and something which might be right in one might be wrong in other one, right? So, the comparison is, as I said, a decorative army battalion versus a guerrilla warfare army. What might be the right thing to do for a guerrilla warfare might be very inappropriate for a decorative army. And what might be the right thing to do for a decorative army might be, just useless for a guerrilla warfare army.
Correct. Actually, expanding on that question a little bit, I would also say that, in what circumstances might one want to move from a smaller organization to a bigger one? At what stage in life do you think that can be actually a helpful thing to do?
Yeah. So, generally, like, again, my opinion, of course, there might be multiple more reasons as well. Would want to emphasize that the reasons that I am listing out are not, limited reasons. Some of the transitions which are high value are, if you have spent enough time, building out products in a small team, and if you are able to join a larger company for a new initiative, a new project in a leadership role, you will suddenly find an opportunity to play the same game, but at a much larger scale with lot more ammunition on your side, right? As an example, let's say that if you have worked with a bunch of startups building B2C mobile applications, etc., you understand how to build quickly, how to iterate quickly, how to build high quality products. Now, let's say Google was launching, Google Pay in India, right? And if you are able to join in a, good position in that team, now you will have an opportunity to kind of build an app which will be used by billions of people suddenly, right? You will not so, for example, let's say if Google launches Google Pay, within a month or 2 or 3, probably it will already have hundreds of millions of users, right? Now, this will not happen with any startup. A startup might eventually get there, but it is going to take much longer time, right? Also, the kind of resources that you can find in a large setup, in a large organization, candidly, is insane, right? So you will have, even kind of, you can play around with data clusters, server clusters of thousands of servers. You can play with all of that. You will have access to a lot better tools, better, larger team of very, capable people. So if you find an opportunity where you can lead into some new teams, then definitely it makes sense that you have accumulated skills. For example, Arnav, when you moved from Zomato to Target, right? Yeah. It was kind of a similar transition that, you have kind of accumulated all the skills, and then you can, you might also be able to kind of maybe give some input.
So I think I felt like I wanted to understand that, I think engineering learning wise, I feel there are 3 stages of learning. At least I felt. Maybe there are even more stages than you can say. I think one is that when you get your hard skills in place, like, how can I build a great Android app? How can I, you put me in a room of 10 other Android engineers and I can build the best Android app out of them. Right. So that's, I think I felt like, that's one stage. And then the phase that I was at Zomato, I think I felt like, that's where it was a mid-stage startup, growing very, very fast, growing from, 30, 40 cities to 500 cities. So how can I make an Android app work best with millions of users? How can it deal with so many types of devices? So the scale of users, how can my product sort of adapt to that? I think that was sort of learning. So there, I think the user base of the product is growing, and that is the scaling that's happening. And then I think there is another scaling which happens is that now instead of 10 people working on the app, there are 200 people working on the app. So how do you architect the code base so that it can map to that organization structure as well? Because there might be 3 teams in different countries, different time zones. So it's not like, you want to do a code review, you can pull up a chair and sit beside the next person and say that, acha chalo dekhte hain, pair programming kar lete. Sometimes you have to document your code in such a way that maybe 6 hours later when you are sleeping, some other person is reviewing your code. In that cycle also it can work. So I think to me it felt like, okay, scaling the product, I figured that, okay, I have sort of conquered some part of it. But how do you work in a big organization? How do you work when, the organization structure itself is 10,000 engineers?
Correct.
What are the challenges there? So that was a phase of learning I had never had. And I got that when I worked at a big MNC in that sense. I have seen a lot of people go from big companies to small to big. And different people have different opinions. But also, what do you think, personal opinion? That should people start their career in small organizations, then look at bigger organizations later, or do the other way around, start it in a bigger organization, come to smaller? What can be the advantages of either way of going about in the career?
Right. Yeah, so again, it's very hard to say that big versus small. However, one thing that I can say is that when you are very early in your career, you definitely want to be at a place where you can learn a lot from others, right? Often there is this, Dunning-Kruger curve that exists that, at that time, sometimes we feel that we know a lot, but in reality we don't, right? And unless you get into, so one bad thing that happens, I will tell about what should not happen with anyone, is that you know something, but because you have never seen the big world of tech, you feel that you know a lot, and you join a place, you end up working at a company where there also you know more than everyone else. So you will always remain stuck at that false belief of knowing a lot while you don't really know a lot, right?
Correct.
So I have seen, that bad journey happening to some of the people, where then once they get stuck at that place, even after 3, 4, 5, 7 years of experience, they will remain stuck there. That they don't know much, but they are stuck in believing that I know a lot, right? So in your first career, you should optimize for going for a place where after going you feel like stupid. You feel that, yeah, I don't know anything, right? Now that can be achieved at a big organization, or that can be achieved at a small organization. The worst thing that can happen to you is that as your first job, you enter a company and in the first 3 months, you continuously are feeling, yeah, I am exceptionally talented and I am telling everyone else what to do.
Right.
If that is happening with you, know that you are at a wrong place. Generally, most of the people who have in the long term have been able to do exceptional things in their career, 99% of them will have a story that how in the first 3 to 6 months of their career, they were that, yeah, dude, I got to realize that I don't know anything. There's so much to learn, and I'm having to burn the extra midnight oil to actually cope up with that. That can happen at a small company as well. That can happen in a large organization as well. And either of it might not exist at either place, right? So as I said that it's much more important in the earlier career to be surrounded by the people who can tell you, not just tell you, but you can get to know that what are the missing pieces in your learning, in your knowledge, and who can also guide you on that path, right? Because the more you learn in the 3 steps of learning, Arnav, that you talked about, the first step, generally in my experience, what I have seen is that the first step happens early in the career, right?
Yes.
Of course, that doesn't mean that it ever gets too late. It doesn't mean that if it has not happened, it can never happen. But, the sooner you can do it, the more you can grow, right? You will have more time to kind of apply them. Once you have, let's say, 7, 8 years of experience, then you can also consider that fine, I can go join a company as a CTO or as a senior engineering manager or a senior architect. And I am okay even if the others will not be able to help me learn it, but I have already accumulated enough hard skills to just help the company build this stuff. But doing that too early in the career generally doesn't lead to good results. So look for, that learning opportunities. And generally, generally that is, again, it's not an absolute thing, but the probability of finding, great learning opportunities will be lesser if it is a very, very small company. Let's say if it's a company with just 2, 3, 5 engineers, then most likely, it is harder to kind of get a lot of learning, and there is more risk that you might become the god there, right?
Right.
And that is a bad state. That's a bad state. You being a god when you are just out of college is not a good state for you, because then you will remain stuck there, right? You will not grow. So just avoid being the smartest person in the room, particularly in the early stage. Once you have 8, 10 years of experience, you have seen the world, you know that what you really are, then fine. For some time, you can be the smartest person in the room, but not too early in the career.
Right. And I think if sometimes it can happen to people who might be engineering lead or a CTO in a early stage startup, then if you are the smartest person in the room, then parallelly also be another room where you are not the smartest person.
Correct.
Find some mentors, find some seniors, talk to them. Those things you have to do, because I felt like me, Varun, we used to do the same thing when we were coding blocks. I think building the tech team, we were building that team, so I think we were the senior most people. So obviously that feeling can sometimes happen, and that feeling, once you realize that you cannot grow if you are the smartest person, then you should immediately look for places, go open source communities, contribute to some complex project. That time you get to meet some people. I think that kept, I think, my head firmly on my shoulder. Was
Right.
contributing to open source projects, and there were some, big 30 years experience people, and that
Correct.
always kept me humble. That okay, my small company I'm running, their tech I'm running, I am the smartest person there, but then there are very big people building very big stuff, so always things to sort of learn from them. That's definitely there.
Absolutely. No, open source community is a great way to kind of, network and learn from exceptional people across the world. So yeah, definitely.
Right. So one thing is about working in startups. There has been a question. Some people in startups seem to be still figuring out process, delivery quality, changes. So he's asking whether it's a good thing or whether it's a bad thing that people are still figuring these things out.
Right. No, generally what I have seen is that if the company is growing, then it is a very good thing, because then you get an opportunity to figure out solution for setting up the right processes, right? Which will be in the long term, which will be very useful for you for the senior leadership positions, right? As I mentioned, that either you can be a cog in the wheel, or you can be the one who designs the entire automobile, right? And if you are in this stage where the startup is setting up the processes, defining how things should be done, then you have an opportunity to design the entire automobile. Versus, let's say, if you just go sit out in a well-built car or a train, then you just sit in it. You enjoy it. It's moving very nicely, but you do not know how this was built, how it was designed, what were the reasons to kind of take every decision. Right? So generally, it's a good thing if the company is growing. Of course, there could be a downside as well. That let's say the company is never able to figure out the right processes or the right opportunities, and they crash in some time and they do not even exist. So, like, if you see that happening, then then probably it's not a good thing.
Right. I mean, it needs to be a learning opportunity rather than something being always broken. But if people are learning that thing, you can always treat that as a learning opportunity. So that's definitely it. One old question that was there, I think it was not exactly about this particular topic, but it's an interesting question. So I just thought I will pick it up definitely at the end. So Jagdish had asked that he has 12 years in a service-based company as a QA he has been working, and he's asking, will it be a wise idea to switch to product development in FANG companies? And I think this is a very common question that you and Anshuman face a lot with a lot of your mentees. So shedding some light on this.
Right. No, so it absolutely is a good idea. It kind of opens up a very big set of new opportunities of growth, getting a chance to work with very highly capable people in the field. So no doubt it's a great idea. However, that being said, that the transition is it's not a switch. It's no magic bullet or a silver bullet or a magic pill that this transition will happen just like that. Generally, what I have seen, that you will need a long-term roadmap to build your skills, build projects, do some development before you can actually make this transition, right? Which is easily going to be a roadmap of 9 months to 2 years with consistency and consistent hard work, right? But that being said, that while this might sound a lot, here I will have to work hard for 2 years, then this will happen. But another thing is that the kind of this is an orbit shifting change in career. It's not an incremental change. It's not like that, I'll do this and I'll get another job with say 20%, 30%, 50% hike. This transition is an orbit shifting transition, right? So, even if with hard work of 1 or 2 years, if someone is able to achieve that, that is totally worth it, right? But again, as I said, that it will take good amount of hard work to do this transition. And why I say this is orbit shifting, parameters being that, as I said, that an entirely different environment of working, culture of working, exceptionally high impact of your work, compensation, etc. are also, to be very candid, are uncomparable. Like if I compare with a typical service-based company with the kind of salaries, a large FANG kind of organization or a large good startup might be paying, often they are, like 5x, 10x salary. So, it's totally worth doing, and totally the right direction to work in. But one should know that it will take a substantial amount of hard work to make this transition.
Correct. So, one last question I will take up. So, I think Soumya had asked this, and again, I think going down into a little bit of specifics, similar question we had already broadly answered. So, sweet spot for high growth startup. Should we focus exactly on this fact that, post angel funding before Series B, or there are other factors, what do you think about it?
No, so first thing is that, see, investment is not at all a criteria to join or not join a company, right? So for example, there is a company called Zerodha, right? Zerodha is probably one of the best startups in India. They have never raised any funding. They never even raised, angel funding or any seed funding, right? But it is probably one of the best startups to work for in India. Most, like great tech team, great culture, like no reason why you shouldn't. On the other hand, there might also be companies which might have raised a lot of funding, but might have very bad culture, might really not have exciting tech work, and might even implode and shut down. Funding is in no way measure of success, not at all. Like maybe how I actually look at funding is, it's similar to how much it's similar to loan, right? You have taken money from somewhere. While it is not exactly like loan, but essentially it's like how much, like I have taken money from somewhere to build a business. That doesn't, like, of course I have name calling. I don't really like name calling, but let's say Vijay Mallya. He took a lot of loan. Like, does that mean that his company suddenly became the best company to work for? Absolutely not. Right? So do not look at funding. As I mentioned, that you should look at, like the team, which domain they are working in. Is it a domain that you think is, interesting to work in, and there's a lot of good impact that can be created in the domain? Do you think, and again, the stage of the startup, in the sense that are they right now just stealth mode, just trying to build the product? They have not even launched it. Is it pre-launch? Or is it that the product has been launched and it is growing very fast? Or is it in a stage where it has grown quite a bit and now they are trying to... So all the stages are good. Generally, if you are more of a tinkerer who loves doing experiment, building things out, then the early stage is more suitable for you. If you are a more, if you want to see scale, etc., then the growth phase is good. And if you kind of want, large company like environment, then probably, the stage probably that Zomato probably have hit now is good for you, right? But funding is not at all a criteria. You shouldn't be looking at funding to decide whether to join a company or not.
You are not having to do significant sacrifice on cash component. I think you can look at those kind of parameters, right?
Right.
You are getting good bit of ESOPs, but you're also not having to sacrifice maybe 50% of your market rate. You're sacrificing only 20% of market rate, maybe less than that. And there are good, tech leads or VP engineering kind of, good people are there in the team who can help you learn. I think those things can be a good criteria, I would feel, we had a great discussion, and I think a lot of good questions came up. Some more have also come in. I think you people can definitely, add some of these questions to the comments. So whenever there are, we definitely write down answers to comments wherever there are on our videos. We will do that. Thank you so much, everybody, for turning up. If you would like to, be part of, community, discuss about projects, discuss about topics like this as well, then come up to our Discord community, and of course, please, like and share this video, subscribe to our channel. So, thank you, Emmanuel. I think, great topic, and we sort of covered it from a lot of angles. I think I will end with only this note that neither big company nor small company are bad decisions. You have to figure out what stage in life you are, what you want out of the next few years, and based on that, take your pick. So that would be it.